Long ago, in the heart of the ancient kingdom, a young man with a shining sword proudly exclaimed that he finally drove the enemy into a dead end. From the same moment, a legend, known since the last century, originated. With the victorious glitter in his eyes, the guy threw the enemy warning. It is time to prepare. The legend of the most powerful king of demons. He met a man who laughed to call him only an obsessive demon. The guy's sword was flying towards the king of demons, but he stopped the blade with just 2 fingers. All the clumsy lunges of the opponent without much effort, the demon bypassed, as if mocking his attempts. It took a long time and the legend came to its completion. The young man tried to injure the ruler of the demons, but all efforts were in vain. The supreme demon, leaving the title of the strongest in the past, gathered in his palm a giant ball of magic. From incredible power, the hero has frozen, unable to move from place. After a duel with a hero in which the forces were balanced, neither side was inferior to a crumb, a frantic battle was tied. In the book of the Gospel of Alta, in the section dedicated to Hero Loin, it is said that the owner of the demons said that there were only 17. According to him, even the most powerful heroes of all time are not able to cope with such force. That is why he was stuck. Taking the sword in his own hands, he decided to pierce his own heart. In the imagination of the owner of the demons, a dream was born. If the reincarnation is really possible, then in the next life, you want to be born in a happy day and to live the path of an ordinary person. 1,000 years have passed, and here in a cozy rural settlement, a sudden noise announced its birth. Misunderstandings and anxiety were read in his eyes. What was it? And did he really hear the human voice? In despair, the man swept the room, trying to find a boil, and the girl, smiling gently, asked him to calm down. Her smile became even warmer when she described this baby with tenderness as incredibly soap, as if fascinated, proudly demonstrated how the baby soap stretches and yawn. 18 years have passed. Hans's father, Hans, assured that, despite everything, he always supported his son and was in the important moments. The boy asked if it was true, and Hans with warmth confirmed that he was proud of his son. The clumsy laughter broke from the mouth of Zean, and when he joked, he reproached his father in a tendency to exaggerate. To which the Khan just admitted with a smile. They say, so it is. Once a mighty king of demons, reborn in the human body, was in a mountain village, where fate gave him a regular rural existence of a simple farmer. Who would have thought that once a terrible king of demons would be a common peasant? Try to understand this degeneration. No logic is traced. Surprisingly, there were no worries in this life except one. Suddenly, some strange sounds came to the boy's ears. Suddenly, a giant bear jumped out of the thicket. The confusion of his father only intensified, so he ordered his son to flee. But Jian's calm voice stopped him. No panic. Humbly stepping forward, the guy reached out to the bear, unfolding his fingers in a trusting gesture. Hardly touching his fingers, immediately watched as the bear flew away. The spectacle stunned Hans. My father enthusiastically noted Zean that it was really incredible. Fortunately, the forces of the King of Demons continued to support him. The darkness enveloped the city, and a delicious steak was already waiting on the table. The passionate eyes of Gianna could not break away from a juicy dish when her mother told that today's dinner was a tender bear. Happy hands with delight noted the taste of the dish. The mother with a warm smile added that thanks to the Zean, their reserves were significantly replenished. Fiona's mother sincerely thanked Gianna for his efforts. The guy assured that everything is fine. Moreover, he is even ready to treat them with a dragon meat. Parents admire that they believe. It is quite up to him. Squeezing a piece of meat between his teeth, Zion realized that his words could sound as a joke, but in fact had a very serious intention. Thoughts swarmed in their head. Why did no one change after the rebirth? Recognizing himself, the guy believed that he could live a more worthy and useful life. However, the taste of his mother's dishes was found unsurpassed in all circumstances. Looking at his thoughtful look, Fiona was asked what was disturbing him, because he looked surprisingly cute. After that, the boy sincerely wished others delicious. In the mug, the sucked berry of the sucker, and the guy happily breathed her aroma. In my thoughts, the confidence flashed. Everything goes properly because strength is surprisingly changing. Handedly exclaimed, Hans noted the great strength of the boy. The mother supported this idea with warmth, confessing that it was a pure truth. The young man had a true courage, like a hero of ancient legends. Zion laughed, noting that they were really worth each other. Inadvertently thought, even in the millennia, the battle with the characters will continue for him. According to legend, it was thanks to the hero that the vicious master of demons was overthrown. Blinding with laughter, Zean assured that in no way in this situation was involved, and even more so, you will not attract it to dark magic. Hans added that the true power of the hero opens when you stay. In the memory of Fiona, the idea broke out. Soon the hero will come to the village. Hans completely shared her belief. The conversation mentioned that he looked the most powerful among all. The mother insisted their Zean was not inferior to him. Imagine if Zean got to the ranks of the heroes. The thought of coddle, and did not rest. Meanwhile, his parents have already painted paintings of the future, where their son is friends with brave defenders. On the rural square, loudly turning to people, a man in brilliant armor called not to panic. Until Mathless, there is no danger. Before the crowd stood the legendary hero in armor. It was Mathless himself. He declared loudly that his sword would break the strength of all evil. Looking closely at him, Zean immediately noticed. The hero really makes a strong impression. The hero himself, in the meantime, said with confidence, "No enemy will dare to approach his sword." The boy approached the boy, and sincerely confessed that he did not even hope to see the hero with his own eyes. Matilda answered the old age of the village confidently. "They say, there is nothing strange here." The hero reported that according to his information, dark energy was recorded in this village. The elder was surprised and asked if it was true. Matilda reassured everyone, assuring that there were no reasons for anxiety. The hero proudly declared his peculiarity. He is 78 among the chosen ones, does not know the world. Matilda with confidence added that his sword is able to break any evil in one and only blow. Puzzled, Zean turned to his father to find out what the hero's rank really means. The surprise of surprise flashed in Matula's eyes when he asked if the guy did not hear anything about the rating. According to him, this certificate was a personal confirmation from the royal family, a document certifying the power and skill of the hero, the undeniable testimony of his prominent skills and strength. For example, the conquest of a neighboring state, gaining a high position or performing a particularly difficult task. All these achievements of the hero are reflected in the form of a rating. The certificates are presented with new opportunities and privileges to the hero and his companions. Matlas proudly declares his double rank, assuring everyone, "Nothing to fear, because next to you is a true master of his business." Zean did not feel any reassurance in these words. Dozens of people were in the rating in front of Matillas, each of whom was undoubtedly superior to the latter. The smile appeared on his lips when thoughts touched the list of heroes. Hong shared at home that he had never seen the heroes so close before. He asked Kian whether he was seen. The young man just laughed and noted that Matlas gave the impression of an extremely strong fighter. By human standards, this is a fair statement, the Zean believed. The idea of where they went to the days when, for such as he, remained only a pathetic existence in dusk, did not rest. Khan expressed the belief that Jiang could well get to the rating, because Matulus would undoubtedly noted his skill in victory over the bear. The guy just laughed. Zeantalk noted that the world changed around while he was experiencing his second birth. Now the battle with demons sent no longer powerful heroes, but ordinary people. It seemed that a real hero could only have his courage with a battle with the king of demons. But such knights almost disappeared from this world. Heroes can all become heroes now? Zean returned to his father and thanked him sincerely. The confused Hans asked what he received such gratitude. Zean noted that his father's words added confidence. "Isn't that great?" Hans replied with a smile. It seemed that his father was in a great shape. That's what Zean believed, and that is why he admired him. He confessed with a smile, "Dad, you are really cool." Khan was discontinuing that his cheeks had poured a blush, and he asked his wife if she heard these words. With a slight smile on her mouth, the girl breathed carefully, gently exposing the dishes on the table. She noted that the conversation was surprisingly exciting, but at first it was necessary to hurry up with dinner, so that the dishes would not have time to cool. Listening to the advice, the boy took up the case and sincerely wished his parents delicious. In response, only silently exchanged surprised views. Confusion was read in their eyes. There was no way in the head of Ziana what happened to him, because there are so many cases that require immediate attention. Stepping the field, the young man gladly noted, the harvest this year, surprisingly generous and well-groomed. The use of fertilizers seemed to turn life for the better, and the changes were obvious. Marking their wit with a pumpkin in his hands, he became convinced the inhabitants of the royal capital would certainly want to buy their vegetables. Children's shame was left behind, and the heart was filled with joy. 8 years have passed before finally managed to harvest the harvest on their father's land. The realization that the real victory is still a long way, and the competition with his own father is the hardest trial, has penetrated his heart. Selection is a real art of crossing different varieties of vegetables and fruits for the best qualities. Sometimes these experiments look like a bold and even crazy creation of human imagination. The sudden thought of interracial cooperation flashed into a guy. Poison. Even for demons is a deadly ban on what to say about ordinary people. Awareness of human progress in this area has only neglect. Having thought of how the father manages to grow such sweet and delicious fruits, the young man was surprised even more, because his father even received an honorary certificate for it. It seemed that the boy was not destined to exceed his skill. What about the rating of heroes? This question was not worried at all. Above the field, a sign of clearly notified, which is clear. These lands. His heritage. It is here that the reason for which one should live on. With his hand wiped off his forehead, he remembered how special it was to grow vegetables. This case had a deep, even personal meaning. With a shade of determination in his voice, he said that, no matter how the harvest is still waiting. A few sunny days pass, and the threatening roar of the demon is heard above. The monster with the obvious rage crushes the memorial plate. Zean urged everyone to listen carefully. With the intense voice, he announced that this village was in the power of a demonic king, a dragon named Delodos. Ioana's gaze was stubbornly attached to the floor, and silence squeezed in the air. The guy, bewildered by his eyes, wondered if he did not consider the demon that escaped from here as the best way out. The demon, sincerely surprised, quit the counter-question. Who is, in fact, it is talking about? The whole view of Yin was attached to the tablet. The demon grabbed the boy by his head and complained that he had not heard any plea to escape. He was unclear what purpose the Zean was pursued. The frightened parents called their son for all voices covered by panic. At this point, Metillus flew rapidly into the room and exclaimed to Zeana, "Bend!" A mighty attempt, and your stroke is drunk in the body of the demon. Suddenly, the guy realized that he had not had time to do anything. The demon was only skeptical whether it was indeed an attack, and then, gathering all his power, threw Metillus on the ground. The heroes in agony broke out on a cry. Suffering and confusion froze on the faces of Fiona and Hans, while Zeana hesitantly watched the demon, keeping silence. The monster approached almost closely, throwing that the level of this hero was simply pathetic. Everything around, in his opinion, immediately issued the poverty of the terrain. The gaze of the demon stopped on Zeana. The advice was short and contemptuous. Run. The young man and his eyebrow did not lead. The sudden piercing cry of the demon tore the silence. The sinister laughter accompanied his words. The poor hero only dared to come to the rescue, but did not have time to move, as he had already turned into gunpowder under his powerful hand. Proudly introducing himself, he declared himself as one of the 4 commanders of the demonic world, under whose hand is Lord Sashir himself, the sinister dragon Anar. He called himself a hellish dragon from the 72nd circle of hell, a Dolodos. Turning to Zion, he humbled it meaningless, and noted that those creatures were destined to be defenseless and weak. He asked if he was shaking. Having extended his hand forward, he favored the arrival of the hellish thunderall. He will disappear in the explosion, torn by his sharp claws. From the depth of despair, the demon howled, cursing everyone around and saying everyone. Grasping his fist, swung through the warning of the demon and ordered him to be silent. At the same moment, he turned to the powder. In a light voice, Sung was to apologize for his words. With a deep sigh, he reminded that the demon should remember whose field is. Inside the house, the young man noticed a letter on the table and wondered what it was. The letter reported that in recognition of his efforts and courage, the boy was counted. Zion scores. Now his name appeared in the 38th position in the overall rating. After reading the rating of the heroes, the guy asked in surprise what it had to do with. On the faces of parents, anxiety immediately flashed. They asked what he meant. At the same moment, a real delight came around him. Friends rushed to hug, enthusiastically about his incredible feat. From now on, the guy is officially recognized as a hero. The guy's words seemed true. Gano, wiping tears, confessed that he could not believe. His son became a real hero. While the joy prevailed, Zion could not share the universal delight. The alarming premonition left his heart. Zean asked his parents a little more to wait, because the day before he managed to overcome only one evil spirit. And this, in fact, was limited. In a thunderous voice, his father asked what his son said, because it was he who defeated the monster thanks to his own strength and saved everyone from danger. There could be no doubt in his heroism. The mother immediately supported this opinion, and Zean was genuinely surprised. Is it really enough? The guy suspected that there was some monster behind the army. He was not abandoned by an alarming thought. A new demonic lord may appear in the world. Lviv was interested in this somewhat more than he wanted to confess, but in no way was involved in this story, and had no special desire to get to the details. Raising from the chair, he noticed on his parents the admiration and eager expectation. I wondered in surprise what happened. Fiona asked the man what plans they have. In response, he asked in confusion that she was in mind. Then he denied and tried to add something. However, the parents did not listen to him at all. There was only one thought in the heads: time to take care of armor. An awkward smile was on his face. In those distant times when he dreamed of becoming a real man, he did not seek to adjust to other people's ideas about what a man really should be like. He only dreamed of a peaceful life among the fields of his native farm. The gaze stopped at his parents. They, holding hands and talking gently, rejoiced in happy news. A soft smile bent on your mouth. To put up, you do nothing. A little time has passed, and almost the whole community gathered together. With eyes full of tears, Hans talked about a painful farewell to his beloved son. The rural elder with an exaltation announced that all residents do not get tired of asking for a happy road and good fortune for the guy. The mother, the radiant smiling, stretched him a box with food, carefully wrapped in a cloth. Sincere words reminded of protecting herself. Having taken away all the necessary things, he said goodbye to his family, hurriedly waved his hand and reported that he was already going. Finally, he asked his father to remember to water the field. A deep breath escaped from his mouth, and the image of the hero appeared in his thoughts. Zean could not resist the temptation, and he was coordinated to try on his own skin, as it was to feel like a real savior. It was on that day that the old ruler of the demon left his native village. Thus began the legend of the former master of demons, born for the second time in the human body. The unsurpassed saga about the hero and his sword, which together conquered the magic world. The fussy hammer prevailed in the eastern province of Toritoro Hikasha. The young traveler stepped slowly through the streets, looking in surprise in the crowd. What attracted so many people here? Raising his hand, Zunga covered his face from the bright sun and asked if they celebrated some holiday today. The seller of vegetables, with a good-natured smile, explained the boy that in these parts, such a fuss is a common thing. A loud exclamation of amazingly cheap cabbage came nearby, attracting attention. The Zean approached the counter, took one head to his hands, and smiling confessed, "This is his first visit to this city, and the reputation of the local shop is known to the best goods." The cabbage saleswoman asked where he knew it. Smiling, the young man showed her a fresh, branched cob and explained that the method of cultivation shows that these vegetables were taken care of with special care. The girl was surprised. She quickly asked if he was a farmer, and casting a cunning look, she suggested that he buy cabbage if she was so good in these cases. Zean wondered, feeling easy and not quite understanding whether this stranger really speaks seriously, whether he was trying to fry it. Having reached out, the guy pointed to the lemon and asked the girl to hand over this bright fruit. It took a little time until a deaf moan broke out of his mouth. I wonder why this fruit is so acidic. Probably, he is not among the snacks, but in the kitchen, where something special can be cooked from it. Sighing, he reminded himself that the city hides many surprises. Here you can come across fruits, the names of which are not familiar at all. But suddenly, quite near Zean, he broke up the silence of a cry. Someone was begging for help, stating that he was robbed. A man with a knife hidden in the bag was rushing forward, fiercely throwing threats to anyone who dared to approach. Everyone who was on his way was waiting for an inevitable death. Suddenly the man exclaimed the whole voice, calling his friend to flee. The villain laughed sinfully, preparing to strike a deadly blow. His weapon was already directed at Zean. Suddenly the young man struck the villain just in the face. He was confused by such suddenness, and did not even have time to strike. The body quickly flew down, sweeping all the boxes on the way. The accomplices who ran nearby were sprouting without bringing their eyes from Zean. The young man could not understand why he suddenly became a target for the attack. Friends of the criminals immediately grabbed the knives, confusing to fall asleep his questions. How did it succeed? Their faces expressed complete surprise and confusion. Calmly turning to them, Zean wondered what they seek from him. He sighed tiredly. The intrusive interrogation was good, because it was clear that you would not break the interesting. Armed heads rushed to the scream, intending to kill him. But the guy, never changing his expression, calmly restrained each on their bare hands. Amazed to the depths of the soul, the men froze in full misunderstanding, not having time to monitor the lightning movements of Zean's hands. The superstitute of his actions left them without a chance to even catch the direction. Suddenly, the palms stopped, hanging straight over the foreheads of two criminals. Suddenly, a voice was heard among the crowd, who asked Gianna to stay for a moment. The new moon took a deep breath and said that everything happened so unexpectedly. Without hesitation, he struck the bandits sharply on his foreheads, leaving bright traces on the skin. In the air, those who just spoke to Gianna broke into the river. Human figures were circulated around him, and suddenly their poles were stolen from their pockets. The shocked guy turned sharply, his gaze frozen on men. Both were already lying without the same on the boxes and things of passers-by. Sun shook his hand lightly, breathed deeply, and threw thoughtfully that the city was now restless as ever. For a while, a loud exclamation of joy came in one of the taverns. The immense surprise swept away one of the visitors when it turned out that the interlocutor was the legendary hero. A clumsy smile rode on his face when he turned to Zean. He first imagined him a warrior, and in fact he was in front of him. Apparently, the adventures for this young man have just begun. Seeing the Zenovo postcard, the guy was surprised and lost. What a miracle it could happen. How could he already be in 38th place? He exclaimed frantically that it was simply unrealistic. The surprise was outlined in the eye of Zean. Not understanding why the guy reacted so much, he asked, because he was only 38th place. In response, he just shrugged, saying what exactly was talking about, and then he was genuinely admired. They say, Zean is really impressive. He asked the interlocutor with interest whether he knew how many people are in this rating. He raised his hand and confidently voiced the number. Only 500. Not quite believing, he emphasized once again. It was 500. And the newcomer Annan took up to the 437th step. The surprise engulfed Zean when she wondered, why so many? No less surprised, Annan answered, even this amount is not enough, because every year demons are gaining more power. The embarrassment erupted on the face of Zean when she tried to find out what demons were discussed in the words of Annan. The guy assured that his every word is pure truth. Only in the kingdom, which is well guarded by walls and guard, can you really feel safe. And outside these borders, demons do not know the restrictions and are able to do anything. Without much delight, he voiced the reason for his choice: to become a hero to support ordinary people, because only such as he can become a real shield for residents. A warm smile appeared on the face of Gianna. He assured that he understood everything perfectly. He nodded approvingly, supporting the guy. The future promises to be the best, and there is no doubt about it. The ability to be able to understand human characters only strengthened confidence in their words. The Anon was confused with red. Such praise seemed incredible. So he asked timidly whether it really was about him. A barely noticeable smile illuminated the boy's face. Although he just managed to say something really impressive, in fact he remained a simple warrior who reached his own limit. To compare with such as Zean, he only has to dream. Sighing, the guy noted that not only did he think. The look, directed at Zean, flashed with a surprise with the admixture of admiration. The guy noted that there are many swordsmen and magicians in the world, but only a few manage to become truly worthy as Anon. And for this, it is not enough to have the very skill or natural shaky. A real hero is also different in other qualities. Zean confidently stated that the desire to protect people, this is also enough, because it is on this basis that the actions of a real hero are based. You need to strive, he assured, and it does not matter if you are endowed with talent. Anon looked at his interlocutor with delight. Drinking from a glass, Zean suggested that Anna seek good. Then, perhaps one day, he would become the best. The main thing he emphasized, do not stop or give up. In response, Anon gave a timid laughter and expressed his gratitude to a new acquaintance. Amazed to the depths of the soul, the guy again convinced the incredible power of Zean, especially after his stunning victory over the brothers Cherkomi. Zean wondered if these were the same people who had previously attacked him. Immediately added, they say, not right, calling them surprisingly weak. It was not loudly, but they were strongly denied. Nothing like that, it is not true. According to him, the locals were talking about 3 despair, whose power really was striking. Although these people did not have demonic blood, the city suffered from their cruel deeds. Robbery and murder became commonplace for them. It was this reason that caused Anon to settle here. His purpose was to find the brothers Chercom. The admiration was in the eyes of Zean, and he sincerely praised a new acquaintance for the goal. Without losing a minute, Zean broke a piece of barbecue, watching the Anon. Thanks to the Zune, the young man gained confidence in his own forces and grateful to him for it. The inspiration was captured by the Anoniper, and an unrestrained smile addressed to the boy appeared on the face of Zean. Meanwhile, one of the city streets exploded with curses. Voices were heard in the crowd, convinced that all this confusion came from it. One of the brothers Shirakami confessed that they barely managed to escape. Another reminded how earlier he warned, "The guy is not at all like an ordinary person." The third brother suggested waiting for the troubles in the neighboring town until everything was settled. The first brother exclaimed loudly, demanding explanations about their actions. The second, confused, tried to answer something, gurning with the words that the next time they should just come and kill them. The first brother, without hesitation, picked up with even more surprise. "Does he say it?" With a barely hidden dissatisfaction, he noted that the local swords only wear the swords for display. Otherwise they would have long been the victims of other people's blades. Therefore the question was, who will dare to appear with the sword, because he will die from the same blade? Meanwhile, a giant dark wing has grown behind their backs. Catching a stranger, he turned sharply and cast a asking look, wanting to find out who hid there in the shadow. Suddenly the guy fades, because behind his back a giant demon with a carbon-black wings grew up. A wide smile blossomed on the face. Considering this creepy figure, everyone around could not hide surprise. There was a real demon in front of them. The monster was in a wide smile and wondered if they would tell where fresh blood could be tasted nearby. The horror pierced them to the bones themselves. They went to the pile, as if looking for protection in each other. At the same time, the narrow street spread the spooky, piercing screams. It was at this moment that Unknown, with indifferent calm, stepped in a quiet street. He was squeezed from a light amount because it was time to say goodbye to Master Zean. Their roads dispersed, and everyone was waiting for his own way. Grasping his fist, he promised himself in his soul, from now on, he would make even more effort. He looked sideways and decided he would probably start with night patrols. Sudden shouts came somewhere nearby, tapping it by surprise. Looking back, he instantly identified. Alarming voices come from the side of the square. Finally, when he was in the right place, the young man froze in place of horror. A real nightmare unfolded before his eyes. There were many bodies scattered on the ground. In the air, a frantic cry cut his ear, and blackness, like a poisonous shadow, slowly crawled with the surface, wrapping everything around. The demon squeezed his sacrifice behind his throat with the magic, watching the poor man in the air. The demon sighed heavily, recognizing the complete intersection of this person. Without a moment, the fiery magic permeated the victim's body, and acute pain immediately dissolved in the blood flow that swayed from the wound. The horror mastered the Anon when he realized that he was faced with a demon, not only dangerous, but also high-ranking. The gaze slid to the brothers who were powerlessly lying on the pavement, wounded and bleed. One question raised in the young man's head. What prompted this demon to appear in the square? Suddenly the demon illuminated a sinister smile. There was such an appetizing prey. Returning, Anon caught his eyes with a girl who trembled with horror and barely held back tears. Her fear only intensified when she felt a monster's predatory look. Displacing his magic, the monster blurred in a wide smile and stated, "It is important not only to be saturated, but also to taste the true pleasure of taste." It aimed at the magic on the girl, but Anon rushed forward, having managed to save her. Carefully bringing the girl's clothes, Anon wondered if she needed help. The stranger shook her head affirmatively. They say, "All right," because the rival who stood in front of her did not dare to strike her. Suddenly, the demon himself appeared almost inaudible behind the back of Anon, and when he was raging, asked where this boldness came from, to dare to interfere with him during the meal. For a moment, the panic slammed the body of the Anon, fear penetrated by an icy wave. It is impossible to retreat. Strongly stretching to the sword, He grabbed his lightning and lifted him up. Raising, the guy confidently announced, "His name is not a Delta, and he will do everything to protect this girl." In her eyes, determined, the demon cast a contemptuous look at the guy and mockingly asked what he was doing at all. For a moment, magic went into the process, and the enemy seemed to pick up an invisible hand, throwing it straight into the wall. Without holding the blood in himself, the defender has fallen, not having the power to rise. The demon turned to him and said ominously, "You have a bad condition, apparently regretting your choice, isn't it?" Immediately later, the magical blow struck a monastic body, and the scream of pain escaped from the boy's mouth. The girl he tried to protect also cried out, calling the hero to help. The demon asked if this man was considered a hero. In his opinion, only the one who is able to come up with him in the duel, and the infirmity, such as Anon, should be well aware of his own place. The Anon was written from unbearable pain. At first, the guy himself considered that way, but the truth turned out to be completely different. In his imagination, Zean's figure broke out. It was his desire to protect others and made him a hero. This was the main reason that allows him to rise to battle. The horror, Nonstanth, barely raised his sword, but still gathered on his strength, cut him away with the monster's face. Suddenly the demon squeezed the grip, grabbed the guy by his face and threw him on the ground with anger. Depressed with horror, he curled with a ball, pressing his head to his chest. Only in a moment did he dare to open his eyes, hoping to find out if he managed to survive. Waking up, Anna noticed with horror how the demon looked into his gaze and smiling slyly, saying that all this was only a joke. Cold ants ran from a sudden understanding on the back. The sinister demon struck a powerful stroke again, and from the throat of the young man with even greater force the untouched blood. The gaze, almost fading, rose up. Consciousness slipped like water through her fingers. The picture did not fit in his head. He was sure that a moment ago, a monster in half had spread. Fastly rushing to the boy, the girl tried to pick him up. In the meantime, the demon only noted boldly that the case is quite simple if he can strike such a blow. Walking the cloak, the monster opened a wonderful sight. Numerous faces appeared in the darkness of matter. There were human and bizarre muzzles of another nature. For more than 3 centuries, centuries-old experience, allowed him to maintain inviolability in any situation. At the same time, the vampire noted with regret that it is a pity that the hairstyle was spoiled. Barely touched the magic, the demon smiled and noted that even after the defeat among the brave men, the thirst for heroism did not disappear. He approached the girl with a calm step and said with sadness, "Too sorry, but the common man could not save her." The promise made it cold. He would give her an extremely fast death. The girl was silent with fear, and in the meantime, Non rose with effort and grabbed his sword. She said confidently, "This time he will not give a vampire to carry out his plan." Seeing such a scene, the demon became angry, tightened the air into the chest, and jumped a flurry of devastating blows. In the heat, he exclaimed that from now on only a joyful torment, deprived of any relief. Moonage, the guy took the flurry of attacks on the spot. It was at that moment, like a shadow, that a ray arose. With his hand raised up, he immediately repelled the vampire attack. An unexpected surprise flashed in the boy's eyes when he stared at a friend, not believing his feeling. He asked if Mr. Zean was in front of him. One of them said, confessing, he seemed wrong to him, so he turned back, and it seems no wonder. The embarrassment swept the demon. It was impossible to believe that the young man was able to stop him with his bare hands. Is it possible at all? The vampire had to admit. It was this guy who was probably the reason for the recent death of a mighty higher demon. Without holding back tears, Anun suddenly exploded with apologies to Zean, waving that he was completely powerless. Zean asked what he was talking about. Then, Anun confessed that if it were not for the intervention of a friend, that girl would no longer be among the living. With a light smile on his face, he said, "Now you have every reason to be proud of yourself. From now on, you are a real hero." These words were sensed by Anun to tears, and now tears flowed continuously. The loud demonic regatta filled the space, and in his words was a derogatory praise. For such worthless as Zean, it was surprisingly good. The guy directed to the moldy ice look, and the vampire, laughing fun, sweeping that he looked extremely upset. The transformation began. The creature began to change its likeness, mockingly throwing back that it was a normal failure, which is time to beg for the mercy. The curse of death fell on the boy, and in the meantime, The ominous figure flew to the clouds rapidly, revealing her mighty wings. The stranger vampire wondered what the actions of the man will now be. In response, a bitter statement of hopelessness came. No exit was left. There was nothing left but to obey, and to meet your death with your head. The despair is covered. Anon cast around, looking for a rescue way out, and panic only grew. The loud cry cut the silence. The guy on full lungs ordered to flee, warning. In front of them not some ordinary demon, but a real aristocrat vampire, behind which hundreds of lives lived. The demon laughed, recognized the right of this guy, and added, "Her vessels fill not the blood of some failure, but a real nobility." Smiling sinfully, he noted that they should be happy to participate in his bloody holiday, as well as all other residents of the city. The realization that they are only defenseless creatures are doomed to become a prey for such as him. Suddenly, magical energy has swirled in the heart of his chest, going into a dense ball. The amazement of the Anonymous was surprised. He did not understand what the monster had conceived, and it was then that the numerous faces that erupted his cloak released even more powerful streams of witchcraft. The glow of force aimed at the tips of his fingers. In the veins of the vampire stirred dark strength. The muscles under the skin were blown as a stone. Before the views of all, he put in his most powerful face, the creature of a real night power. The mad, sinister laughter of the demon came in the dark, and then the question came. Almost time to start. His voice was raging. There is no meaning who is in front of him, the demon or the person. Death is waiting for everyone. In the next moment, at a frantic speed, he rushed to Zean, full of intention to deprive him of his life. The face remained unmoved, only with easy pleasure noted that the vampire was surprisingly capable. Subsequently he added, he could well call him much earlier. The demon was rounding his eyes, without smoking what this fool wanders. The sewing just smiled and explained that now you will not change anything, around the other world, another time. Immediately after spreading his hands to the sides, Zean was lightning in dozens of penetrating injections, so quickly that the movements dissolved in the air, becoming invisible. Instead, Anon, sitting on the ground, squeezed his wounded hand firmly, not hiding. It was difficult to believe that all this was done by Zean only in a moment. Watching the struggle silently, he did not look away until the demon tried in vain to pronounce the word. With calm confidence, Zean said that the defeat of the demon came too quickly. It looks like he had overdone. The demon looked carefully at the young man, trying to understand the meaning of what he saw. Suddenly, his face flashed as a surprise. The thought flashed inside the lightning. It can't be! Zone's silhouette clearly outlined the outlines of the King of Demons himself, and this resemblance only raised new questions that he would never be answered. The blood flew on all sides. His life broke out forever. Dawn already prevailed outside, and the first rays made their way into the room. Anon Shugsian clenched his friend's hand firmly, sincerely thanking him for everything he did for him. A barely noticeable smile touched the corners of his lips when the young man assured, "Not to thank." Anon noted that it was Mr. Zean who rescued the whole city, and with him, the Anon himself. A gentle smile illuminated his face, and in his voice he sounded confidence. One day the future will give a moment when his glory is compared to Zean, and then the whole world recognizes, before them, the most prominent hero. In response, Zean smiled, promising to wait eagerly. Suddenly, Non wondered where his friend is now going. For a moment he confessed to Tsana that he had not yet decided on his way. Hearing this, Non advised Zean to go to Antai. However, the guy asked what it was a strange place. Smiling, the monk noted that this city is the real capital of the East, not like where they are now. In addition, he assured, the dishes there are so tasty that they are remembered forever. In addition, Anand noted that in that city there is an extremely popular hero who takes the 9th stage in the best rating. Millia from Sakvin, that's how they glorified this hero. The story was transferred to the world where the dragon de Lotus and the aristocrat vampire, who lived 100 lives, intertwined their fates. Studying the document, the girl turned to all who gathered in the room. Her voice was clearly, both demons, which everyone was so fiercely despised, was destroyed in just 2 months. From the depths of the hall, the question came from the woman. What is all this story, and why does she even tell them? On this, her neighbor calmly remarked, what was said? The best testimony of how many efforts were put here. The girl, who shared this news, looked carefully at the audience and in a calm voice. The only rinse. Both demons were able to destroy the same man. and he handled this task completely. The astonishment of everyone who gathered around the girl heard her words. Only in silence, they looked at her, unable to believe heard. While others hurried to raise the noise, someone staged a real scandal, proving that it simply contradicts common sense and laws of physics. Looking at the boy, the girl said, "Others claim that the act was committed by the man." She also added, "An 18-year-old young man from a regular village." Finally, she discovered his name, Zean, and no information about heroic feats was previously seen. The confused man at the table wondered if he could trust the fact that he was acting on his own. The old man, who was sitting, only nodded towards the report. It was clearly stated he was really alone. The girl warned, "Even the big trio will not be easy to cope, not to mention the ordinary hero. After all, these demons are far superior to all others that occur in the world. Their level without exaggeration is special." Looking back on the video, the idea was heard. This aristocrat vampire is an immortal creature, so everything happened rather than a performance, where the main character destroys the immortal monster in the eyes of everyone. Looking away with a thoughtful expression, the girl finally reached his conclusions about Sion. In her words, she was suspected. It is possible that they were exiled specifically to monitor each of them. The explosion of panic has squeezed out of the male mouth. As it is true, their kingdom is threatened with great danger. The old man reassured him, emphasizing that he was only a guess. He said with interest, "Do you really hear true?" Having collected the records, the girl confidently replied, "In all circumstances, Zean is now suspicious." Immediately later she said that the guy had already moved to Ananthai. Hearing this news, everyone around them was surprised, and the wise old man, thinking for a moment, said with a sunny smile, "This is a real luck and a great joy for us." Turning to the collected, the girl confidently promised, "If you trust everything to her, there is definitely a way out of any situation." Hearing this, the old man happily agreed, adding what the decision was, just a miracle. Meanwhile, the legendary heroine of the flames, Millia from Vermilion, has already stepped on the street of Anantai. At that time, the guy had already reached the guild and patiently waited for his turn near the registration rack. A smiling girl greeted him for a steady warmth and reported Mr. Zion that his heroic rating was finally updated. Urban opinion flashed into the head of Yana. The reason lies in the fact that he ended with that demon. The girl, however, said sheelessly, "They say, from now on we'll look at him as a man and appreciate what he is worth." The guy returned to the girl and noted that he had heard earlier. They were allowed to get a task. In response, the girl confirmed his words, they say, "Everything is true." Raising the papers, the guild worker barely restrained the surprise. The same guy was in front of her, who ranked 17 in the ranking. She did not expect such an unexpected discovery. In the head of Ziana, the idea that the money was over. The tasks mentioned by the Anon were also mentioned. It is necessary to take the case, otherwise it will soon remain with nothing. The girl with a gesture pointed to the board and explained in an unfolding. A lot of orders have accumulated in the guild, from the important orders of the royal family itself to the requests of the inhabitants of the surrounding villages. Zion proudly added that the choice of tasks is really striking. The task of finding a cat appeared before his eyes. The surprise was in the look, and the question appeared on the mouth. Is this a test for real heroes? The girl in response only smiled mysteriously, saying that this is not just for the characters. According to her, the guild is used by adventurers and hunters, so there are always many people here. The look of Ziana slid the hall, and suddenly it became obvious. Not everyone of the audience deserves the title of hero. The young man suggested that the higher the task, the more solid the reward would be. The girl nodded, confirming his words. Looking closely at the bulletin board, the employee was already going to offer the task of the task, and suddenly an unexpected statement came up. The guy asked him to give him a mission of level S. After reaching out, he sharply pointed his finger on the board, and all present, as if hypnotized, frozen in stunning. Behind the pitch, a loud laughter suddenly came, which was a lot of embarrassment of the guy. The girl was engulfed by misunderstanding. The young man wondered whether they heard about Ziana, who sought to take the S level of the task. According to him, this name is associated with an ancient legend. There were brave heroes of Mas and Yas. The guy who headed this trinity was honored with 87th place in the ranking and had a well-deserved title of Hero Rally. Zion returned to the solid, and with the appearance of guilt, wondered if he had made any mistake. In response, the solid rolled herself, and recalled that he spoke politely, and with respect. Pointing to himself, the hero proudly announced that in the rating of the heroes, he has an honorary 87th place, and his name is a Captain Solid. Calling himself the face of this city, he smiled happy, as if his presence is a guarantee of peace and protection. Solid asked Zean whether he was aware of what he wanted. He recalled that they are the task of S, the most difficult and dangerous among all existing ones. With a brazen smile, the guy stuck his finger towards Zean and stated that such a heroic novice was not a place here. Solid decided that a simple peasant was in front of him, and asked where he came from. In response, Zean calmly called his native place, the village of Nanana. Laughter escaped into the guy. Just heard that Jan was a village young man from Nanana. Not surprisingly, because in that cozy edge, except the mountains, nothing else is found. Tsiana's gaze sharply frowned, filled with severe seriousness. Sleeping at the Solid, he asked without delay that he had just said. The easy surprise was in the look of the Solid. The gentle touch of the palm was on the cheek of Gianna, and the cold voice asked where he had such boldness. From Zean there was a mysterious phrase as to just ask Solida. Without stopping, he once again asked what words sounded from Solida. In addition, Zean threw a preschool nickname, calling the interlocutor a man with a raw head. The rage engulfed Solidus, and he, blushing from anger, instead of threats expressed true pride in his gorgeous hair. Running his hand, he shouted with a call that he could not see the salvation of this boy. Swinging out the legendary battle axe, the seat stopped with rage to hit the guy. The guild servant was confused, and the mass of Yaz, watching everything, did not hide the mockery smiles. And suddenly it comes to the Solid. Something went wrong. The axis of the axe is firmly clamped between the fingers. Zean easily noted that Solida is quite good. In these words, the owner of the weapon exploded with indignation, assuring that she holds a real legendary combat axe. The blade, which kept Kian, faded even deeper, and the metal suddenly crumbled into crumbs. Such a turn did not expect the Solid, confusion of frozen on his face. Meanwhile, the guy was cold a few words that it was not necessary to count on a quick death. Having broken the fragment of the blade, the man added that otherwise it would be ugly on his part. Zean noted that now the guy has a chance to start from scratch. Zean threw the fragment with a robbery in the Solid, and he, as if lined with a projectile, flew far back, breaking the wall. Zoned, Zean tried to convince that everything happened by accident. The girl standing nearby could not believe what had just happened. The young man immediately assured that he would compensate for the losses in any way. Only let him say that it was needed. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted, reminding the need to wait. The views of the guild and sauna worker involuntarily turned to a stranger who just appeared. They were in front of them, who remembered with a smile. She was not here for a long time, and now a whole hole in the wall appeared. Looking closely at the guy, Millie wondered why he solved the fight because of the S-class task. On the whole hall, the name of Ziana Ishtar, which she said with the call, sounded on the whole hall. With a smile, the girl confessed that she watched his skill with her own eyes, and it was a real art. Surprised, Zean asked a stranger about her name and the origin of knowledge about him. Suddenly, the guild employee, smiling, turned to the girl, calling her Millia. The mention of the employee that the girl finally returned home immediately attracted her attention. The rumors spread among the members of the guild. Millia was the real face of the 7th in the rating. With her confidence, Amelia called her full name, Amelia Vermilion. Without spending time, the girl immediately emphasized, she takes the 7th place among the characters. She added a decisive voice that she appeared here to personally meet such a prominent man as he. Zan replied that he had already heard of this girl from a friend named Annan, and asked Millia who was interested in her. Millia without hesitation promised to speak openly, and turning to him in his name, moved to the substance. The gaze stopped on the boy. The question came whether Jan was really on the side of the demons, and around everyone froze, watching the events carefully. The question of Gian was raised uncertainly. What happens if everything happens? The girl, without hesitation, answered in a cold voice. In this case, she will deprive his life without regret. At the same moment, Millia rushed to Zean, who froze in place without moving as a step. Once near the boy, the girl firmly grabbed the sword and quickly grabbed him from the vagina. At the same moment, Ziana seemed as if these weapons had once been in his hands. Millia threw the deer on the ground, casting a fierce look, and pressed the edge of the sword against his throat, as the guy lay silently. The young man wondered why the girl stopped suddenly, but heard a similar question in response. Looking closely at him, she suddenly wondered, is he really a man? At that moment Millia addressed the knight with the question of what happened. He replied that the demon attacked them. Suddenly turning around, the girl was surprised to order the knight to report all the details. She pointed to Zean with a light gesture and stay stationary. The threatening voice of Millia came suddenly. If you move out of place, you will die. He heard the struck of Zeana, and he was surprised in the spot. Without spending a minute, the heroine went into her adventure rapidly. After reaching the roof, she was surprised. The guy did not even try to resist. Thoughts of the ball were confused in the head, no clarity, only a solid unknown. Even the mention of Zeana tossed the questions even more. Who was he actually? Just sitting on a cold floor, Zean thought aloud that he would have to remain stationary. With a bitter smile, he confessed, the mother will not stand if he was killed. There was only one question in the head. Where did all this come from? How did it be possible? Meanwhile, life raged on the square. The young man with a screened look asked where they came from, and his girlfriend enthusiastically emphasized that these strangers were striking. They grew up with monsters who rushed to the attack. The young man exclaimed that these creatures are only more. The girl looked around with anxiety, asking where everyone went, where Mile and Mr. Solid, and without restraining emotions, splashed the curse. Suddenly the monster attacked the boys, throwing something in their direction. From that blow, they collapsed to the ground, completely losing the strength to move. The mysterious stranger told about the true miracle of engineering skills and encouraged to go further. He wondered with interest in the boys. Where did their characters go? Enthusiastically described the incredibility of this city. One of the boys asked that he was not so suspected that he was probably crazy. The girl joined the conversation and noted that he was a very strange type. With a cunning smile, Goblin Eritreus, one of the 4 kings of demons, stated that each of those present would be a great raw material for his plan. Unexpectedly, the guy nodded sideways, pointing his finger, and a short gesture suggested that the girl pay attention there. Both looked, frozen in place and frozen from shock. They grew up mysterious monster, externally not like any famous creature. Heroic armor glared at the boys. Their own look stunned to the depths of their soul. It was impossible to believe that there were not ordinary students, but real defenders of the world in front of the mirror. Eritrea noted that if everything depended on him, the materials would choose much better. However, as they say, it accepts reality as it is. The raised hand confidently pointed towards, and the next moment the space cut a loud cry. Subsequently, a ridiculous phrase came. Failure is to have success. To accomplish the idea, only the necessary materials were left. Having reached forward, the demon ordered the monsters to bring them closer to themselves. Among the crowd, the boy was sitting confusedly, not understanding what was happening. A moment, and the girl's hand is already reaching the sword. There is only one idea in the mind. These enemies must be erased. Millia without delay rushed into battle, rapidly staring at the monster. This determination struck Eritrea to the depths of the soul. Being a confident wall, the girl asked if he wanted a continuation. Feeling shaking in his voice, the man said that here was their star. Millia wondered if he was familiar with her, and then modestly added that it was a great honor for her. The demon laughed loudly and treacherously, watching this scene. His uncontrollable laughter caused a surprise and a slight dissatisfaction with the girl. She had browned her eyebrows. Eritrea quit a few humorous words about how fun it is with him. Millia looked at the demon from the forehead and asked if he was fine with his head. The demon assured that he could not be language, because he is the most ingenious and most unbearable of scientists. He then told that he was among the 4 most powerful generals of the king demon, and named Goblin Eritreus. He barely had time to register how sharp claws were torn to the girl. Despite the fierce resistance of the demon, Millia dodged thoroughly rushed forward, instantly cutting off his claws. Such a rapid attack caught a demon by surprise. A shadow of a true surprise flashed on his face. Overlooking the past, Millia thought about what weight he had belonged to the most powerful demons. Looking at Eritrea, the girl assured, there will be no superiority. The question of whether he is really one of the 4 generals of the demonic king has caused Ares genuine joy. The man raised his hand sharply, shouting that he wanted to make a girl with his prey. The earth under the feet of the demon suddenly stirred up, and confident in his power, he laughed in a full voice. A giant monster awakened in the darkness under him. A giant monster escaped from the ground, and the evil demon saddled his head, roaring on the entire death. Before this fears, the girl frozen in stunning, unable to believe. The demon stated that this masterpiece was made of heroes, 3 cities, and it included more than 10,000 other components. A wide smile blossomed on Eritrea's face. Only one thought gives him cheerfulness. At the same moment, Millia shouted, overflowing with rage, demanding from the demon to silence. Suddenly, attacks flew from one of the holes. The girl shuddered, lightly trying to evade a deadly threat. Looking back, she noticed a trace from the ball behind. The demon was surprised. It is incredibly difficult to believe that his blow was past the target. Easy Drowdy lay on his face. He acknowledged that a little regretted about it. However, with relief added that the materials are enough with the head. Mill did not leave anxiety. If everything goes and further, the demon compares the city with the ground. Millia filled the blade with energy, calling for the flames of the draconian sword. At the same moment, the giant monster issued a devastating ray. The girl rushed into the battle, but the attack immediately aimed at her. The Mile was caught by surprise. The wave of surprise was reflected on her face. The girl flew side and crashed into the wall. Turned breathing squeezed the breasts. In the mind blushed. It is impossible. Eritrea with a sparkle was fascinated that the young stranger was only a little lost to cope with him. In his opinion, it was a great result. The demon stretched her lips in a smug smile and assured the girl that she has nothing to worry about. Her life is safe. It is too valuable to allow her to die, unlike others who cannot be said. Having looked at the battlefield, Amelia thought about every warrior around and at what price it would turn on to all of them. The heroine rose to her feet. A light trembling ran her body. Such a holding was not expected by the demon Eritrea, who watched her carefully. Raising her arms up, the girl began to accumulate energy rapidly, confidently stating that she would never give a demon to overcome herself. Squeezing his head firmly in his hands, the Eritis was staring with distrust and exclaimed that it could not be. In the girl's eyes, the determination broke out, to exchange her own life for him, to strike, even if you have to pay the highest price. A bold smile played on Milia's mouth when the girl wandered the demon with a confident look and proudly stated, "Her name is Millia Vermilion." At that moment, she was already preparing to go to the attack, and suddenly a voice heard that stopped her. Someone wondered what she was hiding. The girl suddenly staged the girl, the look directed to the distance, with doubt that it looks too giant. The girl shouts, not believing her own eyes. A guy suddenly appeared in front of her. Zean calmly invites her to sit at the negotiating table. With a smile on his face, he pointed to the monster. If that man wins him, the death sentence would be cancelled immediately. The city seemed to be buried in chaos. Millia told the words of Ziana, who promised to destroy the monster. The young man admitted. In fact, he did not fully realize what was happening here. Such an impression is as if you should just destroy this thing. The guy confidently stated that in this case, all the worries could be safely entrusted with him. Mill, bewildered and surprised, exclaimed that he was in no hurry. On the back of his monster, Arietis cast a curious look at a stranger. The thoughts were swarming. Who is this new hero? Having stretched his finger, he looked at the boy focusedly. Does a naive young man really believe that he will overcome a demon, when even a real hero standing behind his back has already lost hope? Suddenly Arias was surprised. The gaze slid on the screen, and now the curse escaped. None of the indicators showed anything. All systems refused to work. The guy's data did not even appear on the screen, and the system immediately issued a stunned demon message. The realization that the indicators suddenly issued a mistake was a real blow to the hermit, because it was this creation that considered his masterpiece. "Stroke!" Millia exclaimed and asked if Zean was aware of whom they were dealing with. She explained that none of the demonic generals, Goblin himself standing in front of them. Zean laughed, mocked, calling all this boring play. In his memory, similar clowns appeared, who magnified themselves as the generals of the King of Demons. The guy's words caused a genuine surprise in Millia. The demon just laughed in response, boldly stating that there was nothing wrong with all this. No misses will stop him. The enemy will still become a dust under his feet for him. At the same moment, the giant monster launched 4 powerful hands and began to climb, and the demon spoke proudly about his grand creation. Ruddling at full height, the monster crossed his powerful hands. Before the girl's eyes, his body only grows, incredibly growing. Amazed, she quietly asked what the chances of overcoming such an opponent. The demonic work began to prepare for another attack, and the angry ear exploded, threatening to destroy it to the ground. The powerful ray of death, brought to the limit, broke out of his hand and rapidly rushed to the heroes, ready to pave his way through any obstacle. Zean's palm flew up in front of him, and this unexpected gesture stunned Millia, which was standing behind. The demon was kissed by the boys, but the shot of them was shot in the heroine. Stunned, she fell to the ground, having taken away from surprise. The demon praised his gaze on the hero, thinking what happened and why this guy is still unharmed. Did Zean be able to stop the attack with his bare hands in her head? Zean lowered his hand, and Millia, full of surprise, immediately escaped. How did he manage to do it? With a high hand and a smile of confidence, Airtree exclaimed, certain that it is far from a simple mistake. Sticking his fist on a large button, he firmly stated, the finale is still ahead. Suddenly, the decision was used to apply a hellish, deadly ray, which reached 120%. This choice was stunned by the boys, forcing their eyes to open out of surprise. The small pebble was in the hand of Zean. He cast a quick look, whispered that it was time to put a point, and launched the stone directly into the monster. A moment, and a giant hole was formed on the monster's body. Millia covered an incredible surprise from what she saw, her face frozen in the expression of sincere shock. The demon, falling in spirit, fell down with a groan, with despair trying to understand what happened to him. Meanwhile, Zean looked to the place where the stones fell, suddenly moved forward and grabbed one of them. The huge paw of the broken monster is firmly clamped in the guy's hands. The only movement suddenly turned and struck. The shocked to the limit, Airtree threw the question about the boy's actions, but at the same moment the huge stone palm of the monster is collapsed on him. Zean's powerful blow threw a demon high into the sky, tearing a loud cry from his lips. The young man watched this sight with a smile and jokingly noted how beautiful he flew. The shocked Millia, who inseparably followed the guy, exclaimed with the delight that he really turned out. People emerged unexpectedly. They declared victory with genuine joy. The girl jumped into Millia and exclaimed enthusiastically that she was saving the city. Puzzled, Millia only shook her head, explaining that it was not her credit. Many crowds around her have already gathered. Loudly, through the Homer, her question came, where did John go? Meanwhile, the guy calmly sawed the dust somewhere away. The guy turned to the girl, saying that he had already done his business. Wandering his hand to farewell, he moved away, despite the cries of Millia, who begged him to stop and not go. Suddenly, the girl rushes to Gianna, shouting that she warned him. Overwhelmed with emotions, grabs a lost guy for a jacket. Millia confessed that she still had a lot of questions about him, and the guy instead looked at her eyes silently. While the flames were beaten around the burning figure, Zean was inseparably staring at the heroine's face, who held it firmly and did not allow him to retreat. The city wrapped the night darkness. At the table with prepared dishes, the Zean is quietly located. With a smile on his lips, the Solid called the boy his brother, expressing faith in his ability. Full of joy, he confessed that at first sight he realized who before him. In his opinion, Zean owned extraordinary power. Having glanced around, Zean noticed that today somehow is particularly humid. In response, he smiled in response and explained, everyone celebrates his victory over the King General of the Demons. A friendly guy easily clapped Janna on his shoulder and announced that now, with Millia, they became the heroes of his city. While the exclamations of joy were heard, suddenly in the crowd someone loudly called Jiang. The girl approached the boy, and Sana noted that she belongs to the guild. Smiling, the stranger confirmed this, noting that Sani had a wonderful memory. A blanket from a heavy cart easily flew in the girl's hands, opening a gift. With a sincere smile, she congratulated the boy with a victory over the general of the King of Demons, saying that this award was deservedly belonging to him. The incredible picture flashed the Solid, grabbing his gaze. The scene just did not fit in his head. The army wondered where such a huge amount of money came from. The girl explained that the victory over the general is equal to the task of the highest category, SSS rank. In addition, for the salvation of their hometown, their guild was decided to thank with gold. The girl turned when Cyan stretched her a small purse and said calmly, there would be enough a handful of coins, that he would be enough. Such a casual simplicity stunned her to the depths of her heart. Having waved her hands, the girl exclaimed that Jiang had saved the whole city. The young man with a smile assured that this is enough, and then the locals will take care of the recovery. Suddenly, the boy's gaze stopped on a girl who stood on the side, leaning on the wall. Without saying a word, he watched her carefully. Meili watched the boy with a watchful look. Zean wondered if everything was fine, deciding that she had accumulated a question. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed that he had falsely understood. She had no question in her mind. Zeon's clumsy smile accompanied his question. What does she really want? The girl detained her breath and then carefully agreed to answer. After pointing to Zeon with a sword, the girl appealed to him with a call again to come to the duel. On the main square, among the attentive eyes of the townspeople, the Zeon and Millia were standing nearby, attracting general attention. Zean looked back at the question of Solid about what had happened. The guild employee, not understanding the causes of the fight, impatiently asked why they were going to fight at all. The guy just shrugged. There was no answer. Holding the sword in her hands, Millia suddenly lifted her head and firmly said, "The main thing is that everyone saw. In the afternoon, she still lost." Sawed with the boy confidently, she aimed a sword on him and announced that she would now lay out all her forces. Jana's gaze slid to the girl, after which he slowly closed his eyes, feeling as an awareness of his own inability to understand the people. The guy called the girl to himself with a light hand, intending to teach her beautiful manners personally. Millia rushed forward to get it. In the blink of an eye, Zeana jumped at a girl who was grinding behind, preparing for the attack. He could reach out to the protection, as the girl dissolved in the air, as if he did not exist. The young man suggested that it was only a dream, generated by a flame. Millia rapidly rushed to the boy from the back, shouting loudly to get ready to get on his merit. The lightning sword cut the air in her hand, and the next moment the girl was already on the ground. From above, she saw a strict face of the opponent, whose fist froze right above her head. In triumphant victory, Zean made victorious words and struck. Amazed to the depths of the soul, Millia frozen on the ground, while the boy's fist swept into the ground just near her head. The land under his feet suddenly split, and someone from the crowd had already declared the victory of Zeon. The guy gave a Millia hand, politely lifting her and confessing that he had not yet realized the reasons for this match. The girl only mysteriously replied that she had already made her decision, and then suddenly extended her hand with a surprised boy. Milia's unexpectedly pressed Zeon and gave him a passionate kiss directly into his lips. Shocked passers-by froze with surprise to his mouth. The girl sharply removed from the stranger, confessing that when he was his years, she felt fear. Grabbing Zeon's hand, the girl said, his fist became her salvation and at the same time pierced her heart forever. Recognizing her feelings, she frankly told the boy about the desire to see her future husband in him. The proposal became a real shock for Zeon. It took a little time when Zean asked in Millia how long she would accompany him. The girl smiled in response and assured, "They say," until she answered her question. She would not leave him alone. Looking at the guy, the girl confidently stated that he would become her husband, and therefore time to decide how to continue to act. Milius noted that after this guy defeated the general, everyone will watch carefully every step of his step. The girl was convinced that higher-rank heroes would certainly pay attention to the boy. She wondered with curiosity about his following plans, and in response the young man said he would first go to the royal capital. He said with confidence in his voice, "Every man should definitely visit there at least once in his life and taste famous royal vegetables." Millia looked at the boy in surprise and joked that he was still a real provincial in his soul. The girl sincerely believed Zeon is able to transform this world, painted with despair, into something much better. Meanwhile, a lot of crowd gathered in the most northerny city of demons, in the castle of the Dark Lord. Loud shouts about the future domination of the demons, and an unconcealed admiration for 4 famous generals of the devil. The demon said with sadness that he was simply not happy. His interlocutor tried to reassure a friend, assuring that while they are nearby, no trouble was terrible. The surprise and distrust broke out in the voice of another demon. Did the defeat from the demon happen? Such a failure, they say, was the reason he denied the increase of that demon to the title of general. Suddenly, the conversation was cut sharply. Someone snatched their dispute, strictly warning, it is worth keeping their tongue out of their teeth, because they are already directed with vigilant views. The look of a creature with demonic features stopped in the photo of Jian, and she wondered if he was really in the picture. With a light smile commented on his attractive appearance. Another demon with a mocking tone added that the strength in this boy is not visible at all. The demon standing nearby watched this scene, while the other was confidently stated that he would just go and end it. The demon in the reservation calmly noted that there was no need for it. After all, he intends to go personally. Turning, he leaving herself slowly, leaving the eyes of others behind his back. Demeza, alertly examining his figure, asked, "What excites his soul and what strength is chasing forward, without resting?" The demon, who stood next to her, stated that he did not feel sympathy for him, even though he was holding his position for almost 1,000 years. The demon, along with the armor, considered the image of the guy carefully, and confidence engulfed them. It was this child who gave them a feeling of long-forgotten presence. No doubt stroked his soul. He felt his heart. Before them, his king. Without hesitation, he moved to the meeting. The dessert was cut with Millia and, smiling childishly sincerely, stretched out Zeon's a clean piece, inviting to taste the creation. The curious look of the boy slid the girl when he wondered what he was a strange dish in front of him. Millia with a smile explained, "These are pancakes, an invariable classic and favorite treats in this kingdom." Once again, she proposed to taste. Zean looked interested in the dessert that stood in front of him, cautiously tasted him. The girl's face at that moment blossomed with a sincere smile. The appearance of a new hero brought a wave of admiration and joy to the royal capital. In a cozy room of the Gianna Hotel, Ziana stood by the window, looking thoughtfully in the distance. It seemed to him that it was there, on the horizon, that the silhouette of the Trishulia Castle rises. Receiving a sheet in his hands, the young man confessed that the capital of the kingdom was increasingly appealed to him. The newspaper Spal has not yet been recovered from the night cool, as a new issue appeared in his hands. After looking at the headlines, he said with surprise, "These events found a response in the press much more promptly than he could imagine." Another traveler wondered what he was so surprised, they say, in 3 days on the road. They never even sat down. Never. Millie wondered, as a guy did not feel a crumb of fatigue. In fact, the girl barely had time for him. Even when Zean was adjusting to her pace, his endurance and physical form were simply incredible. The guy began to say with delight that it was necessary to visit the central square. The girl had an idea that he has a very pleasant impression. Despite everything, Mill did not leave the feeling that he was hiding some secret. In addition, another alarming thought. Puzzled by looking at the boy, the girl wondered if he would try to look after her. Did not he delight him at all, the girl who was near under the streams of water? Above all, it seemed that an ordinary person would never dare so lightly neglect her own safety. That is why Millia intentionally left everything open, waiting for reactions. But surprise and confusion engulfed it. Is it really possible? Looking at Zeon with suspicion, the girl swirled her eyes and wondered if it was a spy of demons. Her assurances that there were no other reasons caused surprise. If so, why did he not even try to get behind her? Meanwhile, the guy wondered why Millia chose a bath in his room. Raising, Zalandi abandoned that it did not matter, because, passionate about reading the newspaper, he did not even pay attention to it. Growing on the newspaper, the guy stated with surprise, in their village, they did not have. The girl looked at the text silently, and suddenly her face was a real surprise. Folded, Millia tossed her eye on the newspaper and, without breaking away, asked the young man to wait. Puzzled, Zean wondered what had happened. The young man announced that the article refers to the rise in water prices. The girl strongly pressed his head to herself, insisting to leave reading for later, and then sharply pointed her hand in a certain direction. Janna's gaze tensely slid in the direction of her finger. Today, the newspaper has reported something really important. A new, extraordinary hero named Zean has appeared in the world. It was called the most prominent among newcomers. The girl was surprised, and Zeana immediately realized it is about him. In the photo, the guy significantly doubted his appearance, saying that it does not look too attractive. The girl broke him quickly. First, you should pay attention to the inscription under the photo. The image is not the main thing in this story. The cautious blows at the door were suddenly heard, and Mr. Jian was called to come. He was informed that he had received an invitation to visit the palace. The knight addressed the girl on the throne with doubt in the voice, whether she really sticks to such nonsense. Because to give the royal title a newcomer seems unreasonable. The young man confessed that only a month ago became a hero. The girl smiled thoughtfully, and leaning her head a little, asked, "Is there something bad about it?" She made her decision in advance, and his actions only proved, moving in the right way. The newspaper flew into the night when the girl threw her out of her hands, passionately exclaiming, "This guy did in a month that others unattainable even in his lifetime." Confidence overwhelmed her. He would certainly become the hope of humanity. The shoes knocked on the ground, giving it an impatient expectation. The young owner rose from the throne and said that her words would surely appeal to him. The princess of the kingdom of Trishulius Vaturai, was the first to turn to Zean. She announced that all his impressive exploits did not go unnoticed, and for them he was awarded the honorary title, One Punch Man. Smiling, the girl said that now the guy could wear it proudly. He froze in front of the princess without saying a word. The young man thought that a princess was standing in front of him, and this conclusion was struck by Millia. The name of the real princess, the Betawar exclaimed with indignation. With his glowing eyes, the guy sincerely apologized, admiring that he dreamed of getting on their well-known bazaar. Millia turned to him, gently noting that visits could be postponed. Millia gently quenched the boy, calling not to behave so boldly. Princess Batar, laughing fun, noted that the guy was funny. The warrior, having fallen, cast a sharp look at the guy, considering such a behavior disrespectful. The words of the knight's commander that the princess is far from an ordinary girl, and such an attitude to her is unacceptable, immediately attracted the attention of the boy. Millia knew this man well. The commander of the knightly detachment was in front of her. The third place in the heroic rating was Yusha Trishman, a well-known lord of the sacred sword. In the glance of Zean, the feeling of a strange acquaintance flashed. Suddenly, Zean was indignant. Is this royal capital? Why then is such a pathetic hero next to the princess? It is worth clarifying again what he meant by these words. The young man confessed that he did not know what a place the knight was, and he was convinced that the first is not shining. A million standing side by side with surprise. Yin's gaze stopped at night darkness. He wondered if the interlocutor was familiar with the rating of the heroes. You squeezed the sword's hand. The voltage in the air increased. Lightning rushed on the offensive, announcing that everyone would be responsible for their words, whom it is. He had already pulled the holy sword when suddenly an incredible event stunned him to the heart. The blade of the sword lay in the palm of Zean. When he stared in a familiar weapon, he noted with surprise, he did not think once to meet this sword in a similar place. Squeezing the blade in his palm, the guy acknowledges. Unfortunately, even his forces were powerless the night when the shots were fired. Smiling, Zean wondered how many blows could stand the knight until the soup remained stationary. The young man clenched his fist, explaining that for the night their competition turned into a normal training. Then he briefly warned, time to start. A confident smile blossomed on the face of Gianna, and with a barely noticeable hint, he advised the knight to stay firmly. Only Yusha opened his eyes. He swept a real shock. The next moment the guy struck such a powerful blow that the knight flew back and crashing into the stone wall behind. The darkness rolled with exceptional force, and Princess Bitwar, stunned, could hardly understand what had happened to her knight. Millia stood side by side, confused with unexpected shock. Milia's inquisitive look stopped on Gianna, the unknown, the girl. When asked, the guy only soothingly spread his hands. They say, there is no reason to worry. The situation is completely under control. However, the knight outside the window seemed to be anger, silently threatening with new troubles. Xian's eyes were stamping on the knight, and he whispered that the darkness had not receded from him. Yusha rose, turning to the guy. Surprised, the man wondered if the guy was aware. Millia, amazed and frightened, fell to a cry, begging Zean to stop until everything got worse. The sudden exclamation of night broke the night's silence. He swayed loudly, shifting all the blame for the suffering of the princess on the shoulders of Zean. Having looked at the palm of her hand, Princess Betor suddenly saw a small wound. The knight has been in a hurry that there could be no punishment other than death for Zeana. The princess knight raised the sacred sword high above him, performing a lightning reception of thousands of blows. The alertness of Zana engulfed when something familiar in the air. It is at this point that Yusha shews out loud how much the princess events are harmful. Many swords were chasing around Zean, and the knight was already attacking, warning the guy that he would not smell a slight death here. Millia, full of excitement, exclaimed the boy about the most powerful reception of this night. A living fire of interest broke out in the look of Sion. The technique of thousands of swords did not leave him indifferent. Not just a visual mislead saw Zen. A light smile played on his face. The situation promised to become truly exciting. Suddenly, some invisible force stopped the boys, as if throwing them back. The beam appeared between them, closed their eyes slightly, and firmly ordered the boys to stop. The look full of reproach turned to the Zeon, admitting that both of them crossed the allowed borders. The determination, the princess strictly stated Ushi, that he would also have to be responsible for attacking a newcomer. The knight shrugged his head and sincerely apologized to the girl. The fan gently hid the face of Princess Bedawar, and a satisfied smile was on her lips. Now there is no doubt, the young man really deserves this title. The scroll was in the hands of Zeana. The girl stretched him as confirmation of his title. She guessed that the guy is unlikely to be interested in such a thing, but this document may agree. Therefore, she advised to take a scroll with her. Without saying a word, the guy accepted the gift and considered it carefully. The ringing laughter of the girl dispelled silence. She noted that the guy was barely hiding her boredom in this place. She advised to go to the city with a smile. With a smile, Princess Bator explained that it was here that the most valuable treasures are stored, and the strongest warriors gather. She expressed her desire to thank the guy for this unexpected confusion. Her eyes were glowing with kindness when the girl looked at Zean. A short pause, and the guy bows his head in gratitude, sincerely expressing his gratitude. On his confident, smiling confession of the dream of growing vegetables, the princess glanced in surprise and almost immediately assured, "It is quite real." After a while, the girl pounced on the broke with shouts, calling him a fool. Millia hurried to explain to the boy. Before him, a real princess, and his actions almost turned into the destruction of her castle. The young man sincerely believed that everything ended quite successfully. Moreover, he had the idea that Millia even liked. The heroine strongly stated that she did not like it. As a bride, she sought to convey an important opinion to him. Raising the finger, insisted the boy should master the rules of decency. Zean was jumped by such words about the groom. The guy asked Millia whether she really seeks to stay with him in the royal capital. Zean said that the princess gave him a piece of land, so he suggested looking at it together. Unexpectedly, with a smile, looked sideways and said that the place was already in front of them. In the middle of the street, the couple froze in a slight hesitation. Mila wondered if Zean was confident in the route, whether they were really going here. The young man just lifted his eyebrows in surprise, saying that there is nothing wrong in this place. On the contrary, it is incredibly beautiful. Stunned, 1000 silently freezes in place, and later he finally confesses. If he likes it, then she liked it. The majestic skyscraper stood in front of them. Zean was delighted to tell about this place, praised his favorable location in the heart of the city, near the main square, and was fond of almost new look of the building. Millia only silently watched him. The boys came inside, smiled happily, and turning to the girl, was enthusiastically offered to look at it. Pointing to a piece of land, the guy solemnly announced, "It would be here that his vegetable beds will spread." The girl asked that she was wrong with him. Zean picked up the plate, switched proudly, and confidently put it in the soil. This caused a girl amaze. Where did he get this plate? The young man with a light smile reported that everything was already prepared. The plate nearby announced, before them, the fields of Zean. Getting up, Zean thought of a man with a sacred sword for a moment. He exactly reminded the appearance of who he had to come up with last time. It was quite logical to guess that if the knight is the third place, then at least 2 fighters exceed him. Smiling, Zean was certain. It was not possible to dream about boredom. The sweetie, it seemed that the room that was adjacent to Zean's apartment was empty. The shock jumped by Zeana by surprise. The abusive word broke out of his mouth, and the unbelief was frozen in his gaze. The impossible happened simply in the eyes, and it could not find the point in what he saw. The confusion of the action, leaving no aninimer clue. What to do next? A tremendous numbness has fallen throughout the body. For the first time in the life of Zean, he found himself in full powerlessness, not having the slightest idea of how to proceed. Just before his eyes, royal melons worthy of 30,000 gold. Before the showcase, the guy noted that even for the royal capital, the prices here are stunningly high. Imagine, 30,000 gold at first glance seemed to him just 8 huge boxes with potatoes. But in fact, the royal delicacy, the melon, worthy of the throne, was hiding inside. Closing his eyes, Zean quietly noted that perhaps for the locals, it is quite the usual cost. Some time passed, and the man appeared at home in surprise confessing. He did not notice how he became the owner of this thing. He rejoiced that at least he had made the ripeness of the fetus. Making his gaze on the majestic king of melons, he promised to eat him this day. He was already going to brew tea when he suddenly called his name. A bright smile blossomed on Milia's face when she stopped in front of the Cyan. To see the boy brought her genuine joy. Hugging Zean, the girl asked if she wanted to swim or may have a snack. At heart, she was convinced that his true desire was her presence nearby. Zean said goodbye to his light movement, suggested to move the meeting, and then closed the door. The irritation of Millia was noticeable to the naked eye, and that guy, looking after her, said that he expected that. She was simply incredible. The guy looked lively, as if she had already felt her sweet taste on his tongue. Behind, from the door, a worried voice of Millie came. She asked in a hard time what was happening there, and demanded to open immediately. Zean wondered that, in fact, it brought her to this place. Probably the girl confused the door, the guy suggested. Millie just shrugged. It didn't matter to her. Only one detail was surprised. Everything happened in the book quite the opposite. Melon with taste struck to the depths of her soul. That's how she said. He threw herself smugly. This is a wonderful royal melon. Millia just shrugged. What a difference. The look, full of expectation. She threw on the scaffold and wondered what he had plans now. The girl noted that the guy won the honorary title of hero, and most likely will soon lead the rating of the most famous. She stressed that heroes with the title are now something bigger than just heroes. Millie told the boy, "The honorary title opens a lot of opportunities to you, but the burden of responsibility is growing with these privileges." Zean was convinced that it was only a normal part of the name. Millia assured, "In fact, everything is quite different." Finally, the long-awaited words were heard. Now he opened the way to the tasks of the highest level, the S-class. Access to royal persons and prohibited techniques has become a reality. From now on, in any corner of this world, his opinion will have real weight. The light smile illuminated the face of Zeana, and he nodded visibly, making it clear. Millia, having picked up the conversation, firmly stated that he has no right to refuse to fight. Whatever the power of the enemy standing in his way, one must fight until the last breath. The young man exclaimed that it was simply incredible. Even the crust remained sweet in taste. The girl turned to him and wondered if he was listening to her. Zean noted that you can always use a tactical indentation and make a new attempt. The girl agreed that his thought was right. She warned that the opportunity does not always fall out. Meanwhile, the guy plunged into the memories of the moment when he first saw her among the roar of the battle. Zean stated that she was ready to give her own life for the sake of the city and the rescue of its inhabitants. The young man confessed that for the first time in his life, he met a real heroine. He could not but rejoice that then he reached out to her. This confession stunned the girl. The puzzled Millie asked what happened to this guy, because she undoubtedly a real heroine. She was inquired in surprise. "What do you think at all?" The horror that radiated Zean really scared her. Looking in the interlocutor's eyes, the girl wondered what prompted him to choose the hero's way. Her words were made with a slight irony. Despite his courage, no hero was guessed in his image. The guy told how the dragon visited their village, and after he managed to overcome the beast, he was proclaimed a real hero. The girl did not stay and asked if she was joking. Millia noted, "If you think well, why did he all?" Zean, meanwhile, has long been in captivity of his own thoughts. The idea of Thena flashed. Although these people understood that they would not overcome him, they did not even gather to fight. Outwardly, the fragile figures once again stood on the ground and fought with it until the last. A look full of curiosity, the guy lifted to the interlocutor and said with a light smile, "He wants to understand what it means to be a person." Without hiding surprise, Amelia wondered what she was talking about. She was only briefly answered that she would not worry about it. Uncertainty and confusion enveloped the girl even more. She said she could help if he wants it. In response, Zeana categorically refused. Raising from the table, the guy threw it to wash the dishes. The girl exclaimed to wait. Crossing the threshold, the girl approached him and wondered if her words were heard. In response, only silence. Meanwhile, the knight certificate noted that everything was currently kept. The princess said in response that she is currently going on business. The young man apologized, confessing that he was not able to do more. The girl calmly assured that everything was fine, and called not to worry. She would cope with herself. She asked the question of the knight whether he liked the baby. Yusha asked if she was referring to that last rude. Princess Betvar laughed cheerfully. It looks like the soul was not too liked by this baby. The warrior recognized the rightness of the girl's words. Although the boy did not feel sympathy, it was impossible to deny his strength. According to Yushi, Zean probably exceeded him by force. Smiling, the princess assured that she understood everything. She added with a sincere smile, "If you show us now, she was really lucky." She wondered with interest whether you should try to make friends with Zean. The knight immediately cut off, refused categorically. He wanted to add something more about this guy, and suddenly he was buried with an urgent appeal. It is worth asking for a knight who just arrived about what happened. In addition, He recalled that he did not forget that he was talking before the princess. The knight, in an excited man, explained that the case would not be delayed. At midnight, the alarming news of the demons that appeared near the royal gate rapidly stirred the calm of the castle. The princess, stunned by this night news, froze in surprise and fear. The streets were filled with shouts of knights who were in a hurry to warn the residents. Most importantly, to evacuate people immediately. One of them, lifting the sword, commanded the 6th and 8th detachments to move behind him. Having flashed with determination, he urged immediately to stop the demons here and now. Meanwhile, the captain was shouted by knights, but they instantly fell into a flurry of devastating blows. The demon was scattered with loud laughter, shaking the curses and neglecting them with the weak. Before them were the knights of the owners of demons, Astra and Gugum. Gurgum stated that he was informed, the most powerful gathered here. The formidable knight, blocking the path of demons, announced loudly, before them, the first detachment of the king of demons himself. Bersham insisted, "You need to handle it as soon as possible, not to linger on the way back." Astra noted that for the complete destruction of enemies, he would inevitably receive a decent reward. Discussing that they would start with the knight standing in front of them, the demon rushed forward, demanding his death. Suddenly, the knight died before the demon and repelled his attack. The imposing figure strictly asked, "What did the demons think on this earth?" The formidable voice of the knight cut the silence. Addressing the commander, he asked why he did so. Hearing that they were the commander of the knights, the demons were alert. Astra wondered, is they not faced with a legendary hero known for his third glorious victory? Demons snatched weapons, licking about a happy occasion. Now the perfect moment has come to destroy this kingdom once and for all. Astra proudly called himself the sword of the king demon, and Gurgum, a spear in his hands. Everyone was informed that today they would become his rivals, and with a barely noticeable smile wondered, did he be ready to accept this challenge? Demon stream heads rushed into battle, threatening to arrange a terrible massacre. Better get ready for the inevitable offensive. The next moment, the knight's sword was lightning, and 2 demons, stunned by a surprise, fell down, not believing that they had won one single blow. He wondered if they knew who the knights were actually. They were called a demonic manner without any hesitation, which is not worthy of this title. A spooky knight behind your back tells you that you have a huge strength. Only a moment, and 2 older demons were defeated. Turning, the knight Yush was interested in the man, or everything was fine with him. He nodded, assured. The knight saved everyone, and now everyone is safe. This answer seemed rather strange. The first thing that sounded from the man was the order to the knights immediately take care of the wounded. Then the idea in the head of the Yush flashed. Although their power could not be underestimated, it was still risky on their own. Simulating in thought, he suddenly looked up. Something heavy fell on the ground with a roar. Yusha made sure that he was not mistaken. The demon and armor froze in front of him. Clumsily leaning, the servant apologized to his master for overweight. The demon gripped the sword and shook it lightly towards the knight, drawing a devastating blow. He tried frantically to defend his right. The curse escaped from the mouth of a demon, addressed to the same thing. Like a contempt, I was reproached. You are not more than an ordinary person for me. From such as you, no good. The demon solemnly said that his sole purpose is to find the king of demons. The Millia wondered the boy if he really dared to grow a melon. Zean confidently replied that he could only afford to plant seeds. The girl expressed the hope that the future fruit would grow large and juicy. Pressing the palms of Jan's shoulders, Mill asked his attitude to the meat. In the gaze of the boy, sparks were shown, and without hesitation he assured, yes, of course he loves. An interesting look cast in her direction when he asked why she needed it. Smalling, the girl disappeared rapidly at dusk, having fun, almost night. She waited for goodbye to a book about the art of love, gently wished a good night. Meanwhile, Yushi stood face to demons and armor that started language about what he really means, to be a knight commander. Feeling a spooky stream of a dark aura, the knight recognized it. This can only belong to the general of the king himself. The demon, swinging up, rushed to the warrior of the knight, but he cleverly hid his sword. The sinister general demon demanded that the warrior immediately opens where the owner of the demons is hidden. When asked about the essence of this strange accusation, the demon only smiled mysteriously and answered, "The explanation is unnecessary. Everything is clear." The demon of the demon plunged even deeper, and there was a laugh in the voice. There is no light paths for the knight. He tried his best to confront the Yush, but the unrestrained power of the enemy was striking. Can even such a general have such a powerful force? The knight easily beat the blow and cleverly bounced back. General of the King of Demon immediately raised his hand, preparing to strike another blow. The anxiety flashed in Yushi. Not all civilians still had time to escape. The demon stirred up, the demon struck, lifting a cry around him. The guy died. The knight sword beat the blow, and the warrior retreated back. At this point, the commander shouted, addressing him. The demon turned to the hero, claiming that he was well aware of his feelings. But despite this, from the back of the warrior looked out the whole city with its inhabitants who needed protection. In such circumstances, the victory for the knight remained unattainable. General of the King Demon noted that Yusha should protect his life, because it is one and unique. The guy asked why he did so, because he did not see the meaning of it. At the same moment, tears flooded from the demon's eyes. Once on his knees, the demon with despair lifted his hands to the sky, begging the king's demons to answer why it happened. His scream broke the silence. Tears struck on the cheeks, filling the space with pain and despair. The mention of their most powerful ruler of the demons forced him to squeeze his fists. The mouths of the admiration were heard. It is a true example of perfection, the vertex of power among all demons. The surprised look of Yushi lingered on Demon, and the questions were swarming in his head. What did he lead to? Awareness of the importance of understanding the interlocutor gradually filled his thoughts. Surprise froze on the face of the knight. Before his eyes, the demon began to grow, and this amazing phenomenon did not find an explanation. The general addressed the demon of the demons again and again, falling asleep with numerous questions. The knight could not be surprised. It seemed that emotions only reinforced the power of the dark ruler. He returns to the knights with a glowing movement, still thinking why the demonic bishop still does not appear in front of him. The general frantically shouted the name of the king demon, claiming that he did not imagine life without him. The anxiety covered, the Yush realized that if the demon stops, the whole city will be threatened. The high-profile cry of the general about the king of demons flew the air, and the sword waved again, aimed at the knight ahead. Yusha kept the pressure skillfully, reflecting the attack on the attack. The demon proclaimed himself with loud perseverance. He promised to maintain devotion until the last moment, surprised at the demon's face, and asked if he really dared to call himself a knight. Making a mockery. You can still call you a fool. And did you see yourself from the outside, demon? Recognition escaped from the knight's mouth. He is not a man, but a real monster. The demon stated that the guy would not understand anything. For him, the lives of these tiny fish had no value, quite differently than the life of the King of Demons. General of the King of Demons solemnly stated that he was a devoted sword, to break everything on his way for the owner. This is what he sees the true essence of knighthood. In response, the Knight of Josiah said that there is an abyss between them, and hardly one of them will be able to grasp another. The story was joined by the knight hero, claiming that in the darkness of the night, ordinary people find both protection and weapons. Swinging a sacred sword, he exclaimed with anger, "No demon was made to disgrace the bright name of the knights. Amazed to the depths of the soul, general of the king of demons to be called." Before him, Yusha rode a sacred sword, weaved 1,000 lightning blows in a deadly dance. The demon has not yet seen such a head, and could not hide its surprise. The next moment, many swords surrounded him from all sides. With adamant confidence, Yush abandoned a demonic creation. No obstacle will be interfered with a holy blade. The blade, according to him, is able to destroy any evil, displace the most black spirit. Thousands of swords lightly pierced the body of the general demon, and his head broke away and flew into the air. The knights shouted loudly, celebrating victory. Meanwhile, the young man, looking at the cut of the demon's head, felt, history is far from complete. Immediately, he looked away, imbued with a predominance of danger, should be evaded as soon as possible. The demonic hand flew past the knight, instantly turning into a liquid mass. She rushed to attack the guy, and he, without hesitation, stopped the pressure of a shiny blade. The collision of a knight with a demon raised a devastating wave that, as if hurricane erased everything in his way. Part of the city lay in ruins. The knights loudly shouted about the inevitable death, convinced that the end is already nearby. With such a fury with which the demon destroyed everything in its path, nothing could stop it. It seemed a little more, and the city would disappear from the face of the earth. The mysterious substance crawled treacherously and stuck to the head of General, who suddenly exploded with a loud laughter. In a moment, the demon became holistic. The knight captain confirmed that the demon is gradually recovering. This is how the Yush assumed. It turned out that they were faced with an immortal knight, the general himself. The information that Yusha recently read in the manual of the hero now was in a single picture. One of the most powerful demons from the legends to put it in front of him. The surprise changed to confidence. Finally managed to recognize the enemy. The demon suddenly realized something extraordinary and exclaimed that it was simply impossible. His look stubbornly stopped on the guy's sword. The knight Yush stated that he was the sacred sword of the kingdom of Trishulia. In his hands he kept a blade that once belonged to the great hero, who overthrew the owners of the demons. The general of the Lord of Demons exclaimed with despair that this could not be. In full voice he stated that the fools are not even able to understand the truth. It seemed incredible that a hero was able to overcome the ruler of demons. He asked the knight with condemnation whether he really believes in such nonsense. The general confidently stated that the ruler of the demons is still alive, because he was not destined to die from the human hand. The terrible cry of the demon spreaded. Worthlessness, which is not worthy to live, was heard in his burned mouth. He announced a threatening voice that everything would end today. It all looked as if he had fallen into a serious mess. The general fiercely shouted, accusing a dark knight for all troubles. Suddenly, an acute note of recognition flashed in the soul of Yushi. Something he has been familiar with him. Just before him, a colossal pillar of flames, a sight from which even the demon froze. The girl assured that she just went shopping, but it was he who spoiled her plans. Millia, in displeasure, wondered if the demon was responsible for herself if she did not have time to feed her lover. Knight's gaze immediately recognized the familiar girl who stood in front of him. Millia excitedled, promising to deal with everything later. Now her attention was drawn to the monster, which had to be tamed first. General King Demon strictly stated that all this was not ridiculous. The girl only glanced at him and, barely audibly, saying that she was really destined to die today. The fire dragon unfolded his wings from her hands. The technique of the flame element came to life in its performance. The demon, with a sarcastic smile, wondered if it was all that the man was capable of. The girl confidently stated that now her weakness opened. She strongly said that it was time to put a point of this story. Smiling, the girl said that her love was already waiting for her. In addition, it was not possible to spend time talking to him. The sophisticated movement of the sword, melee, stated that the fire of her maiden heart would be a reliable support. The passion wings were opened, and in a moment she used the art of thousands of fiery arrows, causing the devastating power of the dragon of the misery. The knight Yush urged the girl to be cautious, not even knowing what a formidable force is hidden in this soap outside the young man. The guy sincerely hoped that he was not mistaken in his judgments. He promised a high-profile voice that he would come to her help. Both heroes rapidly rushed to a demon. The swords lightly pierced the body of the demon, and his shrill cry flew around. Finally, the knight hero saw what he was looking for. He exclaimed to full breasts, "There will be a moment of cleaning, and the darkness will retreat." The warrior called on the power of the 7 stars of divine light. Releasing powerful technology, Millia exclaimed enthusiastically, not believing her own eyes. This was really incredible. The knights exploded with joyful screams of victory, thanking their heroes for the triumph. Miles, smiling at Knight, said gently, "So she knew. His strength is truly impressive." She added that the whole country is proud of such a hero. Yusha thanked her, confessing, without the support of Millie would hardly overcome all the trials. Satisfied with the victory, the girl smiled widely and slyly noted that he may be right. Without losing self-confidence, she proudly added that if there is someone on a million, then it is she, the heroine of a burning flame. The night was still stored in the memory of the words spoken by a demon. Suddenly, the Yush opened his eyes rapidly. General of the King Demon apologized, confessing that he allowed emotions to get the top. Darkness immediately realized that he was still alive, and Millia looked around. The general acknowledged that the rivals really showed great force. Sighing, Millia wondered, what happened to the demon? His figure looked weak and exhausted, and it was not necessary to look for strength. With a serious face expression, the general stated that his turn was on the offensive. The sword blade was stuck in the ground near it. From this, the land under his feet split, a powerful shock push that swore. With immovability on his face, General King Demon said that now his strength exceeds everything he had previously owned. Lying on the cold earth, Millia tore and barely whispered that it could not be. Based on the sword, she kept his last forces and did not allow herself to believe that they would lose so simple. The harsh general stepped into the darkness, saying that he had not removed armor for 1,000 years. When he turned to the heroes, he demanded to share all the information about the King of Demons. The knight wondered whether the millennial countdown of time has fallen. The question did not leave the question, who is the demon of the demon? However, these reflections gave way to determination. All this did not matter. It is here and now that you need to stop the dark enemy. Suddenly the sieves broke out of Milia's mouth, an unexpected and full hope. The girl confidently said that there was now a chance. The film knight did not hide the surprise, but the melting smile dispelled the tension. According to her, the best of the best already here. Suddenly, someone's voice came. A stranger wondered what had happened to them. He added that their cries were loud, so that they came to the opposite edge of the city. Along with them, standing, stood Zean. With a light smile on his face, the young man carefully considered a familiar demon. In the end, he was welcomed. They say that their paths did not cross for a long time. The surprise was reflected on the face of a demon, who looked carefully at the hammer, and then hesitated. Wondered if the guy was indeed his master. In response, Zean just smiled, and saying gently, noted how much time he had passed, and he had no idea that this demon was still living. Millia, noticing Zean, shouted at all her throat, calling him to flee. Not just an opponent is ahead. It is one of the 4 generals of the demon, whose power is insurmountable for such as him. Without hurrying, Zean approached the demon, saying that the generals seem to have not disappeared, and he still remains one of the most powerful. Smiling aloud, Zean emphasized what pride he feels because of the power of the demon. Step forward, almost close. He looked into the demonic eyes carefully. Only then did he say that Zabel was not very powerful, and now he sincerely deserves praise. After a surprise, Zabel felt as if he was hurting him. Looking closely at Zean, he said a full anxiety. Why does his ruler behave so strange? Yusha and Millia, confusing to follow this scene, were in vain to understand what the talk between the two. Zean smiled. Krug carefully touched his hands and asked if he was all right and whether he was glad to meet his mentor. The willingness to listen to any words that the heart was on the heart sounded in a sincere invitation of yin. A rage and annoying because of this attitude appeared on the demon's face. Calling her teeth, the creature pushed the Jian's hand, suddenly grabbing the boy by surprise. Zabel's sword threateningly rested in the chest of Zean. The look burns with dissatisfaction. When he fell to his feet, Zabel wondered sharply what really happened, because this question did not give him rest every day. But immediately it explodes. All this is wrong. This man cannot be the one who he gives himself. In ancient times, the world trembled in front of a demon of incomprehensible power, a powerful owner of darkness, whose power did not know the limits. In a world where power meant everything appeared, someone capable of defeating the king of demons himself appeared. All of his own blood, the Zabel lay among the fragments of the destroyed walls. The hoarse voice whispered, he does not even believe that the king of demon has suffered such a rigid and easy defeat. It was at this moment that it happened that he could not even imagine. Zean came down to him, and the demon with a mysterious smile said he had not hoped to see this day so soon. A moment later, he had forgotten that it was time to end this story. Let him deprive his life and take the throne of the owner of the demons. The impermeable look of Yana slid on him. It was the last day of life to be the last day of life today. And at the same time, it was this moment that marked the birth of a new king of demons. Zean, looking closely at him, noted that it seems that everyone had already coped. The smile touched his lips, and the words sounded with delight. Zabel was surprisingly strong. Then he came with an unexpected request. Does he want to become a servant? The admiration was reflected on Zabel's face when the gaze fell on Zean. The next moment, all the tribes of the demons bowed their heads, bringing him oaths of absolute loyalty and humility. In their circle, a leader appeared, who everyone was okay to go without even thinking. For Zabel, it remained a mystery that he could not grasp. The gaze slid towards Zean, an ordinary man who was difficult and called outstanding, and thoughts were splashing crazy around the only question. How did this worthless figure dare to pretend to be his expensive lord? Wagening his sword, the man was terrified, who was Zean, and not hesitated to throw all his power in a mighty blow. Horror was clinging to the Yushin mill at a moment when the shot was surprised to watch the guy who managed to stop his blow with one hand. Zean, smiling, noted that 1,000 years have passed, and since then had it had a great strengthening. Demons instantly snatched the sword from the hands of the man and rapidly bounced back. The confusion was conquered, because he was familiar to him such a striking force, but he did not recognize the name of Zean. The stranger only shrugged. He had no idea what he really was looking for, but he was not going to deny, who considers him a demon, really close to the truth. Zean sincerely confessed that unfortunately, he was unable to completely grasp the feelings, so he did not know what could be comforted. The demon was indignant that he was in front of him a stranger who was not able to recognize. The despair cut into his voice when he argued that the owner would not have been so cruel to him. After shouting, he stated that he spent 1,000 years waiting for his owner. He assured that the teacher would certainly find him immediately. The hero, who has just called himself the King of Demons, sat before Zabel, leaving it in complete misunderstanding. Inside, the indignant indignation was burning. The hand itself squeezed the sword. A dark storm, saturated with carbon shades, began to rage around, wrapping the burden in a cloud of madness. Demonstrating indignation, he loudly demands the answer, whether he dared to make fun of him. The force that raged around did not go unnoticed. By shuddering, Millie shook the name of the boy in full voice, hoping to warn him from possible danger. Gathering all the rage in his fist, Sabel exploded with an angry cry, rejecting this lie and desperately declaring that he never recognized Zean as his master. The skill of this man became increasingly dangerous. The movements of the acute, like a blade. The Zean, frightened, clamped his ear and watched the palms of a silent shock, until the screams of indignation were heard. No one could believe that they were faced with the owner of the demons himself. The angry shout was even pruning the air, but Zeana was quickly tired. The light slap interrupted hysteria, insisted that the conversation lasts calmer, without noise. The grooved pushed away, his chest cut a strong cough. Sion's gaze slid to Zabla that he stretched helplessly on the ground, staring at a guy who had just so easily sent him to flight. With a barely hidden irony, Zean noted that when Zbel gives freedom of anger, his true essence certainly comes out, and it inevitably leads to defeat. Closing her eyes, the idea sounded with calm confidence. Zebel has long lost childhood naivety. Then he came up with a request. Did they really hold him in memory for so long? The icy gaze fell on Zabel, and the words came intense. Finally they came to face, but it was worth remembering. The demonic king remained in the past. There is no crumb of the desire to try this crown again. The hand of Zabel involuntarily touched his face, and in her gaze flashed fascinating while the words of Siana were heard. The young man challenged, if he still wants to be near him, then let him shorten his age. In response, the oath sounded. At the next degeneration, he would surely return the title of the owner of the demons. For a few seconds, he looked at the deer silently, and then a soft smile rode on his mouth. Sleeping his eyes, he was quietly apologizing that he did not immediately recognize his master. His body slowly rose above the ground, under the pressure of his own power, and from there he was the question. Would the Zhao not have to regret what he just said? With noticeable anxiety, the guy stepped back. As soon as Zabel concentrated all energy around him, one eyelid involuntarily closes. The lungs covers the air typed in a deep breath. It is impossible to breathe, because the demon aura presses like a stone on the chest. Millia's face faded from a sudden horror. Did this monster think about what she had just been embarrassed? Yushan and Millia, frozen in surprise, directing his views up neither to move out of place, nor they could do anything, so stunned them. At that moment, a huge cloud of dark energy gathered over Zebel, which rapidly began to acquire clear outlines. Zeon stood side by side, watching it silently, not saying a word. Having raised his energy, Zabarost stated that he would give all his efforts to finally get a chance for a peaceful new life. Recognizing that all this is the result of a millennial effort and suffering, the hero decided not to spare a single drop of accumulated force and to direct it in a decisive blow designed to destroy Zion. At the same moment, an unrestrained stream of force appeared at the dawn. A demonic sword, a lord of darkness. Zion was inseparably monitored by this powerful influx that was rapidly coming to him. A few seconds have passed in a hard contemplation until his hand finally clutched in his fist. On his face, he flashed an expression of pleasure. And without hiding pride, he said, 1,000 years that I have taken to spend on preserving all this, undoubtedly not passed it was in vain. When he came up with the attack, he promised to make every effort to thank Zebla for the perseverance and strength gained over all these years. Millia and Yusha were frozen in silent fascination. Even when Zean wore the crown of the king demons, he was frightened by the reception. Watching this, Zabal immediately realized he will not be able to defeat him. The mighty blow of the ruler of demons, directed in response to the attack, has fallen in the hands of Zean. It was at that moment that the memories of the happy moments, conducted with the owner, swirled in the heart of the demon. The last breath escaped from the breast, and in his thoughts had a long-standing confidence in the inevitable finals of their duel. In a moment, everything that was within this attack disappeared, wiping from the face of the earth with memories. The stunned Mill, who observed the duel aside, could not believe what it was possible. With his fist compressed with his fist, Zean he was inviolably met with a demon, who barely held on his feet. When Chicken gradually settled on the battle, the demon turned to his king with pain, acknowledging that he had never been so mistaken before. His body was severely crippled. Raising his hand, Zean prepared to tell about the demon's actions. But Zabel ahead of him, noting that nothing had changed since then. General King Demon stated with confidence that he was no longer doubted. He really is. Hardly rendering these words, the general slowly lost consciousness and slightly settled on the ground. The struck Zabel, from the last forces, ended up with Zean, turned to the boy in front of him, respectfully calling him the ruler. The head was flying away from the trunk. Siana's hands were involuntarily extended, but he could not support his commander. Only motionless, in the silence, looked at him. Growing speed, Millia rushed to the boy, shouting the name of Zeana loudly. The knights hurried behind her without being far behind. Millia to the guy squeezed her hand, and then gladly stated that he was the most powerful hero on the whole earth. This confession was quite surprised by Zean. The girl retreated one step, looking into her eyes with curiosity, and carefully wondered what their conversation with the demon continued. The next question was even more curiosity, whether they met before. In response, he just smiled with mysteriously and quietly noted that it happened for a long time. But new doubts have already been given the girl's thoughts. What did they discuss? Zeana's gaze swam into the distance while the girl told her as she, and the knight captain was powerless, at least scratch the demon. The alarming look of Millia slid towards Zean. She wondered whether he was so strong, causing his attention. Looking at his hand, and then the torn chains, Sio smiled. He confirmed her consent with a slight confidence. 10 days have passed since. In the cozy hut of Nana village suddenly, the silence of an alarming exclamation. The owner was urgently calling his wife. The doorstep appeared on the threshold, Yuana's father, barely turning his breath. The mother, meeting him with a smile, wondered what had happened. The man, worrying and gesturing, showed the woman a newspaper and insisted on a picture of their son immediately. On the face of mother, Jianga shone sincere surprise, and she suddenly called her son, all glowed with joy. Along with her, a man was rustled, unable to believe that he was really standing with Jiang. The joyful tears swollen in the eyes of the parents of the boys. The rise of Zeana in the ratings of heroes became a real holiday. Overwhelmed with pride, they shouted loudly about the need for fun celebration of this event. Meanwhile, Zeana was walking near the military palace. The girl, smiling mysteriously, confessed she just felt that everything would unfold this way. Smiling with pleasure, the girl noted the guy now ahead of her in the rating of the characters. Millia wondered with interest how to go on her now. The blow is only one technique. And now Zean is ranked 5th in the rating of heroes. Looking at the girl, the guy noted that from their first meeting, she became much stronger, and soon, apparently, and he grows him. Millia, blossoming with a smile, joyfully asked if it was true. Overlooking his gaze around, the Zean wondered why he was summoned to the castle. It seemed obvious that he would have to appear in order to listen to the reprimand for the destruction. Such an assumption surprised Millia. The cry escaped from her mouth, all because of his power, which was mowing over. Zean heard a strict request to hold back emotions and behave prudently. In response, the guy just smiled and assured, "It is not necessary to worry, because he himself wants to see what will bring today's meeting." In front of the door of Zean and Mill stopped. Mill stretched her hand, she was detained, and wondered whether she had to open. The spacious hall met them by a crowd of people who rallied around a large round table. It was here, in this legendary hall, that a meeting of the most fondly heroes was held. A place where even the most powerful of the most powerful necessarily came to the call. Zean and Millia were greeted as newcomers, enveloping them with friendly views and sincere smiles. With a smile on his face, a man invited the boys to take a place at the table. He further wondered if they were ready to start. Heroes are a true embodiment of hope for all humanity. They can be described concisely: justice, honesty, courage. However, there are many values that mark their path. But in fact, the gap between the hero and the ordinary person is much deeper than it seems at first glance. Incredible force envelops everything around. The famous Ruby Diak giant, who took the 6th place in the ranking of heroes, was convinced that Zean became a truly famous person. In the same room, next to the sister Noel, who ranks 8th in the rating of the heroes, was also the heroine of Alba Keeser, a real legend, which rose to the 4th stage of this prestigious list. At the table gathered Dai Madden, a magical ball that was on the 10th step, Paradarkness, the Apostle of Darkness, which took 9th place, as well as Trishman, which rose to the 3rd position. The stranger suggested that he was in front of Zean Ishtar, and a gesture suggested that the boy take a place. The most powerful hero of the world, Huffer, who confidently headed the top of the rating, announced with a friendly smile about the beginning of the meeting at the round table. The vicious look of Kion slid carefully on their faces. Something important was born in thoughts. Meanwhile, the smoke laughed, jokingly called the guy a newcomer and advised not to lose vigilance. By gesturing on a chair nearby, he noted that when moving, they create an unexpectedly loud roar. Zean was accepted with some embarrassment. Having thought of who he was destined to become, Zean suddenly heard someone inquired, or everyone had already gathered. After that, the voice announced, it was time to start. Princess Batoar confidently entered the room, hoping to get everyone in their places. Yian's gaze stopped at the girl, and for a moment in his eyes the surprise flashed. In turn, the princess immediately noted that the young man appeared earlier than others. Going to Mr. Gofter, the princess wondered if he took up again. With a slight irony, she noticed as if everyone wanted to start without her participation. The hero in response uncertainly denied, insisting that it was not true. The girl suggested that the guy was trying to impress the newcomer with her appearance. The characters at the table carefully, without giving any emotions, followed the development of events. The princess noted that today's assembly is not accidental. The main topic for discussion was demons, which have been increasingly attacked by their lands lately. While Mr. Goffer was nearby, the woman said that something else to be done before began. Princess Concria was circling in the air, and her voice had fun. The same Zean tamed the situation with one blow. Huftar, flashing on joy, solemnly congratulated the boy on his first visit to the round table, not forgetting to take bright claps with him. Meanwhile, Zean, Millia, and Yusha watched this scene silently, hiding his breath. The phrase of the hero came loudly, and the guy almost twisted from indignation. The confusion engulfed the princess when she saw. The boy did not hit the situation at all. He seemed to be far from the best mood. It was then that Jayan silently removed a piece of confeiterie from his hair. Hafter, hoping to improve mood, asked the guy if he could at least smile. With a light smile on her mouth, Millia turned to Zean, asking his impressions. She proudly assured that he was the #1 hero. Meanwhile, behind the princess, she wondered what to do next. The hero only assuredly assured that the main thing is that His Highness would enjoy adventure. Shyam slid to Gaffeter, who distinguished himself next to the princess. At the very beginning, he seemed much more serious. To these words, the young man added another impression. He really recognizes the power of this guy. Ziana's gaze slid towards Millia, and suddenly awakened her curiosity about himself. What impression does he make? Millia, a little bit, wondered if he really was sorting to know it. The owner of the title of the strongest on the planet, Mr. Huffer, gained recognition and trust of the people. But one day everything was replaced by his unexpected rival, Zean. The new hero of the lightning was rapidly breaking to the top of the rating, striking everyone with his abilities. Mila recalled the existence of a once mighty group, 9 heavenly kings of demons. The organization has collected under its wing the strongest supports of the demonic world. The voice argued that these warriors were in no way inferior to the generals of the King of Demons. However, none of them managed to reach their level. All this happened only because Mr. Hofter himself destroyed them all. The girl cast her gaze on the deer and noted, the hero is most likely to be stronger than this guy. And no wonder, after all, he got the title of the strongest in the world. Suddenly from the opposite end of the table, the voice of Tsiana came. He turned to Alba-Kisser, which immediately attracted the attention of the boy. Carelessly throwing his legs on the table, the guy abandoned that he was greeting with the maiden, and not worth it. With a sly smile, Alba-Kisser looked at the boy with her gaze and immediately cast. His end came in the near future. Millia explained to Zean that they were Alba, known for her captaining over newcomers. The guy immediately wondered if he was not a hero. Telling with irony, Alba noted that it was only necessary to defeat one general, as he immediately found himself in the center of the universe. He dropped his sides scornfully. Let him get back to his beds as a real peer. Ziana has his eyebrows when he hears. As Alba disdainfully points out, they say apparently the general is not so strong, if even this guy was able to win him. The guy asked the hero with annoyance that he had just said, because he did not feel anything. Unpleasant irritation flashed in his voice. Suddenly picking up, Alba struck his finger with his indignation, challenging Zana, whether he knows at all. He said loudly and confidently, "He is a hero." The words did not have time to fly from his mouth, as Ruby Dick rushed straight at the guy, squeezing his fists. The explosive blow made him to silence, and her voice came sharply. "Shut up!" Starting in defense, she hit him and exclaimed that Alba was already tired of mocking the new ones. She stated in a full voice, "It has come." With smiles on the faces, Sister Noel and Dimmadon were watching the events. Alba, overflowing with fear, screamed to the girl frantically, begging to stop and swear that he would no longer repeat her actions. At this point, Ruby Diak had already swung his fist, but his desperate cry for pain made her harden for a moment. Zeon's gaze stopped on the characters, and the question broke from his mouth. Will the guy be fine with the boy? Millia, barely smiling, assured, there is nothing to worry, because real forces gathered here. The girl explained, there is a ruby giant, the fifth in force among all. At the same time, she assured that she is not inferior to the Mr. According to Millia, glory came to Ruby in her native Calville, and then she found herself among them. With a slight sigh, Millia complained about injustice, because she has not had the opportunity to climb up. At this point, Zion was lost in guessing what the thoughts of the characters live now. It turned out that the rating of heroes hides much more intrigue than it seemed at first glance. The princess and her mentor came near the window, discussing that it was time to go to the case after dating. Meanwhile, Mr. Guffetter, focusing his eyebrows, said the disappointing news. A small country Cressilia has fallen. The news stunned the heroes to the heart. Rapidly picking up, Noel was surprised. Is this not a joke? Her Highness only with a slight smile. She is a joke. Everything is quite serious. Princess Betawar said that the fierce fight against the demons lasted for too long. However, despite all the efforts, it was not possible. From the mouth of Mr. Hafler, the alarming news came. One of the demonic tribes recently moved from the place and started acting. According to him, it became known that the leader is called Pashtato, and subordinates to one of the generals of the King of Demons. The passionate hero described the drawing as a wonderfully picturesque country, generously endowed with a variety of nature and many magic landscapes. In the heat, he said that it should be repelled, because it is not acceptable to leave the guilty impunity. Closing her eyes, Princess Betawar nodded. Recently their calm has already taken possession of demons, and now Cressilia brought new trials. The youth thundered on the ground and exclaimed that if the characters really consider themselves ready, it was time to return the crisis of the people and destroy these demons. All the characters present threw serious determination at the princess. Meanwhile, the city of Cressilia lay in ruins. Demonic creatures were mocked by residents, forcing them to work hard to the last forces. Suddenly the man broke up and whistled down. The demon, seeing him powerlessly on the ground, hid and strictly questioned why he was lying. In his hand, the whip, which he demanded to get up immediately. Did he throw reproach with a formidable voice? Did he not leave him alive? It is difficult to climb. The man got back on his feet. Watching the crowds of people leisurely descend huge stairs to high pyramids, people flooded at the entrance, shouting in the crowd about the construction of the majestic Chinpatic temple in honor of the great. She warned everyone loudly to be careful. One mistake, and the consequences can become fatal. However, she sincerely thanked everyone for their efforts. On the throne, a majestically embarrassed Demonza, who with regret mentioned the death of Zabla because he was liked. The queen rose from her throne, looked at the giant heart, and confidently said that everything was fine with him. Stretching in the air, the Demoza smiled mysteriously and said that very soon they will appear here, and then her time will come to revenge for him. In anticipation, The tasks of the heroes went on the road. Mr. Gofter noted that Cressilia is a small country that was famous for its rich forest wealth. Going to the ancient tree, the travelers recalled rumors of the spirits and holy trees that allegedly live in these parts. Suddenly, the glances caught up for something strange. There was an unexpected discovery. At the very edge of the abyss, the heroes froze in anxious expectation, while Mr. Goffer tirelessly told how there was no trace from the former grandeur of this place. According to his words, the beginning has come. Mr. Huffer insisted, "You need to support them. Help anything." Millia, who was behind, threw it away. There were only 5. She waved her hand, saying, "Is it not strange that it was at this decisive moment at the round table that only half of the advisors gathered at the round table?" Sighing, Paradarkness noted that they seemed to have a strange concept of duty. These words immediately attracted the attention of the hero. He added that there is no reason to worry because it was time for Holy Scriptures. It seemed that fate commanded them to take this step. The guy spread his arms in an army and laughed. Millia watched him with surprise, considering such behavior a way strange. Mr. Gaffiter was cloudy that things were going bad, while Zean decided that the guy had not tasted those mushrooms. Meanwhile, at the border of the drawing, knights were in a tight ring of mummies. There was a complete misunderstanding around what was happening in general. It seemed that ugly creatures were unacceptable to any attacks, and left the warriors of any chance of winning. The Knights of the Knights dropped one of the mummies to the ground, and his name sounded over the field of battle with an alarming cry. At this time, other knights also collided with a fierce attack of inanimate enemies. The voice of one of the knights was heard over the crowd, urging not to panic, because it was time to retreat. He was hotly convinced that their courage is the last chance for many, otherwise not everyone can survive. Nearby, another knight, full of despair, shouted a commander who was not able to execute the order. Panic engulfed a man. In his imagination, the most disgusting brood of the demons, those whom it was impossible to win a simple blow. Everything around seemed to scream about the inevitable death, and the thought of the close end did not give him rest. A small jug, which crashed into the ground, flew unexpectedly into the crowd of demons. Immediately afterwards, the creatures grabbed their heads and began to fall on the floor one by one. The knights exclaimed that this holy water was finally a chance, because the demons frozen fixed. The sister of Noel appeared unexpectedly in front of the knights' eyes, smiling and calm. With the words that from now on it became their shield, she confidently approached the wounded warrior, and healed his wound. The amazed knight asked in surprise that he had brought his sister to a bloody battlefield. Sister Noel belonged to the canons of the Holy Order, and was distinguished by his deep devotion as a priest. The skill in sacred magic allowed her to create real miracles. This young sorceress could even lift a man from the house to bring her life back. Smiling gently, Sister Noel said the words of blessing that called God's mercy for the knight. The surprise engulfed the knights when they noticed the weapon in their hands flashed an unusual glitter. The enthusiastic exclamations came from the mouth. The blades glowed bright, as if filled with amazing power. Sister Noel explained that she had already consecrated their swords, so from now on, the warriors will become easier in battle. In a few moments, the knights gathered with the spirit, announcing that from now on, they would stand a mountain for their sister. They were loudly ordered to stay behind them. She was ardent surprise. Yet, in the Sister Noel, among all the saints, something special was hidden. There was neither sacred magic nor the healing words. Suddenly, all her attention went to night darkness. Sister Noel was approaching closer, asking if he was injured. The guide turned to her with surprise in her eyes. The assurance that everything was fine with him, it was heard for the girl as empty words. The knight warned, "Do not waste your strength on him." But it was at this moment that Sister Noel firmly stated, "It is not going to forgive." The girl, having become between darkness and people, broke out anger. How could they raise their hand at those who are not guilty? The knight tried to jump to Sister Noel, who suddenly plunged into the shadow of sadness. The reason was her unbridled rage, which fully mastered the girl. The angry cry of Sister Noel pierced silence. She demanded immediate repentance before God. The husky escaped from her mouth, and weapons broke out in her hands. For the fierce spirit of this girl, he often pushed her into ill-advised and rigid actions. Swinging with weapons and screaming to bend the demons, the girl rapidly deal with the enemies of one blow. The fierce glance turned to the knights, demanding explanations why they rose. She ordered loudly to move behind her. In a darkness full of anxiety, the knights were silently agreed. One of them carefully approached the wounded and quietly ordered to prepare. Meanwhile, a brave girl, accompanied by knights, has already moved to the battle. The number of magicians joined their spells on a huge demon who, laughing, stated that he was tight. Inside the whirlwind of attacks, the monster was amazed. Did not human magic just touch it? One of the soldiers exclaimed that their magic was completely powerless. The demon cast his gaze on them and said coldly, "Real magic takes life instantly." The demon began to collect powerful energy, saying goodbye to others. But suddenly someone's voice faded nearby, mockingly calling him a dog. The guy expressed his hope that he would not have to be upset. The feather of darkness sounded like a prophecy. Fate tossed him an extremely strong opponent. The knights realized that the hero who took the 9th position forced them to guess what really brought him here. The demon crossed his hands on his chest, pointed to the guy and asked his name, Pero Green. Hearing this, the surprise flashed in the eyes of the other world. Without a moment, the guy broke from the cornice, stepping down. The crazy speed of the jerk forced the air to play with a sharp whistle. At first, a wicked triple flight behind it. One more. This time it is 4 revolutions. Black feathers fell to the ground with incomprehensible ease, causing the knights a captured noise. The sight struck them to the depths of the soul. However, none of them could understand why it was happening. The demon, pointing a stick on the hero standing in front of him, contemptuously threw that he was looking pathetic. Darkness's pen asked with a cold derision, "Does he really want to meet his death?" Breaking on his feet, the guy vigorously shook his dust and clothes, and then boldly called the demon as a dog. He wondered with a smile that it was time to go back to his booth. He heard so stunned by the demon that he was frozen for a moment. With indignation, the demon exclaimed that he was a warrior of the great empress. His voice thundered. No one is allowed to despise him, and the boy does not even smile. The dark energy was stuck around him. The demon warned, "Every word will have to answer." She promised to clearly demonstrate real magic. At the 9th step of the heroic rating stood the Apostle of Darkness, Paradarkness. His gaze stopped carefully on the demon. There are many exciting events left behind his shoulders, and life burst into unpredictable turns. Born in a family of caring and loving parents, the guy from an early age was distinguished by a calm attitude and gentleness. He often imagined a child as a teacher, dreamed of standing in front of the class and teaching others. However, one heroic legend tells that the boy's fate suddenly made a sharp turn. The first weird conversations became the spark from which it all began. First, the statements that he is declined by the Angel of the Darkness, and the next moment, the ordinary question, "When will they serve dinner?" For her mother, such words sounded extremely unnatural, and she did not like it. There were no signs of trouble until one unexpected event turned his entire life. The cat left on the boy's skin sharp traces of his claws. Since then, this scar has proudly adorned his left eye. It was this label that he called the sign of fate, then firmly decided to become a hero. So it happened. It really turned into one of them. Having reached out, Paradarkness threw a preschool replica about the excessive talkativeness of a demon, which is really worth anything. Zean watched the guy with interest, tracking his every movement carefully. Holding away, she watched the duel with interest, noting the guy's skill. In the meantime, Millia called Sienna, asking for help. Easy laughter escaped from the deer when he turned to her and made a brief apology. The girl, full of determination, said coldly that she has no need for it. The sword flew in her hands, certifying that she was recently raised in the rating of heroes. Zean, smiling, followed the duel and, turning to the girl, assured that he would not interfere with her. Meanwhile, a fiery vortex rising behind his back, he noticed amazing power that was dozing inside. He watched the duel of Mr. Hafter, without casting a look from his every movement. Mr. Gooter, barely noticeably smiling, rubbed his forehead and noted that everyone seems to be persistently competing here. His name heads the rating of heroes, and the honorary title of the strongest in the world only emphasizes his authority. Various knights attracted their views on the hero. One of them, having just visited the demon behind, swayed with surprise. Where did this insurance came from, he could not figure out. The other hurried to shout the hero, warning that the demon was already bearing behind. Mr. Goffer immediately evaded the attack, not forgetting to quit thanks to the knights. In a moment, his strong blow fell on a demon, leaving a little chance of resisting. In the deep darkness of the night, the exclamations of gratitude broke out. People happily proclaimed that thanks to the hero, there was a long-awaited chance of winning. Watching the hero in a fierce battle, Zean was amazed by his extraordinary strength and endurance. The physical capabilities of this warrior significantly exceeded the abilities of other defenders. Meanwhile, Mr. Goffer constantly achieved the demon by powerful blows. Surprisingly, the presence of Mana Zean never felt. The guy scratched the back of his back, thinking, is he really a man? Millia to be behind a distrust of asking whether he did not joke. The index finger stretched strictly in his direction, and from the girl's mouth crashed the angry words that no one came here to rest. In the meantime, he watched silently without moving. Zean puzzled his gaze on the girl, and suddenly both of the unexpected event. The surprise instantly froze on her face when the girl raised her eyes. Before Zean and Millia, a giant demon, armed with a terrible weapon, emerged. When he was looking at the boys, he quit. Or not heroes. After a short but confident answer, the demon looked at them and suddenly suggested playing the game. On the path of the heroes appeared the owner of death, Mira Anubis. The next moment Jan Swan struck the demon lightly, and he flew away with a piercing cry. The surprise frozen on the face of Millia, because in the eyes of this person, she did not find drops of humanity. Zean was relaxed, stretched, a recognition with a glowing smile. The place is not really suitable for a break. However, he left a decision for the girl, offering to make sure on her own. Washing his hands sideways, he clearly pointed to this place. A smile was played on the face when he added that it was not every day to see the pyramids. The girl, puzzled, looked at the majestic structure near which they stopped. Zean and Millia enthusiastically admired the pyramids that rising in front of them. The girl enthusiastically noted that these structures closely seem much more grand. The couple hastily moved on the road. Zean jokingly called the bride's companion, inviting to explore the unknown. She surprised it, but she soon agreed. From the sadness of her cheek for a moment they flashed with a blush, and a silent breath was drawn to her lips, when the realization that the guy called her with his bride became captured by all thoughts. Inside the pyramid, the boys were carefully moving forward, carefully exploring the strange space. Surrounded by a dead emptiness, the only sign of life was the stairs that climbed right from the center of the hall. None of the guys could believe. Is it all that this mysterious building has? An unexpected laughter came from silence. Millia suggested that Zean rise higher, and the guy readily agreed, assuming that something interesting was waiting for them there. But suddenly someone's voice with irony noted that they went too far. Millia looked around, and Zean looked carefully in the direction from where the unfamiliar sound was heard. Just in front of them, Pashatot settled, one of the generals of the king himself. Without delaying, she allocated the boy from the crowd and introduced herself, without a shadow of doubt, calling herself the most beautiful demonstration of their world. The demon appealed to Smilda with interest, at the same time addressing the questions of Zeana, whether he likes. Suddenly, Millia jumped out of the guy, reminding that they had already encountered a general, so you should be alert. The young man supported the girl, agreeing with her words. Pistero thought for a moment, and wondered whether it was about Goblin. Zean squeezed his fists, indifferent by saying that he didn't matter who she was talking about. He noted that he did not appear here for chats, so she was not going to sympathize. Demois with a cold smile turned to the boy in front of her, casting a reproach look. They say, "Did you get rid of life and now came after me?" With bitterness on her heart, Pasteau asked her lover, admitting that her path was coming to an end. At that moment, Millia was rushing. The hand was driving mechanically to the sword sleeve. This sudden tension did not go unnoticed for Zeana. The guy bounced back as soon as the girl waved his sword. His ear caught her cry. She said in his name, and it caused him a genuine surprise. In the view of Millia, a black darkness suddenly broke out. The jaws were stuck, and squeezing her lips, she gave out words that surprised even her. With the eyes of darkness, Mill rushed to the Zean, hysterically crying of his inevitable death. The guy cleverly evaded every blow, thinking about the situation. After a short pause, he finally said, "It seems that the truth became clear to him." Zean cleverly evaded the girl's blows, while telling how dangerous the demons is able to conquer people with a curse. A slight laughter broke from the mouth of Pasteto, and with a mysterious smile, the question came from whether the guy really understands what he was dealing with. Her words were performed with a touch of astonishment. As an ordinary person, he is amazingly well aware. Having spread her hands, she boldly announced that not only impressively pretty, but also the most powerful witch among all demons. The Demeza assuredly assured that even if she stands a hero with a loud title, only an ordinary person who will instantly fall under the power of her mighty curse. Pazro assured that whether a prominent warrior or a righteous man, in the heart of everyone, without exception, a hidden source of evil. Smiling Mage assured that it only contributes to its formation and development. Zean's gaze stopped on Millia, full of confusion and uncertainty. In the air, a sharp choice is hung. If it does not kill a girl, she will certainly save his life. Without delaying, Millia rushed into the attack, crying out loud to end her. He could not even imagine such unexpected behavior. His movements were surprised. Catching the crazy blows of the girl, Zean heard her threatening warning, another movement, and his life will break. Suddenly, she cleverly cut his leg, forcing him to lose balance. The guy fell to the ground and the girl was on top. He was stunned by her incredible agility. Still, it remained a mystery for Jan what he did at this moment. The girls suddenly began to take off her clothes, insisting that it was time to learn to love each other. The Demeza tried to understand what was happening in those young heads. Millia shouted loudly and enthusiastically about her love for the boy, claiming that he belongs only to her. But suddenly Zean hit the girl on the cheek. Zean, with a harsh face, caused Amelia a few slaps, persuading that she is a strong personality and will certainly cope with this test. The girl finally came to mind and asked what she had done. The scion just shrugged and assured that nothing special happened. They say, for her such behavior is quite familiar. While the girl was still in a panic, the guy smiled slyly and turned to the Demeza. With a sly smile, he noted that her legendary curse had passed. In response, an ironic compliment came. They say, the guy is a real fellow. Rising on her feet, she quit that his rivals are not one of those who could be defeated while remaining in a chair. Peshtato rose, glowing with a smile, and cast a asking glance at Zeana. Would she not regret it, forcing her to climb? Looking intently into his eyes, she felt some unclear anxiety. Something was wrong here. The demon was convinced that the curse of that woman was not able to remove any man. A bold thought flashed in her head. Perhaps the guy is not at whom he gives himself? The demonic curse did not in any way touch the guy. For all her years, she has not yet met creatures with such power. The demon looked carefully at the young man and asked if he was really a man. Millia, with a cunning pleasure, turned her gaze to Zeana and asked how to do it. According to her, even demons did not consider him a real person. The young man in response quit that he was even a little offended. Near the throne, Peste, having pouring a stranger by the evaluating look, noted that the incredible strength of the boy had just liked her. That's exactly what they like. Millia, hearing these words, almost came from surprise. The Demeza clenched the weapon in her hands, announcing, if it was Zean that deprived his life, to leave it alive, unanswered. An ironic smile blossomed on Zean's face. The fist clenched harder. He jokingly quit that he did not plan to regret her. I wondered what everything would end. Who would take the next step? The witch demons shone Zean with a crazy smile, barely holding back the delight, and coldly replied, the murder, that's all her intention. The changing energy began to club around when a girl with a mysterious confidence stated that the guy would still regret her visit. Pastito, with anxiety, noted that he was not the average demon at all. She, with her eyes flashing, discovered her true essence. The demon whose nationality always remained dead souls, has long managed the world of the dead. Demos, who was the first and the only mastered magic cursed, said loudly, no guy to cope with her. Ready to attack, the paste with a fierce shouted about the death of Jiang. Magical spheres began to twist around it. Millia leapt from surprise, and Jiang, without drawing gaze, silently watched the Demeza. The then immediately rushed into the attack, sending a deadly curse, but the guy cleverly evades his treacherous magic. The ball with a whistle burst into the ground, and suddenly the voice of Millia with a thunderstorm in the air. She ordered him to stop. His fierce attack instantly changed the direction and rushed rapidly down, causing a powerful vertical stroke. The girl, shouting, called the boy to be careful. Meanwhile, Demons, rising to the pedestal, laughed, mockingly addressing the young men. Do they like such a spectacle? She added that they could not avoid this blow. Plustito said that since ancient times, on those who dared to disturb the dream of the resting kings, there was a difficult curse. It was not possible to overcome him. neither alive nor dead. There was no salvation from the mighty power of this deadly spell. The frantic cry of the demon sounded around. These creatures completely obey her will. Hardly managed to dodge, Millia released a shrill cry. Her gaze grabbed as everything that the black ball touched was disappearing without a trace. The awareness came instantly. It was not a simple ailment or a normal curse. It was a rage of a demon's which sought to erase everything living from the face of the earth. It is worth falling under her blow, and death will come without delay. Full of anxiety, Millia exclaimed, preventing Zeana to be careful. According to her, it was only necessary to touch the ball, and death instant. Meanwhile, Zean has already skillfully evaded fierce attacks. The demons, cheerful, laughed loudly and wondered how many more they were going to jump back and forth. Potatoes began to spell, forming a giant ball, and mockingly suggested to flee from it to anyone who likes to run so much. Cyan immediately paid attention to it. The demon lifted the voice sinfully, mocking their powerlessness and exclaiming that they would not succeed. In despair, she ordered them to breathe. Millia, swallowing the fright, called the guy loudly, whom everyone relied on until he looked at the blows somewhere. Suddenly the applause is heard, and everything around dissolves without a trace. Stunned to the dumb mouths, the demons could not say a word. Zean, with a genuine surprise, asked what he should flee from. Millia also frozen in a silent surprise. Without understanding, with no hint, Zean noted that he had no idea what a whole time is saying. He passed that she simply overestimated her own strength. With a smile on his mouth, he advised her to listen to his father's wisdom. Once Zeaniv, his father said, "Whoever gets up early, so 3 times more." Full confusion engulfed Pestito. No sense in the words around was seen. The Zion, meanwhile, solemnly announced that it was time to put a point in this conversation. Smiling easily, the young man was rapidly approaching the demons, and Pestito shouted desperately with fear. At the same time, a fierce exclamation was erupted from his sister Noel, and her unrestrained strength was shaken by the demons. She got up, noting that she seemed to have completed the case. The girl carefully suggested that everyone seems to be back soon. Suddenly, the question came from, "Where should everyone come from?" The girl's gaze dropped down, her face frozen in surprise. The leg was reliably tied to the ground. A loud cry escaped from Sister Noel when the ropes pulled her legs and lifted high in the air. The darkness immediately reacted, anxiously calling the holiday. The sharp cry of Sister Noel flew around. She begged to be released. The dress of the dress took off almost to the waist, and the girl panic was afraid that everything around the knights would open. In vain, trying to hold the skirt, again and again demanded that the demon stop immediately. But suddenly something unexpected was shouting from her skirt. From the skirt of Sister Noel, all kinds of weapons poured one by one, and the girl herself cried out with shame. The knights, stunned by this spectacle, did not take their eyes to the ground. "Fold!" Sister Noel did not refrain from swearing. Grasping indignation, she rushed to the demon, questioning how he dared to do it. But suddenly her attention was attracted by something else. The demon was rapidly covered by dark magic outbreaks, one by one fatal blows. In a moment, when Sister Noel had already started to lose his balance, whose hands were caught by her hands by surprise, causing her genuine surprise. Carrying the girl, the hero with a light smile turned to the saint, asking if everything was fine. In response, the girl exclaimed the name of Mr. Gofter. The feather of darkness was suddenly frozen. From his mouth a warning came. As soon as the sacred bell came out, the seal of salvation will crumble into gunpowder, and the world will plunge into the last moment of existence. This testified to one thing. The evil news learned of the threat to the girl and immediately rushed to her. The darkness of the darkness dreamed. Her heart belongs to the holy fire, because the battle has not yet been completed. He set a solemn tone that he was almost late. An attempt to look away from her underwear failed. It was impossible to keep herself. The Nomel's nun noticed this guest among those present. With a slight smile, she nodded and sincerely thanked the heroes for the salvation. Mr. Gufter's gaze stopped in the pyramid. There was anxiety in the air, as if something unusual had just happened. Paradarkness, listening to the call of his own heart, confidently said, "It was there that near the pyramid, the fate of the main battle is decided." Sister Noel's vicious look found that someone is new to the building. Mr. Hoofdor was satisfied with the better that it's time to help them. But suddenly everything around the unexpected earthquake, stunning the heroes. the saint exclaimed, paying attention to something under his feet. The earth suddenly rose rapidly, lifting them up. All the surprised characters rapidly bounced back, returning to the opposite side. The eyes expanded with surprise, directing the eye up. Sister Noel remained puzzled to understand what exactly was in front of her. Meanwhile, having gained his gaze out the window, Jian was interested in a source of noise outside. Just among the wreckage, wrapped in chaos, Pastito flooded with unrestrained laughter. With a triumph, she announced that their end had come. Zean wondered if she was still alive, but in response heard that she liked her husband. She also added how he was in a hurry to disappoint him. The Demosa recalled the events of 4-year-olds. In one of the demonic tribes then ruled the crazy king. According to the paste, this creature was a creature of incredible size, much larger than any of the known demons. It was then that it destroyed the elite detachment of the owner of the demons. Demeza also stressed that this monster has the power worthy of the most powerful of all the kings of demons. With a clenched fist and a confident smile, Pata stated that they undoubtedly managed to win it. However, even a decade later, no one ever approached his power. Zean absorbed every word of the story, and shocked Millia exclaimed, "What is the difference? After all, the monster has long died." Millia asked why they were told all this. The demons only smiled in a smiling and laughed quietly, as if inviting the girl to reach the truth on her own. She was interested in what other reasons people call her the Empress of the Dead. She stressed that he swore to become her faithful servant. Demos proudly exclaimed that now they are the largest potatoes, the owner, who has a servant in his order, which is not inferior to the previous bishop of demons. With a frantic spark in her eyes, then she stated that this single creature belongs only to her and serves solely her will. Millia looked out the window, directing her gaze to where the monster was chatting, and called Zean in his voice. She boldly confessed that her words went about him. Millia was in a hurry to convince Jiang that just standing away was not a way out, because the heroes needed their help. However, Jiang flashed on his face, and a harsh voice was in response. He believed that he was too early to move this way. The surprised look of Millia met the guy, at the same moment as Pasha's Damnitsa dad, smiling wrinkled, began to climb from the floor. Pistero cast a look at the guy, they say. He does not consider him a fool. She immediately added that their history has not been completed. A lightweight swing of the demons, and a mysterious vision began to emerge behind it. Ziana tensely watched everything, trying to recognize a new threat. Miley, trembling with fear, whispered the questions about her intentions, but suddenly, like a lightning, a terrific guess pierced the consciousness of Yuana. After operating on a cold object, the demon said that the time had come. The desire to taste the heart of the ruler of demons burned in her eyes. Near the potato, he reached out, grabbed a dreamy heart, and solemnly reported that their victim is really not in vain. Her scream was heard in the air. Her mouth is revealed in ecstasy merger. From now on they will become one. The couple froze in an unconcealed surprise without believing in their eyes. Suddenly she turned into a huge snake and announced that now everything would be truly. Millia, with a surprised face, quit Ziana the question. Does he know how to overcome the opponent? The young man just shrugged, acknowledging that the demons looks really impressive. After holding her breath, Millia to hide behind Zean and a pleading voice asked the young man to deal with this snake. In response to her request, the guy looked at her enthusiastically, noting that it was simply incredible. The cat turned to a snake. The demon Especheros glanced at the boys, boldly stating that they should feel her grandeur. She questioned afterwards. Stupid people. The story of the woman discovered the curtain of the secret. She was destined to master the strength and wisdom of the previous king. The demonic tail with a loud claw hit the floor, and a bold statement about his own essence of the curse was heard for the entire hall. The call was made loud and confidently. Now, no one will overcome it. The trembling environment hid Zean under his wide palm. Pastito without hesitation stated that no matter who the man was, she would instantly deprive his life. Meanwhile, a giant demon grew on the heroes. Sister Noel was surprised and anxiety. He could not understand who and the terrifying creature was. Paradarkness covered his face with his palm, warning the boys on careless steps. He said that the incredible, still unprecedented force is in the creation. Inside the demon, a giant heart is humming. It is a threat. Burning with a fierce determination in her eyes, Sister Noel grabbed his weapon and asked who she should tremble here. Without a moment, she rushed to the monster, contemptuously calling him only a healthy pile of junk. The holy warrior snatched the weapon. Her cry, full of fierce, forced even a demon to shudder. Now he feels the anger of Morgan. The explosion of emotions broke out of their mouths in the form of curses that rattled in the air along with an unrestrained attempt. The power of the blow was sacred. Every movement of that girl spoke one thing. No mercy, only inevitable death for demonic monster. The next moment of stunning frozen on her face, when the gaze met with the monster that stood in front of her. The blow of her mighty sword was unable to break through the monster's body. The blade entered the flesh of the demon, and flew out with the same destructive force without harming. The shock from the surviving sister Noel. Suddenly ahead of the silhouette, someone became a protective shield, covering the girl with herself. The saint of the saint was securely intercepted by Mr. Hofter, thus saving the girl's life. She sighed lightly. She turned to her rescuer, confessing, if it were not for his intervention, she would have been waiting for an inevitable death. A light smile was played on Mr. Hofter's face when he asked if everything was fine with the girl. The voice of the Paradarkness was heard by order, demanding that everyone move away. With a bitter confidence, he explained that this monster will not obey any physical strength. The girl glaredly stalls, heard it shook her to the depths of her soul. In the palm of the hero began to flash force, heralding the onset of a magical hour. Walking his hand, he exclaimed that his dark flame would turn the demon on the ashes. After rushing into the battle, Paradarkness directed his corporate technique of dark magic, the Dragon of Death, against the demon. However, an unexpected shock was waiting for him. The pasta of the demon spreads wide, eagerly draws in the magic of the boy. The voices of Sister Noel and the shock broke into a cry, shouting prayers to the legendary dragon of the hero. Digging all the tongues of the flame, the demon rapidly released the fiery force, directing it with a terrible wave simply on the heroes that stood in front of him. Meanwhile, the demon and Millia suddenly attacked the demon. The heroes miraculously managed to jump away from the scene, and the girl exclaimed the name of her friend. The boys cast their gaze out the window. Millia said that there was a battle somewhere. The guy just sighed. Zaz smiled cunningly, recognizing in him the king he mentioned, the Demez. He expressed confidence that it was necessary to end this place as soon as possible. A light smile appeared on the mouth of Pistetta when the gaze fell on a young man. So funny his desire to finish everything quickly seemed to her. She proudly stated that the demon entrusted her life without hesitation. She said loudly, as if she heard the most universe. Such trust means that she and the demon won. Thanks to her, she felt the former power returning. The forces were raging, as if in the best of times. She exclaimed loudly that the second coming era had come. With a wild roar, the Pistetto made terrible threats, assuring that no one was able to interfere with them, and the guy was doomed to die. In a frantic rage, she promised to wipe this world from the face of the earth together with her hand. The gaze stopped on the heroes standing in front, and without hiding the bitter smile announced, the first to test they would go, those who dared to challenge her. Expanding the mouth, the Demosa quickly absorbed invisible power, preparing for a devastating spell. The deadly curse, a true death, like a hellish wave, rhinated to the side of Zean and Millia. The despair swept the Millia, and the eyelids closed themselves, but Zean suddenly embraced a sense of strange acquaintance in this magical aggression. Instant flash, and a rapid attack of the demon Espesh Tataro, as if a storm stitches the pyramid, tearing out along with the fragments of the walls. There were no roofs over the heads of Zean and Millia. The wreckage fell out as a result, flying in different directions. The shocked girl grabbed words, trying to understand what happened. The concern was overshadowed by Milia's face when she turned to Zean, anxiously shouting his name. He immediately caught a vigilant look. Something evil is happening to the guy. A heavy breath broke out of the boy's mouth, and his hand suddenly covered with ink darkness. Millia, looking at the boy's hand excitedly, wondered what happened to her. Zean reassured her, assuring that there were no reasons for anxiety. Looking forward with a decisive expression, he clenched his fist and said it was time to start. The image of the blackened palm did not give the girl rest, but the suspicion wrapped her. No different than that this guy weaves. Last time there were no scratches on his body and scratches. Zana's vigilant look slid on a Demoj, and he confessed to her sympathy. He was not left indifferent to her words. The intention of erasing this world was undoubtedly true. A smile blossomed on his face when the look stopped at the pet. The Demosa confessed to the guy that he could surprise her. The demon stated that her blow had to erase the boy from the face of the earth. She did not even know who he was. The guy just laughed out. The smile played on his mouth, and the eyelids were confidently sank. He was genuinely glad because he had received the title. Zean said with self-confidence that he was ranked 5th in the rating of heroes. Introducing as a one of the one-stroke, he radiated true pride and strength. Pointing to herself, Zean reminded the demon S with a smile about his personality, as if etching himself in her memory. Pastello wondered the guy about 5th place, uncertainly assuming whether they really were holding fools for distribution. The Demosa with a smile noted that the young man was not weak at all. She assured that she would remember this man. She cast a piercing look and challenged him. She offered to continue their confrontation. Meanwhile, Paradarkness and Mr. Huffer agreed in a fierce duel with a monster. The Demosa raised his voice, emphasizing that this man was not worth thinking about her comrades. No force could overcome her servant. Demon-like Shepherd proudly stated that defeat for him is impossible. For her, this clash with the children seemed nothing more than a one-sided game, devoid of the meaning of the competition. After scratching his back, Zean broke out for an unexpected intervention. The nod pointed to the window and warned that her revered servant was about to be defeated. The boy's statement was so stunned by a Demosa that she stunned her mouth. Mr. Hofter seems to understand everything right away. With a slight smile, he waved his sister Noel and Paradarkness with his hand. The smiling hero turned to the boys, gently covering them with himself and asking to move away. The blackened hand rose up like a banner, and Zean confessed to his own surprise. People, it turns out, have a much greater force than could be imagined. The hand squeezed into the fists testified to the inner tension of the boy. He confessed that he had not yet been able to realize, which means being a person. Thinking, he added that only time will put everything in its place. He asked these words whether he was right. At the same moment, the guy's hand turned his usual color. The smile illuminated his face when he urged the Demedes to come closer. He proposed to bring their business to the end, which was a lot of stunning pastetto. Awareness of events impressed her to the depths of her soul. The mind was desperate to understand what about these people. Suddenly she wrapped in a whirlwind of witchcraft, calling a magic ball, and bitterly calling them arrogant mortals. In his thoughts, Demez has already decided that the end with these bold ones should be made right now. The story of Pestito about the blow of the Titans which stirred the entire demonic world, and its mighty curse was anxious. She mysteriously suggested to test who could withstand it for the longest. The demon, armed with a titanic iron hammer, rushed into battle against Mr. Gofter, while Demon C laid a deadly curse. In response, he rapidly put his fists. The mighty demon Gauder Pierce, gathering all his power into a blow to justice, rapidly breaks into the flight and cuts the monster sideways, leaving behind a radiant trace. A simple but powerful blow to Zean Kulak, which hit the head of a huge snake demon, decided the battle. A monster fell, struck by unexpected force. A powerful blow rapidly covered the demonese, pulling a wild cough attack from his chest. Consciousness did not have time to comprehend what happened. The body of the Dedisa rested before Zean. Miller came to the boy, turning warmly. With the light of joy in her eyes, she confessed that he was genuinely glad. School, meanwhile, silently watched them, staying away. Cyan's gaze lingered on a defeated demon. Having reached out to her, he noted with her smile. The guy felt the heart treacherously stretching to her, almost falling in love. But he suddenly exploded with laughter, reassured, jokes. And then he added, "Of course, to her demons, the demons of the demons." At the last breath, Peshito asked the boy what he wanted to say. Zean, standing in front of her, wondered. If their paths had crossed 1,000 years ago, everything would have happened differently. A desperate female voice sounded from the dilapidated pyramid. Someone shouted Zion's name. Without holding back the excitement, the girl asked the guy asking for recent events. Zeon's gaze stopped on her, and he was interested in asking what she was leading. With notes of dissatisfaction, Millia noted that he was just what he said. She emphasized loudly that the guy was almost in love with her. At this point, Zean, embarrassed by scratching his head, finally stopped what was being said. With a slight smile, pointing his finger up, the hero replied, "The demon kept loyalty to his purpose. Among all the trials, this was the most fascinated in it." Millia could not hide her surprise from what he heard. With the sparks of joy in her eyes, the girl wondered at the Zean, whether he had forgotten about her. The answer did not wait for herself. It is simply impossible to forget such a special person. Millia listened with delight how Zean enthusiastically lists her many advantages. Zean's confession of sympathy for Millia was suddenly caught by a girl. His open words instantly introduced her into a stupor, and his cheeks flashed a burning blush. The shrill scream escaped from her mouth, and the cheeks lit up the flame red when she grabbed her face. Zeana illuminated a light smile. He began to dream of such a subordinate for a long time. At the same moment, a voice came from behind. They reported that the boys seemed to have been able to cope. Other characters approached Zean. Turning to them, Zean heard a greeting from Mr. Gufter, who with a joyful smile presented all winners sincere greetings. There was no doubt in Zean. Everything was true. It could be argued that the victory finally became there. And it was at this moment that a certain memory suddenly broke out in the mind of Zean. The idea of whether Mr. Goffer really defeated Titan Golis did not give him rest. Putting his heavy hand on the Zean's shoulder, Mr. Goffer proudly noted that the guy had already overcome 3 generals of the King of Demons himself, and this was a great achievement. The words of the hero made the guy get interested even more. The Zean studied Mr. Hafter carefully, who turned to him in his name. Mr. Hafter's gaze was full of anxious expectation when he asked Zean if he would always stay on their side. A quiet smile appeared on his face. With his head lowered and with confidence in his voice, he confirmed the words of the heroic defender. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure flew to the ownership of the demons. One demon came across a bird that brought alarming news. Pestito was defeated. The news stunned the demon to the heart. The exclamations were rushed around. Everyone rushed to find out how she could fall. The demon in despair, he rejected this nonsense. The news of the loss of another general stunned him. The mind refused to accept it. The demon exploded by the curses to the foolish mortals, while behind his back, Ertre laughed, enjoying this bitter irony. Dumping his glasses on his nose, Ertorius gladly noted that he was not mistaken in his assumptions about that man. Near the demon flared up with anger and asked sharply, what kind of nonsense was this goblin? The demon, covered with sorrow, was bitterly reproached. If he guessed, he would not allow us to accompany us. Tears rolled behind his favorite cat. Goblin Eritrea only glanced in his direction and stated mentally, "It is clear." The demon looked at Eritrea with a gesture. Goblin, having corrected the glasses on the nose, asked their next stop. The demon, without hesitation, called for immediate revenge. His voice heard confidently and uncertainly, while Eritrea stood behind, alertly studying the situation. Saying, Goblin Eritrea, with anxiety, caught every word that the demon shouted, insisting that the patience of such a bullying was throwing a shadow on the dignity of the entire demonic genus. Suddenly, a clear and unfamiliar language was heard, which was extremely impressed by the demon. The voice announced that the decisive moment had finally come. He said that in the words of the demon, there is a proportion of truth, but it is not going to endure it. The demon looked up, finding a way out of the situation. The formidable demon, who stood in front of him, ordered to gather all the soldiers who could only be found. His voice sounded like a sentence, to destroy the country of heroes to the ground. Meanwhile, the door was pressed in Trishulia Castle, and an unfamiliar figure entered the hall. The attendees were silent, captured by the unexpected appearance. Rumors spread in the castle. The knight told of a hero who defeated 3 generals of the King of Demons on his own and had already gone to these lands. The quiet whispering accompanied his words. Colleagues whispered, seeing in this story a pathetic attempt to approach a new guest. Now Ashtar, known as the Iron Blow of the Zean, was honored 3rd in the ranking of heroes. Looking around, the hero thought to himself, it was a futile thing to call him for the sake of such a trifle. Wagging the fan into the side of the guy, Princess Batar loudly declared his name. Her voice was proudly and enthusiastically, because she called this spectacle majestic. Smiling to his ears, the girl confidently dreamed, he will come when he becomes the most prominent hero of humanity. Princess with passion said she was looking forward to the day when Zean would be the best. The guy yelled widely, covering her mouth with her palm, and she smiled and added, now you are in the 3rd step, so the victory is quite close. With a smug smile, the princess closed her eyes, allowing Zean to ask for anything in exchange for the protection of humanity. With indifferent appearance, Zean negligently waved. They say, He didn't need anything. The girl he firmly stated that he no longer invite him to that place. In response, the princess rushed to the Zean, anxiously asking him not to go. Instantly jumped to the boy, the girl offered to talk a little. In response, he exclaimed that Zean could not go with empty hands. The look of the feast stopped on the princess, and the question was suddenly sounded. Why did he all? The beam supported his plan, but gave a smile. It would be worth at least a small reward. Smiling, Zeana was interested in what he was attracted more. Money or perhaps her own piece of land. Zean wondered, confessing that his current housing was fully satisfied. Silence reigned for a moment until the face was illuminated by an inspired smile. And when he addressed the girl, he admired a new idea. On the faces of the parents, Kana shone sincere surprise and joy. They asked if they really had to do it all. The boy's father stood stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. Before the parents put not just a house, but a real majestic castle that stood in all its grand beauty. The man noted that their home seems tiny as compared to it. The woman picked up, they say, this building is more like a cheerful tavern. Lowering his gaze over the glasses, Zeana's father stressed calmly. But no matter how it was, those gratitude overwhelms their hearts for their son. Meanwhile, night fell on the floor. Millia sat at the table, plunged into reflections. The inconvenience engulfed her. Zean seems to have begun to pay attention to her. To the boy's remark more closely to look at her feet, the girl perceived it as a concern for her safety. And when he confessed that he had been overburdened with some sticky liquid and now had to be washed well at home, in her imagination it sounded as a declaration of love. In her imagination, Millia to see her confessing to her in love and with tenderness, she says that she wanted to spend his entire life near her, although in fact, he did not speak such words. But despite this, a girl overflowing with joy exclaimed that she also dreamed of staying with him forever. With the theatrical solemnity, Millia closed her eyes and turned to Zeana, making it clear that she was not ready for that. It was at this moment that the girl suddenly revealed the truth. At the bed, the heroine was comfortable, decisively stating that it is time to act. It is not necessary to lose a precious moment. Right now, the right opportunity for decisive steps. The girl pulled out a mysterious object and warned Gianna. Today promises to dramatically change their lives dramatically. It took some time until Millia stopped in front of the door and focused. The crucial moment came. She reached out to the handle confidently, feeling that the time had come. The door dissolved, and Millie stepped inside without thinking, pulled a blanket from her shoulders. She greeted the boy with a sincere smile, then mysteriously noticed that she had something interesting for him. However, the next moment her gaze frozen in a cold surprise when she dissolved another door. The cry of the girl pierced the room. A sister Noel and Paradarkness sat at the table inside the room. Two pairs of eyes directed a careful look at a girl who, red, hurriedly tried to cover herself. Her voice was ridden. Because of embarrassment, she shouted something about a flame that burns with bright fire. Some time passed. The window was finally repaired, and the girl dressed. Mila wondered the guests that brought them to this place. In response, Noel noted that she wanted to ask this question. She looked at Millia and asked why she was here in this form. Near Zeana, he looked at the girl with an appraisal glance and added, "Nights are still cold." Concerned, he asked Millia to preserve himself and not to get cold. Sudden confusion forced Millia to scratch. She began to stumble and hurriedly exclaimed that the guy was holding her tongue. The miracle worker gently advised the girl to taste the dishes as they still steam. With a sincere smile, she replied that she visited the castle recently. Ms. Palmley sought to invite Mr. 1, but he refused, referring to employment, adding that at least this will remain. After a short pause reflecting on the herd, Millia asked her sister Noel why she was not called. Holidays confessed that she intended to agree, but the hellish noise made her change her mind. Millia suddenly exclaimed her feelings to Zion. The girl murmured with a smile and lowered look that, apparently, the holy was confused. A mile, she cast her gaze on Sister Noel, and noticed that in her daily life, and not at all. The girl laughed in response, assuring that now she was just drinking. That's all the devils, like a chain, are torn out. Sister Noel made a sip of the drink and advised to leave this conversation. Instead, she suggested that Mr. and Z were arguing. The girl confessed that she first met Mr. Fight. According to her, he immediately proved himself as a real character. There is no doubt about this. The saint's gaze slid to the glass, and without any doubt she noted. Pestato was not a light drink. Without even meeting her eyes, the girl felt the insurmountable power and grandeur of this woman. Looking at Zean, she noted that he dealt with the opponent of one and only blow. The girl added, "He is not inferior to Mr. Paradarkness." Divided the same opinion. The energy that was fanned from the boy was striking in space. Millia, smiling with pleasure, only pushed. "They say it is worthwhile to be afraid of this young man." There was no doubt in her heart. He would soon surpass everyone in this country and get the title of the strongest. Zean, with an ironic smile, wondered why it causes such pride for her. Sister Noel laughed, teasing the guy with a shortage. She wondered with a wicked glitter in her eyes whether Zean had a girl she would be in love with. The excited Millia rushed to the question of why the girl spoke about this. The feather of darkness was covered, seeing in a stranger the coming of a fallen angel from heaven. So everything happened instantly. The essence of events became quite obvious. The prophet noted that there was a great opportunity for conversation. These words sounded unexpectedly when she asked Millia to ask whether she agreed, and with that, which surprised the girl, Zean suddenly stated that if he concerns Millia, he really likes it. In addition, he already spoke openly. Sister Noel turned to Millia with interest, trying to find out what happened to her. At this point, Zean was a panic. In her head, the lightning flashed that the vegetables that he treated the girl were to blame for everything. Meanwhile, Paradarkness only shook his head. Knowledge, they say, remains somewhere in the abyss of space, so the truth is ordinary stupidity. It took some time when the guy appeared at the entrance to the room where he was already waiting. There was a short but meaningful conversation that was delayed for a long time than expected. It was already dark outside, so Sister Noel, along with the pen, was preparing to go back. The girls who kept restrained, they smiled warmly to farewell and thanked the time spent together. In response, the pen noted that their destinies were somehow intertwined. In his words, hope sounded, once they will be able to sit again as today. Millia and Zean, conducting the eyes of their friends, waved their goodbye to them. "Take a deep breath," the girl said. "There was a lot of fun." A smile also blossomed on Zeno's face. Looking at him with delight, Millia sincerely noted the incredibly delicious the dish he prepared. The soft pride illuminated Zean's face, quite naturally, because the soup was a real work of art cooked from vegetables grown by his caring hands. Truly approaching him, Millia said quietly that, of course, she knew about it for a long time, but sincerely added, these people were in fact good. With misunderstanding looking back, Zean wondered what she was in mind. The girl confessed that she had only seen their sister and a stranger in them, but today she discovered them on the other hand. Looking in his eyes, the girl confessed. Much understood for herself, but at heart she did not lose faith. He would once become the strongest and can eradicate evil. But perhaps its true vocation is just to support others, not to take the first place in this case. Zean's light laughter was heard in the air. He sincerely liked, and he did not hide the delight. Suddenly Millia again broke his language, noting, "Probably, you have no idea. All this became possible only because of unusual people such as Zeana himself or Mr. A.Z. standing from the side, poked his finger in the nose of Millia and warned, let him watch for the words, because she can go back with his nose again." She answered such an annoying girl with an angry cry, assuring that she remembers it perfectly. Her cheeks flashed with a flame blush, and the compressed fist spoke of annoyance. She was embarrassed. She was angry that she really wanted to praise him. Zean answered a carefree laughter and sincerely apologized. With a deep sigh, Millie noted the amazing rudeness on the side of Yuana. She did not refrain from the idea that his behavior is simply incomprehensible, and still often thinks whether he has something in common with people. She smiled and said that even if the devil himself stood in front of her, he would seem less weird than him. He was suffered by such an answer. The guy laughed in response. The girl reported that Zean had already defeated 3 demonic generals, including Pesheto, Goblin, and a semi-dressed demon. Millia noticed, be it a man or a demon, without hesitation, he would have revealed all his power before the world. This has already served as a great feature. According to her, he has long been known. Mr. is the strongest of all. However, the second position in the rating of the heroes remained a mystery to him. With this titled unbeatable one had not had to cross. The second place was Dekanji, the legendary sage of Parmeli. Zeem thought and had to agree with the evaluation. In fact, during the last council of the strongest there were not there. In the beginning, the girl decided to use the map. 3 important cells unfolded before the eyes. The country of the sages Brunareg, the heart of the Techok, the powerful kingdom of dragons of the Eye, Trishulia, as well as the United Nations of Calvinan, which consisted of other lands and numerous small states. These three pillars should be remembered as the basis of knowledge. She also told about Parmel's prominent sage, born in Brunnereg, the kingdom of magic. Humanity has entrusted her supreme leadership, so they are often challenged not only by the keeper, but also by the strongest trump card with Mr. In addition, the girl noted that there is another creature, the legendary owner of the demons. According to her, the demonic king occupies the highest peak of the world, and it is likely that it is stronger than all. Sighed, she smiled and confessed, not even sure whether it is possible to overcome such an enemy to Mr. or Zone himself. The silence of the boy emphasized her words, and the girl confidently noticed. Only it is possible to evaluate how powerful this creature is. After these words, Zean heard the question. Did he know why Dinues is called the legendary hero? Without waiting for the answer, the interlocutor continued. The glory of the hero got because only he managed to reach the owner of the demons himself, an achievement that no one could now. With a smile that hid irony, Zean exhaled and noted, "It is difficult to be sure when Millia is not tired of controversy on the theme of the demonic king." He noted that even a demonic king, no matter how powerful, remained only the owner of his era. The history of demons stretched through many millennia, and the present ruler is only a sand in an endless flow of time. The smile blossomed on a youthful face when words were heard. In this infinite world, these things have no weight at all. Probably, there is a demon drill, where it is more powerful than the one who holds power now. The stretched smile did not hide her anxiety when she wondered what he was leading. Once he moved forward, her hand quickly grabbed him for his elbow, forcing him to stop. After all, the presence of this person meant serious trouble. With his shoulders shrugged, he added that it was only a minor note. With a slight smile, he noted that if such good people once happened in his way as maybe the decision to say goodbye to life would not be so fast and unproven. Concealed, the girl retreated and astonished with surprise what was talking about. The young man just laughed in response, claiming that the little things were not worried about it. Even having faced such difficulties, humanity still did not disappear from the face of the earth. This is the opinion that he expressed it, asking him to the question of whether it is true. The girl agreed, confessing that he was right, but did not hide. In her heart there were doubts about his views. Smiling, the young man stepped forward and assured that the characters have to believe in their own victory and go to the end. Just as Millia joined Zeana, the girl slammed him on her shoulder, throwing that for a newcomer his tongue was too hung. Zean answered a tricky smile and wondered if he had a radio. Suddenly, a desperate cry rolled over the city. The views of the demons were horrified. Seen before them seemed incredible even for their idea. All history knew demonic kings who were constantly moving forward. The ordinary demons covered true horror because none of them could understand why such powerful creatures appeared in this place. The voice was unexpectedly behind. Someone announced that the 4 kings of demons were facing them. The figure was confidently emerging from the crowd and, as if turning everyone into ancient times, she said, "Once this world was different, but humanity destroyed those who prevailed on top. Demons covered by horror could not look away from the incredible visible in front of them. Here they gathered both the wicked king himself, as well as the rulers of the the Lord of Reem, and with them a formidable King Meching. Once upon a time, the king of demons, known as Zean, appeared in the past. The deep bow of the demonic ruler accompanied his confession. They were eternally waiting for the true ruler of the demons. With a smile on his face, the guy threw, "When did this impostor get courage to give them orders?" A step forward from Zana, and the words cut the silence. Real kings should prove their power to the world. Even before dawn, Millia barely opened the eyelids and slowly rose on the bed. The dream broke off earlier than it died, so she met a new day, not on plan. The girl entered the bathroom, poured into a glass of fresh water, and then calmed her face, finishing the morning ritual of water treatments. Choosing beautiful clothes and collecting hair in a sophisticated hairstyle, the girl glowed with an exciting anticipation of an unusual day. The clear blue sky stretched over the capital, and the sun's rays flooded the streets with warmth. Among this light, dressed with a special taste, Millia changed a smile, looking at someone at the crossroads. It seemed as if it were just the expectations of a loved one, but inside the breast trembled with a madly accelerated heartbeat. Thoughts swarmed in their heads, clarifying curiosity. How soon a Qian will appear. Suddenly, a familiar voice exclaimed her name. At the same moment, someone waved his hand, smiling and noting that she had come much earlier. The voice that was behind instantly caused joy on the face of Millia. She immediately recognized Zean. The young man approached with a wide smile, hurriedly apologized, and in response heard the question, how much time she is waiting for him. However, the girl flirtatiously assured that she just came, and did not feel any inconvenience. The smile shone on Jian's face when he said with delight, all this is just great. She was called Millie from Riley, and today she was waiting for a special event. The first date in life with the one who fell into her heart. The day promised to be perfect for the smallest detail. The boys approached a small scene side by side, where a gray man was already waiting for them with a shovel. Smiling mysteriously, the owner of the event advised everyone to break into the teams of 2. When everyone was lining up, the man commanded, everyone should take a shovel and move to the beds. The surprise froze in the eyes of Millia when she nodded to the side and turned to Zean with the question of what it was. Zean, without hiding sincerity, explained that it was a normal competition among potato connoisseurs, and in turn, wondered that in fact in this strange. On her face, Milia's flashed a shadow when she looked silently. The Zean was comfortable nearby, looking carefully at it, and said that it seems that they are only involved in pairs, so he does not hide the joy that he invited it. The girl desperately restrained tears, although the shadows of sadness did not flash on her face. She only nodded, thanked Zean, and agreed with the herd. Involuntarily reproached for nonsense, how could a crazy plant invented in her head? Zean, meanwhile, stretched her shovel, trying to support at least. Looking at him with a slight surprise, the girl wondered what is so special about that fun. Ordinary rural entertainment, nothing more. Zean was genuinely surprised by her words, and asked what she was talking about. Does she really know nothing about growing potatoes from a local company? According to him, such competitions are collecting the best masters of growing battatures so that they come together in a decisive battle. In this place, real production giants compete, so ordinary farmers with a small potato stock will not even dare to appear here. In full misunderstanding, she wondered, what does this mysterious potato force mean? The loud laughter suddenly cut the air. The face of Millia immediately became serious. She turned, casting an angry look in the direction of noise. Someone with abuse commented, they say. The idiot managed to bring a girl here. 2 chunky men loudly stated that this competition is not easy, and that it is better for newcomers to stay in a cafe and enjoy their perf. The irritation was inadvertently flashed in the eyes of Millia, and Zean watched in silence, without giving any emotion. And suddenly someone's leg approached them, which he had a hard time on the ground. The stranger looked carefully at the soil, and then uttered with irony, the standards of digging a batata in the capital, if judged by what he saw, shake up almost to the ground. 2 guys in similar glasses came forward. One of them drew a handful of land and, considering it carefully, confidently stated that in all indicators, humidity, temperature, and soil structure, everything is perfect. Meanwhile, his brother, enthusiastically counting, announced that the likelihood of their victory is equal to 100%. The hobby overshadowed the look of Zean. His feet were rushed, because he had not yet observed such power in potatoes. The guy fell on his knees, feverishly warning the mill. These creatures are far from as simple as they seem at first glance. The girl, with curiosity and shadow of a smile, cast her gaze in his direction, and wondered if she would share the mystery. What is this mysterious power of potatoes? The loud laughter of the man tore silence, and the cheeky voice challenged the boys. At least a little effort to get angry. From a broken pride on his face, Zean rose from his knees, firmly saying that a slight victory over them is not worth waiting. In these solemn words, the presenter proclaimed, 103rd tournament for digging potatoes is solemnly open. Miley, not hiding surprise, threw a surprised look at Zean and wondered, did he really didn't joke about it? As soon as the news of the competition came, the field exploded with a great struggle. The participants were in a hurry to make every effort to dig the potatoes faster and more skillfully. At a moment when the exhaustion was swollen, an army suddenly stretched to him. The help was offered by the man who had just competed. Zean grabbed his hand firmly. Their views met, full of the same passionate desire for victory. Finally, after stressful seconds of expectation, the leader signal is heard. The silver whistle cuts the air. Finally, the moment came. The man solemnly announced his willingness to proclaim the winner of the 103rd potato digging competitions. The hall flooded in tense silence. Everyone kept their breath in the exciting anticipation of the results. The presenter solemnly announced that Ishtar from the village of X, together with Millia, his partner, won and took first place in the competition. Zean did not hold back emotions with a joyful exclamation, and Millia to be silent from surprise. The boys slowly stepped on a low stage where the presenter was already expected. Zean radiated pride, while Millia was still in the power of shock. Smiling, the man reported that the winners were waiting for the honored Cup of Triumphs, and also a quote and a golden CDM as a special trophy for Zeana and Millia. Stroke, Zean watched the find, emphasizing, only the winner was awarded to touch her. His sincere passion for this legendary sweet battle glowed in his eyes. His words sounded confidently. Together, he would definitely be able to raise artificial selection to a qualitatively new height. Millia sighed, noticing this guy barely holding back the delight, as if he was ready to jump with happiness. The girl perceived everything with ease, not too worried that she lost her weekend. Fast motion shook the last dust. Suddenly silence cut a voice. Zhang called it. Looking back in her direction, he confessed that it was a grueling battle, and he would not have managed. He sincerely thanked Millia, adding how he was lucky to have her for a partner. Suddenly surprised, the girl was slightly squeezed and scattered, but clumsily agreed and carefully put her palm into her hand. The idea made, what is wrong with her, because she has never felt such a genuine joy. But suddenly the silence was torn, the loud exclamations. Anxiety was sounded. The loud cry pierced the air, matches cooked for roasted potatoes, suddenly wet because of an unfortunate accident. The competition turned into chaos. The participants shouted and fussed loudly, desperately questioning what would happen to their main dishes. Strenuously rolling glasses, one of the boys stated that there was no chance to restore these duels. Under the sharp look of Millia, the crowd began to worry. Confusion and disappointment flashed on their faces. The girl stopped, glancing the crowd with an interesting look, and wondered what happened. Raising her hand, she confessed that she did not understand anything from everything that had happened. The tips of her fingers were confused in the air, as if trying to imagine incomprehensible events. At the same moment, the flames broke out even brighter. The girl, holding her breath, wondered if this idea would work. A wave of joy rose around. People exclaimed, calling Mill a true goddess. It passed some time as they and Zean were on the bench, delving into the conversation. Millia wondered how it happened, because she was so carefully preparing for this meeting. Bite a small piece of potatoes. Zean looked at Mill, wanting to find out what kind of date she talks about. Confusion flooded the girl. She assured that nothing wrong was mean, because her real plan was completely different. Zeana thought deeply about Milia's words about a date. The girl was stunned. She could not tread whether he really understands anything, whether it was a hoop of her feelings. Milia's cheeks were scattered, and she confessed, all that is a real date. The girl explained that a date was called a meeting with those who like it when you spend a great time together. Without holding back a sincere smile, Zean replied, if so, then everything is fine. The girl only looked at him in surprise, as if she could not hurt why it had so comforted. They also taste delicious food. Her words were heard with warmth and admiration. Smiling endlessly, the guy happily announced that they had a first date today. Just looking at him, Millia did not resist. She closed blood from her nose. The first date of Millia Vermilion was crowned for her with an absolute triumph. In her thoughts, the dream was steadily turning. If it was so happy every day. However, the men, the participants of the competition, became confused as their goddess fell without strength, and immediately called a doctor. Suddenly the castle shook a formidable roar of thunder. The owner of the darkness announced that the one she sent was too slowed. The ganger, running up to a girl who settled on his friend's back, announced his arrival. The owner of the demons ironically noted, in the home of a sorcerer family it is strange not to even properly treat tea. Interesting. What is it related to? Angry to trembling, the ganger still finds the strength to apologize to her in a waste. The demon only contemptuously threw that all present. Ordinary failures without the slightest talent. An interesting look at the missa on a demon, expressing a guess whether Gungar before her. The smile cunningly lay on her mouth when she confessed that she had no more important things, so she suggests to have fun. Such arrogance was a lot of discontent with the demon. The impossible to deny her forced him to silently tolerate everything that happened, repeating that there was no other choice. she would have to withstand such an attitude. The demonic queen lifted her head and stepped forward, turning to the owner of the darkness. If boredom has a soul and there are no things, why not visit Nagaji? Sokobi sighed and wondered what it should mean, and then added, so mysterious and closed that she had already worn to endure this mystery. Sincerely smiling, the girl noted, besides, if they both leave, people will be left without their messages. She was intrigued. She wondered what was wrong in. Silently looking at it for several moments, the girl finally asked what news was about. The demonic king only thrown ironically, they say. Everything is clear. Meanwhile, in the heart of the empire, Rajakrash's nail avoided his gaze and did not bring his eyes on the opponent that hung in the sky right above him. The demon with a cheeky Oscar stated that he could effortlessly defeat them all and erase the gunpowder on his own. It was at this moment that the great wise Parmela, a hero who ranked second in the rating, with the wound from which blood flowed. The demons moved forward, confessing that all their expectations broke out at a moment when they first heard. The most powerful hero could stand on the side of good. Significantly reducing the distance between each other and the hero, the enemy threw him to the ground. The dry, disappointing voice noted that he has not worked such a failure. Blood slipped out of the mouth of the hero, who was seen, absolutely powerless to contrast this invasion. Nagraja was approaching even closer, insisting, if a real warrior before him, then it is necessary to accept his strength with dignity. The girl, barely approaching the earth, felt how powerful he was. In her thoughts, this power was equal to the power of the king of demons. The girl rose from the ground, confidently squeezing the staff in her hands. With a guilty smile, she said a few words of apology, joked about her legendary stubbornness, which has long become a parable on her mouth. She admitted that it would be a fairness to save this stubbornness for a fight with the king. However, for the sake of him, there are no objections. A huge comet suddenly appeared right above their heads, marking the onset of forbidden witchcraft. A meteoric rain. The girl exclaimed, if her life is cut off now, he will go with her. Nagaraja nodded as a sign of understanding, and smiling, agreed that it was wonderful. But he had no less. Squeezing his fist, he confidently added that he does not call his words. Without a moment, the demon grabbed his arsenal weapon. First of all, his palms were a magical sword. Behind him, a sacred saber. Following his hands, he was a heavenly blade, and finally he grabbed a divine sword. Having waved the armed forearms, the demon with a certain confidence proclaimed that innumerable swords would merge into one thing, creating an invincible weapon. A moment later, having used the reception of Nagraj, he rapidly waved all his own hands, wearing a dazzling collapse of meteorite rain from May in the air. The incredible blow of the sage crumbled in a moment on many small debris. She only surprised to watch it in silence, not finding words. He only briefly recalled that he had already said. Lowering the sword, he has bitterly acknowledged how disappointed with this battle. Just as the girl's look tried to jump to the side, as her head was separated from her shoulders, and the last breath of her life disappeared from her body. The demon, rudely lifting the girl for hair, with annoyance questioned that he only in vain polluted his hands. Pulling his eyes on her face, he thoughtfully appreciated. Is this the other hero's second most powerful? He disregardedly noted that the level of local soldiers had fallen into incredible misery. Nagaraja came to the conclusion that there is no point in staying here. It is time to start the destruction of this world, and then to move to the next. Turning to Zean in shock, Millia with a clearly noticeable surprise said, what did you mean when you said that your parents are going to visit you? Her sincerely surprised facial expression spoke for himself. Looking closely at the boy, Millia silently waited for the answer. Zean calmly confirmed. Everything happens exactly as he told, and they will soon appear here. He quietly added that his parents want to see all the sights of the capital. A sharp cry escaped from the girl's mouth. She did not restrain his emotions and demandedly wondered if he was really joking. She was sworn in the thirst for answers. Why did he hide the truth and not admit at least a little earlier? The stunned Zean did not look away from the girl, wondering, why know about the arrival of his parents? The tension engulfed the girl. She became clear that all this was needed to introduce her to her parents. Such a conclusion seemed too obvious, but to confess in her assumptions, the girl did not dare because of severe embarrassment. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face, and, turning to all, confessed. They also did not suffer to see how their son gave himself advice with the honorary title of hero. Choosing a neat pair, he dropped briefly that he would not matter if he would handle it or not. He was not going to arrange any heroic performances here. Sawing both of them, the young man quietly reminded that he said many times to be an assistant for Millia, or for anyone from the environment he could not at all. The girl looked carefully in his eyes and wondered, did he really believe in these words? She confessed that he could not fully solve what he sees himself. However, one thing remained. This young man has already turned into a real hero. From her words, the boy's face illuminated a passionate look, filled with delight in Millia. After thinking what would confirm her words, the girl suddenly distracted. Several children ran to them, instantly attracting attention. The guy looked closely at Zean and wondered if his name really coincided with what everyone was talking about. The girl nearby exclaimed, recognizing in him the third strongest hero in the whole rating. The baby was noticeably worried and could not hide her excitement. The guy looked at them with surprise, then leaned forward, and without hesitation, confirmed, everything really is. And his name is Zean. This answer caused sincere joy in children. They were passionately exchanged. The unspeakable joy illuminated their faces when a real Zeed. The boy exclaimed admires that he loved his idol, and his younger sister immediately picked up these words. Agree. A little girl nodded her head confidently. Smile illuminated Milia's face when she looked at the passionate children, and with interest she asked why they did not shake the hand of the third hero. The child glanced at the outstretched with an uncertain palm with surprise. The admiration was in the eyes. A moment ago this hand kept weapons, and now she is stretched simply. The joyful exclamation of the girl came after. She also fell to shake Zean's hand as soon as the boy releases this honorary opportunity. Children who were filled with joy that they could shake his hand quickly rushed away, and Zean and Millia with their eyes and smiled at goodbye. The girl's gaze slid on Zean and she noticed. The event did not catch him by surprise. In response, the guy nodded to her, smiling awkwardly, and assured that everything was wrong as it should be, and this news really stunned him. The unexpectedness of the words stunned the girl, so she hurried to clarify whether it was true. Zean's gaze focused on his own hand while Millia told how heroes gifted with such a force caused admiration for many people. At that moment, the time of Zean popped up when he squeezed the demons of the demons on the throne. Zeeble stood nearby, and then he said, Hobbies are not enough for your teacher. The words of the demon were filled with genuine admiration with the incomprehensible power of the Zegan, which forced not only to be surprised, but also a deep respect. According to him, the reason for everything that happened was the inability of any of them to become a new owner of demons. At that moment, Zean listened silently, without saying a word. It was when a pleasant feeling of admiration enveloped his soul, wingering self-esteem. Millia had fun in her palm, and announced that it was time to prepare for the arrival of his respected parents. The embarrassment for a moment was in his eyes, but the consent was heard almost immediately. Milius admires that the future daughter-in-law should definitely make the best impression. Zean only looked at her confusedly, not quite understanding why she speaks of herself as his bride. The fantasies were completely taken over by the girl, immersing her into the bright world of dreams. Suddenly, the silence broke an unfamiliar voice, who reported that the boys had already come. Returning to the voice, Zean and Millia saw the sister Noel and the dog's Darkness, which quickly approached with a clear anxiety on his faces. The girl exclaimed the boys that they were waiting for trouble. Sister Noel, barely holding back her breath, leaned to come to her senses, and Millia with anxiety wondered what had happened, noticing their pale appearance. Suddenly, Noel straightened and has announced the danger in his whole voice. An urgent situation. Quickly, without a moment, she reported that the powerful empire of Brunalag was ruthlessly erased from the face of the earth by the enemy, leaving only ruins and ashes. Millia exclaimed that it was impossible, because one of the most powerful heroes is already inside Brunar's egg. Suddenly the girl was shy, her face faded. She asked uncertainly if she realized that Parmela had to be here. Sister Noel lowered her eyes and, embarrassed, quietly acknowledged that he really... Continuing, she suggested that, if you believed Herd, Mrs. Parmelli also suffered a cruel death. Millia exclaimed that she was just awful and immediately thought, who would deal with if the enemy has such an incredible force? Zean, looking at his sister Noel, wondered if this girl was really the same Parmela, who won second place in the ranking. Millia exclaimed in despair, because it was difficult to believe that with Parmela, responsible for the legendary Brunner egg, something like this seemed absolutely incredible. The question was barely raised as a panic. A panic to find out what had happened to Mr. Sister Noel immediately answered. He had just left for the state with the Empire. Squeezing his fist, the girl firmly stated, "It is impossible to waste no longer here if Brunelegus was already succumbed." Millia turned sharply and called Zean without delay. Calling for immediate preparation for battle, she turned to the boy. However, Zean, stubbornly lifting his head and staring into the sky, categorically rejected her request. The confused Millia asked uncertainly, "What are you saying and how can you give up?" In the meantime, dozens of interested views have already frozen in the sky. Milia's gaze rose up at a moment when he said at a time that they had already enough, and so enough. Smooth waves of sound cut the air, gradually stamping into alarming darkness. The darkness thickened until a clear silhouette of an unknown object was outlined in the sky. Scared people were concerned about each other. "What is it?" Millia froze with surprise with all those present. A wonderful object arose from the air, and no explanation was found. A loud demon on a large ship lay. A loud demon. A demon, not crashing himself with delight, loudly proclaimed that life was beautiful. Paying on general attention, he called for everyone to watch very carefully, because now he will demonstrate his most valuable creation. The fourth among the demonic generals was the demon named Aristocrat Goblin. Having straightened all his attention, he suddenly exclaimed that this camouflage image was the ideal way to get over the enemy bones unnoticed. The gang of the demon fell on the Gungar, who twisted the pedal. The demon was enthusiastically noted that a unique, extremely powerful magical device was also installed on board. He emphasized that such a unit is a real miracle. Boiling with excitement, Gungar could barely understand how he got this work. Meanwhile, Aristocrat Goblin smiled at all his teeth, brightly saying that their plan was something incredible, just a fascinating project. Something loud replica was suddenly involved. The unknown noted that these guys, it turns out, can even be useful. Sukabike looked around with interest, studying the audience carefully. The demonic queen said with a smile, "Let this world and far from perfection. But it is not necessary to delay. It is better to destroy it faster and move it to the next." Nagraja, barely holding back yawning, quietly added, "Boredom takes, you can speed up, solving this issue together." The confusion engulfed Ertrai when they appeared before him. Millia faded and frightened to John, trying to make sure that it was really the same Ertrai. The guy nodded, and then, lifting a harsh look, firmly stated, "Among them, someone else is hiding." At this point, Noel's sister, without sparing strength, rushed to save people, powerfully urged the residents to flee immediately. The frightened crowd ran, we're in a full mess. Suddenly, the sky over the enemy ship flashed with bright flashes that instantly turned into the outlines of two demons, which the heads flew down, like a lightning, crashing into the ground. Instantly sank down, leaving behind cracks and fragments of broken tiles. Zean, Millia, Noel, and Paradarkness watched this sight, froze from surprise and shock. Two demons swept out of the dust cloud that rose after the explosion. The stranger noted that they were very close, referring to their dear and heroes, who seemed rather weak. The Lord of the Disaster, the divine sword of Nagaraja, remarked to her that mockery from enemies did not look at her. In response, the demonic queen of evil, the drinker Sukbachi, wondered and suggests that he did not perceive everything so seriously. A girl named Lichtegger emphasized that their opponents are so tiny and worthless that even half of the true power of her blow would not withstand. The spooky cold penetrated the boys to the bones. From enemies, it was a real horror that was difficult to explain in words. Millia focusedly tried to understand what the dead rage was streamlined from these terrible creatures. The girl's face immediately faded, grasping the terrible truth. Their life really hangs on the hair. Suddenly, there was a decisive advice. Zean ordered Millia to get away from dangerous people immediately. A ruthless new moon with an icy look stated that these two failures were almost inferior to the power of the demonic king himself. The words of Zean about the owners of the demons forced Millia to die for a moment. She asked if he really dreamed of calling them failures. With a light sigh of Zukukachi, he said with a joyful spark, "At last there was at least one prudent head, because although someone was able to understand everything properly." Smiling, the girl reported that there are not two of them here. Growing at him, she added, "In fact, 4 of them." In these moments, silence enveloped the state bordering with Brunelig. Alba, along with Mr. and Ruby, found themselves in front of an enemy whose power forced the heart to beat faster. Alba's voice cut silence. She exclaimed the question that she was standing before them. Breathing deeply, the demon looked carefully at the enemies that stood in front of him. Noticing something special, he noted that it is quite different from others. The demonic queen of the void, Isimpris Hesetsuk, slightly waved her hand, negligently noting that before them, only the little things that should be erased on powder as soon as possible. At this moment, there was a majestic bishop of dragons demon, a large pearl of the genus, a lode braid of villages. She noted that as soon as the battle was over, she should leave this world without delay and go to the next one. The demon added gloomy, "No creature, except the real ruler of the demons, is worth even a crumb of their attention." At this point, a slight laugh broke out of the mouth of Nagaraja, and he said that it was time to complete their journey with this world. Having taken a few steps forward, I turned to Sukubach. "Now everything is in your hands, I take that guy." The index finger is motionless in Zean. Detecting cruelty, the demon stated cold-blooded that it was the perfect target for his long-sized swords. Immediately grabbed all 4 swords, he voiced that although this man at least quenches his restless thirst for a duel. The tension was shaken by the whole body of Siona. With fear and admiration watched this real monster. The slight offensive breath brought the suicide and agreed, because it was he who started this conversation. The girl explained that this is what deter her from cooperation with him. At the same moment, the open palms gave birth to a flash of thick darkness. Skillfully waving her hands, she wore the power of 2 abilities, darkness and fire. After the unexpected attack, Sister Noel and Paradarkness rushed to the whirlpool of confrontation, which were determined to prevent this girl from erasing the city from the face of the earth. The sister gathered all her strength in his fist, looked sharply at the sulk, and warned in a cold voice. Their purpose would be destroying it. The deadly technique is a powerful blow to the solar plexus. Immediately after that, Sukubachi flew back, in no way responded to this attack. Noticing this, Zean urged them to stop, emphasizing that it is so easy to defeat these demons. The words were still heard in the air when Millia suddenly bowed her hands, gently kissing the boy in the cheek. Zean was stuck in amazement. The girl with a smile assured, she is fully aware of how much he is experiencing for them, and will not allow him to forget. They are heroes. The confusion engulfed Giona when his gaze stopped at Millia. It was at this moment that Sukubachi, grabbing his sister Noel by her hand, said herself with excessively compassionate tone how sorry she was. The horror was clinging to Noel when it became obvious. Her attack did not cause any harm to the enemy. The demon stood in front of her adamant and unharmed, and on his face did not shake at all in surprise or pain. Lifting Noel into the air, the candy wrapped her, mocking her eyes, and smiled cunningly, emphasizing that no magic or a direct force attack can overcome it. Unexpectedly, the view of the owner of the demons turned sideways. Amelia, covered with rage, stood near him, and a fiery sword in the palms. There was only one goal in the girl's thoughts, to delay this demon as far away from Zean. A moment, and in the air, a blow, capable of cutting off the very essence of the material world. It was a corporate assignment of Millia, a true masterpiece of combat skills. The girl continuously struck one by one, firmly deciding, Sukobit cannot get even a moment of rest. Strongly pushing the opponent, she justified his movement in her mind about Siana. She was not going to retreat. The defeat was not part of her plans. She went to continuous attacks, knowing that even giving her lives, she would be able to win at least a few precious moments for Jian, so that he could destroy the monster that aimed at him. The voice of Yin, filled with anxiety, has fallen when he called Millia, not wanting to allow her death. However, the demon with whom the brutal battle snatched the boy's address, noting that this girl trusts him infinitely. Looking closely at the mill, Nagraja said contemptuously, "You are a pathetic girl." Did she really believe that Zean would be able to overcome such an opponent on his own? Swinging himself, the man looked at the boy closely, and noted that everything was happening exactly as he predicted. The locals are too confident in himself. Not wanting to hear his reproaches more, Zeana sharply asked Nagraju to silence for at least for a while. The unexplained feeling was captured by Zean. Earlier he had only dreamed of dating guys like Nagraji or Sukbach. Thoughts returned to Millia every time the words that did not understand where they came from now. What emotions it caused it. There was no moment to understand, because there was no time for reflection at all. The gaze thrown towards Nagraj spoke for himself. They say, "What are you delaying? An unknown demonic owner. It's time to attack." Squeezing his fists, Zehan cast a look full of fierce, and acknowledged that he was now on the verge of a nervous breakdown. A serious facial expression emphasized how Seon enveloped himself with pulsating energy. This moment Nagaraja marked the approving exclamation. The king of demon wondered whether Zean was really ready to go so far. Nagaraja's eyes were blood, and a loud cry sniffed out of his mouth. All this was gaining more interest. Looking at the guy, the demon with a barely restrained delight said, "Even for one moment it was worth traveling through the worlds." Excited by the passionate excitement, Nagaraja confessed that he always welcomes the call in a duel with a worthy opponent. In his words, he sounded delight, because a new acquaintance seemed to him such a person. The fiery desire to check the guy in battle, to quench his thirst for the clash, engraved the rapper completely. A light smile touched the mouth of Zean, and the exhale escaped from his chest. The sword of Nagaraja directed the sharp edge of the guy. The words, like arrows, pierced silence. He wondered what had happened. The owner of the demons, with hidden excitement, expected the answer, beating that the young man would not declare his defeat. Squeezing his fists, the Xian smiled and assured that he did not like anything like this. It turned out that at this moment, one familiar person slept. The young hero glanced carefully at Nagaraja, and assured that he was now clear to the motives of the bishop demons. Step by step, Zean was approaching Nagaraja, mutating the same phrases about unbearable boredom. With unwavering confidence in the step, he went simply to the demon, calling him a bore. Zean turned to Nagaraja, asking whether he really was seeking to fight a rival who was fighting in full force. Having taken some confident steps, Zean decisively stopped in front of the owner of the demons, and firmly stated that it is impossible to destroy the whole world because of this. It is impossible. At the same moment, a surprised exclamation escaped from the mouth of Nagaraja. His eyes were already rounded by surprise. The powerful blow that Zean called him the King of the Demons, with frantic force, struck Nagaraja. The King of Demons was astonished, unable to understand what it was for incredible technique. Sticky looking at Nagaraja, Zean with seriousness recognized his power. But the guy waved his fist, adding that one blow is a trifle for him. Zean promised, for this reason, it will give him the highest level. The guy caught a demonic king of devastating blows one by one. The body of the King of Demons instantly crumbled into small debris. The stunning of his mind. Meanwhile, the guy said with a smile, "If the demon sought to take the last breath, then he has reason to be happy." And without seconds he waved his sword, drawing another devastating blow. Directly meeting Nagaraja, Zean said without hesitation that he would not restrain his strength. One day, an unexpected attack suddenly fell on the calm village of Millia. Its inhabitants were horrified when the mysterious clan of sorcerers emerged from darkness. A spooky scream played in the air, and a wave of horror rose around. The girl, along with her mother, found themselves on the verge of life and death, a moment, and they could absorb the darkness. However, it was at the moment hope almost extinguished that she suddenly appeared, the heroine in the blow in the wind, rapidly racing them for help, full of determination and courage. On the ground, exhausted and difficult to breathe from the wounds, Millia lay. The steps of the Sokobarki were confidently approaching the girl. On her face was a barely catchy smile, having agreed that for a moment she even felt a surprise. But after all, the girl. Laughter Sikobache illuminated her face when she spoke of a stubborn rival's effort. No matter how much Millia to fight, all the efforts remained in vain, and this fact Sikobaye noted with a condescending smile, recognizing she really tried hard. The Demosa glanced to his sister Noel and Paradarkness, and with a barely restrained ridicule noted that even a light touch deprived them of strength. The bodies stuck to the ground, unable to roll or shudder. In a world where ruthlessness prevails, even a person is completely defenseless and worthless. Suddenly, she jumped strongly with a mill, throwing her sideways, and threw her fiercely. She would break the girl at the wall now. Demeza, with delight, said that everything has become much more interesting for her now. But suddenly, Mila broke her words. She said with a smile that she did not consider herself a weak hero. Having collected all his power, the girl directed energy into her wound and firmly stated that she was still among the strongest 100. Millia recalled how unexpectedly she managed to catch up with the one she once admired. The girl's wound was gradually delayed, although she denied and claimed that things were going differently. While her words were heard, Millia was confidently climbing and waving. They say, in fact, it was a little thing. Sukabachi could not believe that the flame had touched the girl and burned her. Looking was surprised, she asked what the interlocutor meant. With a spark of determination in her eyes, Millia met Demoza, proudly declaring her heroic essence. Having extended her finger forward, The girl without a shadow challenged the challenge. Now, the rival is sure to be defeated. Here are what words are to expect from a true heroine. Tsukbachi's mouth dissolved for a moment, and the next moment the room filled a loud explosion of her laughter. Recovering, she was shy-eying the girl. Let her not make her laugh. Looking closely at Millia, who stood in front of her like a rock, she wondered if the girl really had such serious intentions. Having waved her hand, the Lord of the Demons with a fury ordered the girl to lie more convincing, but not to overdo it, while depriving her of her human female. With a fury in his voice, the Millia quit the question. Who does she consider the demons? But suddenly the vision of the flames broke out before the eyes. Millia lifted a blade capable of causing a fiery dragon and stirred up a huge flame. The surprise flashed in the glance of Demosa. It seemed as if the girl became even stronger than before. Having spent his tongue on her lips, Demosa quietly said the words of apology. A mysterious label appeared on the body of the demonic queen. The Sukobak used forbidden respiratory equipment, mastered in the magic temple. Smiling, the demonic queen Tsukubachi spread her hands in sides and confidently proclaimed, "All the magic and physical power of enemies will become her fuel. Every resistance will only strengthen her power." With a wide smile, the woman claimed, "A girl is quite a man." Demosa, however, said with self-confidence, "This mortal in no way defeat the Queen of Demons." At this crucial moment, Millia was already preparing to strike a blower. The confession of Millia about a loved one took a breath out of the demonic. Such words were a real surprise for her. With determination in her eyes, Millia flew to Tsukbachi, confidently saying that she had many questions and topics to talk to him. Lowering her gaze, she said quietly that the future may have opened before her. The despair engulfed Millia, and breaking on a cry, she loudly stated that she was nothing. The girl struck Tsukbachi's demos using the powerful technique of the divine flame of million vermilion. The distrust swept into the eyes of the demonic queen when the girl again resorted to a flame attack. Did the thoughts have disrespect? Is she so reckless? After all, if it continues in the same spirit, it will simply burn itself to the ground and will fall. Nilea's frantic shouting out loud her desire, to be the one whom he magnifies. Imagination and dreams wrapped it, and the sigh of the dawn in sweet dreams. Lowering the heavy eyelids, she broke into a cry, proclaiming that this world belongs not only to her, but to every person. She promised with determination in her voice. She gives him protection to the end. Panic rushed to stop the girl. Her gaze expanded from shock. What was happening right now just didn't fit in her head. The glow of the divine fiery spheres caused by Millia blinded everything around. Sokobiki perceived this technique for a moment, and Millia made a powerful cry, awakening anxiety even in the boldest. The Demosa with hatred clasped her teeth, preparing for the next movement. With the fury in the voice, the demonic queen cut off the silence, demanding the answer. Does this girl laugh at her? Having spread her arms in an army, she, with a fierce shout, accused of some human girl of what was happening right now. Mill was stunned by what she saw. Before her eyes, the demonic body absorbed merciless tongues of flames. It seemed impossible to believe in it. The demonic queen tensed when the fervent tongues of the flames broke inside her body. Her cry sounded by a terrible echo. Looking back to Millia, Sokobi wondered if the girl really had the strength to harm the Queen of Demons. She confessed that she last felt such exhaustion only when she fought with the owner of the demons. Both girls barely kept on their feet, exhausted to the edge. Despite this, the Demosa stubbornly declared, the victory will still remain behind her. The words that the body is barely holding the heap quietly pulled into silence. The gaze went to Millia. The moment came to return all the magical power to her. Heavy breaths broke out of Milia's chest. The meeting was too expensive. The Demosa only cheerfully rolled. I am sure that the girl herself is well aware of it. The smile appeared on the mouth of Zukukachi when she boldly pointed her finger on the heroine, emphasizing her defenselessness and human nature. The words of the demonic queen that the ordinary girl did not overcome her almighty power, heard over the sneakingly, and Millia, good to lose balance, barely withstanding this humiliation. An unexpected statement. The girl was not herself. In the next moment, Trishman broke into battle, targeting a powerful attack on the demons. They shone 7 stars of divine light, striking the enemy. The sudden appearance of the demons struck the demons. The look full of surprise stopped on the boy. Millia, not hiding the surprise, turned to the leader of the night, Strishman, and received a casual smile. He noted with a trick that he is not the only witness of this scene. It is at this moment that the Queen of the Demon pierces the magic projectile, a relentless technique of the fighter of demons. Sekber, looking at a confused look, sought a source of attack, looking around every corner around them. And at that time, giving Mage, hiding on a branch of a tree behind the girl, he struck and stretched in a smile. Yusha Trishman exclaimed that there was no time to restore or absorb forces. Their only chance came. The thought of mastering the situation forced the boy to focus all his determination in this one blow. Having illuminated in the darkness of the 7 stars of the divine glow, he punched the Queen of Demons through. The screaming was in a shout whether she did not bull her. Significantly exhausted, she turned to the crowd, saying it in high colors. The frantic Demoza rushed into darkness, shouting the images to the opponents and convincing that they never overcome it. Suddenly, passionate Yusha Trishman looked around confusedly. He did not expect such a pressure. The sword was already flying into the air, but an unexpected blow to the side knocked out a damage from the panther. At that moment, someone else jumped on her, who finally confused the situation. The annoyance broke out in her gaze when she turned and noticed an attack. Her Darkins and sister Noel came to her on both sides. The loud reproach of the Sukbachi cut the silence, forcing everyone to shudder. Millia explained that the power of the demons is quite logical, because they were in front of the Queen of Demons. Then she added something, however. Her words were drowned in a general noise. Once, with the sword in her hands, Millia assured everyone in their heroic essence. She talked about the trust of the world that relied on them, emphasizing that for the sake of its protection, these brave people gave the most expensive, overcoming its capabilities and outperforming themselves. With a look filled with determination, the heroine lifted the sword and exclaiming that she would never give way to demon, swinging in a desperate offensive. Sukubachi sought to deny people, but only anger. It was at this moment that Millia rapidly rushed at her with an attack. A quick and confident movement, the girl struck an accurate stroke, forcing the Damanza to fall down from the devastating wound. In Milio's thoughts, the past of himself, as if there, beyond this moment, she watches her own shadow. The girl went into battle with the conviction of a real heroine. Now she was able to save anyone. In the very swing of the fierce confrontation of Nagaraja, the owner of the demons, and Zean did not give way to the step. In a moment later, Green's hand seemed lightning. A powerful blow hit the demon. In response to the attack, Nagaraja instantly swung, but the guy effortlessly caught his blow with his own hand. Zeon's hand met with a demon weapon. The owner of the darkness, with a barely restrained admiration, noted that the hero is truly impressive. The gaze thrown towards Zean spoke for himself. Having an ordinary human body, withstanding a duel with me for so long is almost impossible. The view of the king of the demons slid the Zeon with hidden curiosity. The enemy whose forces would never have come to this with his own, at least in one of the world. Both Zeon and demon, were jumped instantly in different directions. Easy dissatisfaction flashed on the boy's face. Rubbing his hand, he thought, all over him, the demon has not yet revealed his real power. Zean, recognizing his admiration for battle, sincerely apologized to the owner of the demons. These words were a little puzzled by Nagraju, who did not expect such frankness. In front of the demon, the guy boldly stated that he was not going to put up with his pernicious passions. In response, Nagaraja laughed, throwing him a puddle advice to leave such conversations. The demon asked the guy if he also felt that emotions. Jana's gaze lingered on him, filled with care and curiosity. The gaze of Nagaraja stopped on Zen, and the old man said confidently, before him revealed the true essence of the guy, the soul who wanted to break her. The gaze of the demon almost pierced the young man through, and in his voice was a surprise, too much of the power as an ordinary person. The demon continued, they say, the guy is the most embodied cruelty. Between them was Zean fists compressed, ready for any call. Lightning tension ran across the boy's face, and Nagraja laughed cheerfully, asking him jokingly if he had touched. He was living. The owner of the demons recognized. This issue is really extremely important, especially for ordinary strongholders. With a serious expression of the face of Nagraj, said that there was nothing wrong with giving all his efforts for the sake of victory over a demon. Looking closely at the demon, Tsanan asked what kind of opinion he was trying to convey. The formidable exclamation of Nagraja prompted the boy to strain even more, forcing him to make the last effort. It was at this moment that the earth under her feet began to settle dangerously. The attack jumped by Sion by surprise. He did not have time and his eye to blink, as he was under the rubble. The stones and debris buried the boy alive, and, barely wandering out, he heard the fragile phrases of the demon. He wondered, is a person not really taught to such force? Something in the words of the creature remained incomprehensible to Zean. Grasping his weapon, the owner of the demons loudly exclaimed that no person or demon dare to retain all the power for himself. He confessed that he had not yet met the opponent, who would make him put it in full. He asked the interlocutor whether everything really was. The hands of the king of demons sharply waved in the air, and a mighty voice declared a joyful news for Zean. The power in him will be released. Zean calmly clenched his fists, focusing internally and adjusting to the defense. The rapid reception of the heavenly sword, capable of cutting off the divine truth, struck the boy. Zean, without delaying the moment, was able to repel a powerful blow with his bare hands. The demon of the demon penetrated into the body. The tension was rolled by every muscle. The surprise broke out in the eyes of Nagaraja. Is that guy really able to repel that blow? The mighty king of the demons waved his weapons again, declaring loudly that he had not yet finished. The look of the Janga instantly directed towards the rapid attack. Sharily turning around, Zean rapidly lifted his fist, managed to block a crazy blow to a demonic sword with the technique of royal cutting. On the same instant, on the opposite side, another sacred blow to the sword, which suddenly cut off his heads to all opponents. The unexpected blow to the sword on the side stunned Zana. Nagaraja confidently stated that this blow would be the last. The sword of the gods, who owned the king of demons, stopped a step away from the boy, completing a devastating flurry of blows. The amazing attack forced Zeana to die of shock. The guy is motionless on the ground. All that remained is silence, and his breath stopped. In front of him, Nagraja stood adamant, whose face is the expression of victory. The powerful warrior raised his voice, reminding that the swords he received from the temple in a multidimensional world have never been futile. After looking at the guy, he said, "That's all." He raised the question. Isn't his power more than the other 4 kings of demons? Wandering his hand, Nagraja turned away from the guy lying on the ground, and confessed. The battle was worthy. With an ironic smile added that the guy is no longer able to hear him. Suddenly something made him turn sharply. His eyes opened wide from surprise. Hard breathing broke from the chest Zean, which froze in front of him. Strongly lifting her gaze, she asked the demon what caused his unexpected confusion. The words of Nagraja sounded confidently. It is impossible. Only the owner of the demons could survive the last 4 blows. Protecting on his feet, Zean miraculously held, causing genuine surprise in Nagaraja. The owner of the demons did not hide the surprise. Why is the guy still on his feet? His mind could not understand where the young man came to move. The question was a question. Is the Zean a man really? Handling. The guy silently stuck in the ground, losing his mind. Inside, everything was intertwined in a sense of a real catastrophe. There was confusion around, as if the world suddenly flew from the orbit. With a confused look, Zoyan thought, "It is unlikely that the demon even imagines that it is not all my strength." Looking closely at the demon, the guy wondered. Never in this life had to fight in full force. With a clear smile on his mouth, Nagraja turned to the boy, questioned whether he was really tuned to fight them seriously. The guy's gazed look, no doubt, was left. The decision was made. With a light movement of the hand, the demonic king made it clear that in such a situation, it is worth making adjustments to his intentions. In a panic, almost losing control of himself, Zean rushed to Nagaraja, demanding explanations. What did this demon think about? At that moment, Nagraja's hand was heard in the air, and the path of her blow ruthlessly torn into pieces of part of the city. The boy's anxiety was read in his gaze when the demonic king assured, "You should not worry." It was here that the careful look of Nagaraja fell on the guy. He noticed that the residents of these houses had long left their homes. The blade of the second saber, directed simply at Zean, and a strict warning. Next time you will not be able to escape. The powerful attempt of the king of the demons, Nagaraja, raised a formidable wave in the air, which was like a storm of Zean from his feet. The gloomy thoughts swept the guy when suddenly came to him. The demon was not aiming at him, but preparing his horrible attack on the city. Nagaraja rose at once, saying that although it is not in his habit, for the sake of a chance to see the true power of the opponent, he is ready for everything. The demon was preparing for the offensive with a wide scale. The fire of the battle was already red in his eyes. Another devastating blow, and part of the city was in ruins. Considering that for the hero, his people are of great importance. The demon cast his gaze sideways and pointed there with his hand. Xian's gaze slid in the direction that the demon stated. In the middle of the wreckage, the modest silently sat a boy with a girl. Anxiety and fright froze in their views when a real disaster was raging around. Rapidly jumping to them, Nagraja, with a threatening appearance, promised to blame his anger on children. Fascinated by turning to the guy, he roared that he was able to force him to become serious. In front of the frightened children, with an angry look, staged Nagaraja, threatening with their weapons. Suddenly, like a shadow, Atsana appeared opposite him and hurled himself without hesitation. Such an unexpected manifestation of self-sacrifice stunned the owner of the demons. He could not believe in such reckless courage of the boy. Asking a wounded guy, who made him risk himself and become a target for attack, Zean, breathing heavily, looked carefully into his eyes. Looking back to the baby, the guy wondered if everything was fine with them. When the voice trembled from tears, he shouted the name Zean desperately. The abominable young man hurried to apologize, admitting his guilt. Zean looked at them gently and reassured, "Do not worry about it." From the height of his power, the demon looked at the boy and disdainfully said that it was only a deadly wound. The sword blade was ruthlessly slipped out of the baby's body, and Nagraja only dropped indifferently. This victim does not cause curiosity. The boy flashed in her eyes. The meaning of such words slipped from him. Looking closely at the guy, the owner of the demons, with a contemptuous shade in his voice, stated that he would not work on the rules of battle with such a fool. Nagraja, turning to the wounded young man, asked mockingly, "That he, in fact, got saving these children?" The owner of the demons warned, if the boy dies, behind him are doomed to fall into the abyss all the children, and then the world itself will plunge into death. Looking closely at the guy, Nagraja wondered if he really seeks to contemplate the death of the world. Zean's self-confident look met with the demon's view. In response, such words were made, as if everything was going exactly as it should be. Growing on the blooded palm, the guy thoughtfully said that the human essence is a mystery to which it is so difficult to pick up the key. In memories, the face of acquaintances break. People are prudent who do not at the same time betray their passions. He also adds hopeless fools to this gallery, those who lack sober sense. Zean clenched his fist, stating that humanity is still very far from perfection. Lifting his chin, he barely smiled noticeably, adding, "That's what they are." From under his forehead, the owner of the demons looked at the guy full of doubt, because the meaning of his actions remained incomprehensible. Why not quit these people, or simply allow them to die? The Lord turned to the young man. Closing his eyes and glowing with a mysterious smile, Zean replied that he was not capable of this. He moved with calm confidence just to the demon, declaring his heroic nature loudly. The baby, with a girl, weeping and frustrated, insightfully looked at the guy. Their voices of the moon flew all the way when they begged him. Zean approached the owner of the demons, and there was silence between them. The views crossed, everyone weighing the other. Zean replied with a smile. If the demon is so interested in why the guy saved them, now he will be convinced of it. Cutting his fist, he focused and prepared for a blow. The next moment, the Zana strikes a devastating blow simply in Nagraja, from which he flies back. Having come to your senses, it is surprised to open your eyes, and full of questions, is tingling forward. The bloody smile appeared on the face of the wounded Nagraja. He laughed, wheezing, admitting that it was indeed creepy. However, his voice was pleased. Finally managed to see the true nature of the boy when he is serious. Nearby, barely turning his breath, stood Zean. The demon, without stopping, admitted, "Despite many people in this world, nevertheless, it was chosen for the strongest." Rapt, the man exclaimed that he was even sorry for Zean. In his opinion, the power of this young man goes beyond human opportunities, and more resembles something demonic, related to the power of the owners of the darkness. The boundary of the way, Nagraja stood up, his lightning sword aimed at the guy. The bitter words broke out of their mouths, regretted that Johnny was only a fee, a defenseless man. The gaze, full of cold, slid the young man opposite, and from his mouth he sounded a relentless sentence. A deadly wound was caused. The Lord of the Demon warned the guy that first of all should take care of his own safety. Human nature is vulnerable, and the wounds do not disappear in a moment, the owner of darkness emphasized. In the look of Nagaraja, a scattered spark shone when he predicted that the gap between them would never disappear. He was talking about the abyss, which separated him from the boy. The demon, straining the muscles in front of a new blow, recognized the enemy with a sly smile. As a gesture, he promised to show Zia that he was capable when he does not restrain himself. Sleeping his hands to the sides, the demon released a powerful wave of energy that struck around his body. The king of demons focused, mastering true freedom through the technique of Nagraja. After looking at the guy, the man called him a pathetic weak. He promised to demonstrate the true limits of his body. Zean barely smiled and asked whether the demon and really considers people weak. The young man clenched his fist so much that the bones were whitewashed, and he said with ease that it seems that the truth finally opened before him. Saint surviving, Nagaraja asked what it means. What does he say now? Sun shared his reflections. Every time he wondered how such fragile people boldly challenged the kings of demons. In his eyes, these seemingly defenseless creatures still radiated some incomprehensible brightness, and it did not give him rest. A smile appeared on the face of Zean, and when he turned to the demon, he noted that he still had something now. Even if it is a little, but it is already an achievement. Covering with confusion, the demonic king Nagaraja asked the boy to wait a little. The blinking eyes were widely revealed from surprise, and the look was full of anxiety. Who is this guy before him? The hero clenched his fist with all determination and confident spark in his eyes. His name is Zean Ishtar, and he belongs to the human race. The shock was completely Nagaraja. Incredibly. But Zeon's power completely suppressed his will. The situation seemed unrealistic, and the idea that someone could devote its strength was not invested in consciousness. It was difficult to believe that. The mind refused to accept such. Nagaraja gathered all his determination and exclaimed that it was extremely good. He confessed that he had not seen such passion for the battle for several hundred years. Yet despite all this, Tsana remained only human. The king of the demon rapidly rushed to Zean, proclaiming that the triumph would certainly reach him. The image of a demonic king seemed to be an embodiment of perfection. No enemy, no hope for help for a young man. So, without hesitation, he rushed to Zean. With tensely clenched fists, the guy stood and told how exhausting it was all given. Nagraja was born in the thoughts of adamant confidence. Alone in such circumstances, no person will withstand. Zean's thoughts were rushing to Millia. Although people always seemed to him tiny and defenseless, it was his presence that made him believe that even a person is able to become truly strong. The guy opened his palm, collecting strength. Squeezing his fist, he said confidently, "Everything is as it should be." A powerful attempt, and for a moment for a striking blow. Kissen's loud exclamation was made above everyone. "The brightest treasure is now in my hands." Confidence was read in every movement, and the face radiated the unwavering determination. The surprise engulfed the king of the demons of Nagraj when he witnessed the abilities of the boys. Unrestrained curiosity broke out in his eyes. The majestic demon exclaimed with full attention, demanding that the boys demonstrate his incredible talents. The Lord Demo has involved his branded Nagaraja-style technique, the last, strongest secret of art. At that moment, Zeon raised the sacred sword of 4 elements. The birth of the world, the glory of the hero, the first blow, the battle between the demon and man. All this is woven in fierce confrontation. Deep cracks appeared on the armor of Nagaraja one by one. Zean, saying confident words, reminded of the vast experience gained in the past life of a demonic king. Now, having reborn man, he sought to surpass himself. The real decisive attack fell on Tati, the majestic demon king of Nagraj, was clogged ominous cracks appeared on his body one by one. The unclean did not restrain the light laughter, considering everything that happened, incredible delusions. But in spite of all doubts, his flesh was constantly scattered in his eyes. The defeated, Nagaraja dropped on his knees, admitting defeat. In the meantime, the guy turned around and moved away. The unexpected voice cut the silence when someone shouted loudly the name of Zean, immediately attracting his attention. The young man turned and noticed how the characters were heading. Millia, with a sincere care, wondered if everything was fine with him. With a happy fire in her eyes, the girl lifted his weapon up, and with the victorious exclamation reported about the victory won. A large scar was drawn from under the torn blouse. It was he who immediately fell to the young man. Zeon, not hiding surprise, said her name. In response, he heard the words of gratitude, and the girl turned to him, recognizing her husband. Zeon's gaze stopped at the demonic king Nagaraja, who was exhausted near the ground. The demon was delighted that the battle was truly impressive. Nagraja's gaze stopped on the boy. From the last forces, he said that he could be proud of himself, because he managed to overthrow the owner of the demons. As soon as the children who were still weeping loudly, they rushed to the boys, sincere joy blossomed on their faces. The baby rushed to Zean, and his gentle smile glowed with warmth. Meanwhile, the demon did not persecute, praising the children and convincing everyone that they are the real heroes of this story. All the heroes gathered around Zean. The stunned demonic king did not look at them, and Zean only nodded. They say he was known about everything. After a while, in the palace, Princess Betoir, with an expression of full pleasure on the face, closed her eyes. Her lips were uttered. It is incredible. The joy filled the girl, because today the long-awaited day has come when the rating will finally change. The princess was frozen in front of the throne, and next to it, the knight of Yusha Trishman. The girl confidently said that no one will deny if this young man receives the title of master. Hearing this, Princess Betoir thought, plunging into reflections. At the same moment, the face of the Princess Bachelorette shone with a wide smile. She greeted Gianna Ishtar by waving her hand, pleasing his name. Her Highness proudly informed that it was Jannar that was chosen by a master and assigned to him the first stage in the list of heroes. Suddenly, Princess Bachvar frozen in place, stunned by a surprise. There was no young man in the spacious ceremonial hall. Mr. Hofter stood opposite her. With indignation in his voice, the girl asked, "Did the young man really never come?" Princess Betruiru was surprised to browse and exclaimed that he was just that guy had been around. She asked where the young man disappeared. Behind the girl, Yusha Trishman just smiled awkwardly, trying to hide her embarrassment. The silver shadow of dissatisfaction ran in the face of its highness when she closed her eyes with sadness and sighed hard. Turning, the neglect said that it seemed Sanius finally began to show the features of a true hero. The knight, awkwardly scratching his face, answered only a confused smile. With a light smile, Yush Trishman reached out to the princess at ease, noting that this is not the first time. Such words were affected by Princess Betawar. A light insult flashed in her gaze. Trishman, who ranks fourth among the heroes of the Holy Sword, said with irony that that guy, as always, is not marked by beautiful manners. The view of Her Highness Bikwar stopped on Mr. Huffer, who stood alone in front of her, and she wondered if a man was really able to surpass any man. Meanwhile, the hero was delighted to talk to knights. Princess Betvar blossomed in a smile looking at the hero. The cheerful laughter flew from her mouth, and she was interested in what his answer would be. Noticing the girl, Mr. Hofter was looking at her. Smiling, the number 2 hero, the most powerful in the world, replied confidently. It was quite natural for him. Memories of the past battle were filled with the soul of the hero. The fight ended with a draw, and it was this moment that gave the demons the chance to slip. Among the knightly general, Mr. Goofater solemnly stated that only the elect was capable of defeating the king of demons. The hero spread his hands wide, turning to the Princess Betruir, who was standing nearby, and asked if the boy seemed like this. The princess nodded slightly, lifting his eyebrows with interest, and then asked Mr. Hofter to clarify his words. The finger compressed in his fist, and a bright smile gave it a silent but decisive consent. He said that it was a chance to get the title of the strongest. Rapidly approaching the princess, Mr. Hofter leaned to a girl who watched him with a barely noticeable smile. Holding his breath, he wondered if she would allow him to change his appeal. To this princess, a mysteriously winning, she answered a clear smile. "I will never allow it." Meanwhile, on the balcony, Zean closed his eyes with a slight smile on his mouth, plunging into his thoughts. Suddenly the girl approached, noticed the young man, and full of joy exclaimed that she finally found him. Her voice immediately fell into the ear of Destian, who turned intently. The girl shouted Zean, saying that they should talk. The guy looked back at her voice, full of curiosity and easy surprise. The third rating of the heroine, Miley Vermilion, known as the hero of a burning flame, with a sincere anxiety, asked the guy, which made him escape from the ceremony. Zean, blurring in a smile, waved his hand carelessly and noted that today there is great weather outside. He confessed that he simply couldn't do otherwise. Such a frivolous attitude of the boy was quite surprised by the girl. Going to Zeana, the girl determined his palm on her back. She was outraged loudly. She threw in his face the reproach that the boy would not hurt to take at least a little more responsibility. The inspiration flashed in the eyes of Millia when she raised her finger up and announced that the first was Zean. It was her voice that sounded when the phrase about the top of the hero's path sounded. Zean was only embarrassed by the nape of the head, mumulating in response that it was all real. Smile illuminated the face of Zean when he, pointing to the girl, emphasized her own success. She rapidly rose in the rating, jumping from the 7th place immediately to the 3rd. Hiding her face in the palms of shame, Millia cast her gaze on the neighbor and said, "Nothing could be argued." Clumsily scratching the cheek, the girl closed her eyes and confessed, "Even being in the 3rd position, he still cannot understand it." The young man wondered in surprise. They say, "Wasn't it always that?" After all, with its rapid progress, he said, "This reaction looks surprisingly strange." Ziana's vigilant look stopped at the girl, and without hesitation, he noted that sooner or later she was destined to become the first. The surprise flashed in Millie's gaze when she asked Zean to question what he meant. Clumsily moving from foot to foot, the guy confessed. His father and their family always lived under his mother's powerful hand. The girl immediately picked up, they say, "There is every chance that the fate of the interlocutor himself will be similar." Heard embarrassed Amelia, leaving her in a moment in confusion. Laughing, Sun touched his neck timidly and shared in a voice. Something strange was felt there on the eve of the battle. The gaze stopped at Millia, who gently comforted the weeping babies. Then everything seemed incomprehensible, but only now the truth gradually opened before him. The girl leaned closer, staring at his eyes, and wondered what he wanted to say. Zean smiled in response and assured, "Everything is really extremely simple." Looking at Millia, Zean, with kindness in his voice, confessed to his sympathy for the girl. Without hesitation, made her an offer. Millia, fascinated by his words, looked quietly and carefully at the boy. Amelia's cheeks were instantly blossomed. With surprise and easy excitement, she cast her gaze on a guy who had just confessed to her feelings. The strengthening of truth was suddenly rolled on it. The cheeks flashed even brighter. She was uncertainly treated. She was barely audibly asked to repeat the said. Before Millia, the young man stopped and confessed to her without hesitation. He voiced his proposal again. The surprised girl asked in confusion who should still marry with whom. Zean met the girl's look with a smile and replied that she was married. The smile became even sincere. He confessed that he chose it because he loved her. In the eyes of Millia, joy was shaken when her gaze met with Cyan. Having put her hands, the girl became discouraged for a moment, but still the answer sounded with a touch of consent. With his head proudly raised, Zean turned away from the girl without hiding the delight. His face glowed with joy. Noting that all important decisions made, announced, it was time to inform parents. Behind, Millia, confused and with a blush on his cheeks, trembled unnoticed. Suddenly she whispered, "Zean." Tears were generously rolled from the closed eyelids, and the trembling hand reached the boy uncertainly. "It is impossible," such was her answer. The words did not have time to break from the mouth, as suddenly blood flowed from the girl's nose, and she began to shake, losing her balance. Zean was surprised to watch her, not understanding what was happening. The loud cry of Princess Beth fled the air when a spooky picture appeared before her eyes. Blood was pouring from the balcony. The surprise and horror of it were not possible. It was impossible to understand what was really going on. On that ominous day, the whole castle drowned in the bloody streams that were chilling from the nose. Only a few days passed, and the generous sun hugged the village of Nanana as suddenly a loud cry cut. Turning her breath, Mrs. Fiona rushed to her dear husband Hans. Mr. Zean, occupied with hassle in the garden, raised his head and asked with surprise what could happen and where she was in a hurry. A joyful smile shone on the face of Fiona when she came to a tired, moist man from her husband's work and turned to him loudly. In her eyes, sparks of admiration were glowing. A letter from Zean just came. The husband, with a genuine curiosity, turned his gaze on the papers and rolled in the hand of his wife's wife. Having delved into the content of the message, the couple froze, stunned by the unexpected news. Hans exploded the exclamation of indignation without restraining the curses through the red. The woman, trembling, could not tear the stunned look from the sheet that she compressed in her hands. The lively bustle instantly swept the parents of Isana. They discussed that it was necessary to rush to prepare for the holiday, and at the same time give yourself time to get together with thoughts. Between this excitement of Fiona with a warm smile turned to a puzzled man, advising first of all to calm down a little. In a perfect wedding dress, and with delicate living flowers in Millia's hair, a shy look at the boy. A barely noticeable smile illuminated her face when she wondered uncertainly whether she liked her image. The wedding suit on the rapt sat flawlessly. After casting his fascinated look at the bride, he with a sincere smile noted that the dress she was incredibly suited. Waging his hand and blossoming with a wide smile, the guy stated, "Only the ancient truth is confirmed. Clothing really creates a person." Mila squeezed his fist and asked with annoyance whether he was aware that he had just slammed. Zean's gaze, transparent and pure, rose to the girl when the words were poured out of his mouth. "There is nothing more beautiful than her all over her." When the guy spoke this confession, the world seemed to be filled with a glow. The girl heard to the depths of her heart. She did not expect it at all. The palm of hiding a burning shame, Millia with a trembling hand stretched to Zean. The whole body gave nervous tension. She confessed to the boy who was feeling joy, but at the same time begged him to stop. The bride restrained her breath, covering her nose with her hand, and strictly warned the boy to stay from jokes this time. She complained that even a moment, and blood would go. A sudden guess broke out in the eyes of Zean. With a sincere confusion, the girl muttered an apology. Unexpectedly, the girl spoke that, despite happiness, all this was a real surprise for her. Zean, with a slight surprise, perceived the confession of his bride, looking carefully at her face. For a moment on the face of Millia, a blunt smile, and her red face, she spontaneously scratched her finger. Closing her eyes, she quietly confessed that she received a proposal from the boy. The clumsy laughter of Zean escaped on its own while the hand fussed strands of hair. The feeling of change somewhere inside was prompted. Did he really become more like a person? Millia, slightly confused, shook her head. "They say, this is not a sign of humanity." The groom clumsily turned his head, hearing the refusal. After a short pause, he said that he understood everything. A confused look appeared on the girl's face. Zean's gaze fell on the girl again. His head barely shook in a thoughtful nod. Unexpectedly for himself, he added that he has some important words for her. Millia, hearing this, was surprised to send a questionable look at him. Suddenly the guy leaving lightness, and in his gaze there was seriousness. He called a girl by name. Zean talked about his rebirth in the human body. He revealed her secret about his past owner of demons. Smiling, he asked how she would have done if it all turned out to be true. She froze in the middle of the room, losing her in numbness. Her gaze, full of easy confusion, slid silently on the boy's face. The barely noticeable shadow of the soup slid her face. Her hand slid unconsciously to the temple. She said in a quiet voice that she was now very clear. Finally, for Millia, it all started to fall into place. At the answer of the girl, the scion only squeezed the nape of the nape, and with a smile, squeezing her eyes, hid the confusion behind a light smile. With a tilted head and noticeable discontent on her face, the girl asked in surprise whether he really was referring. Angrily disturbing the air, Millia stuck her finger with a boy just in his forehead, making it confused with a surprise. Her voice heard sharply and brightly, urging not to discuss such serious things on the wedding day. The worried Zean hurriedly made apology to the girl. Millia unexpectedly stated that she refuses to do something. Her words jumped by Zeana by surprise. Twisted, he stared at the girl, not understanding what was happening. With a warm, cheerful smile, the girl looked at her fiancé and said, "Who would not control, although he, though someone else, had no significance for her. Whatever his role, he remained the same one whom she loved." In the middle of the Millia room, she stretched forward, firmly covering one palm with a decisive gesture. She clearly stated, if he thought again to regain the title of Lord, he will certainly become nearby to squeeze all the treacherous intentions from him. The fists were confidently spoken to Zeana. No reason to worry. At that moment in the glance of Zean, warmly broke out when he listened to the girl and silently agreed with her. Smiling, he assured that she can always rely on it. Once upon a time there was a powerful ruler of demons, whose power did not know the limits. For a long time, this lonely creature wanted to remain invincible. Millia Vermillion's vigilant look stopped at the boy, after which she was quiet, but hard to listen to her words carefully. The smile shone on the face of Zean. When he heard the bride, he looked at her and nodded. The girl voiced her desire to learn something from the former bishop of demons. In the exquisite wedding hats, Millia Vermillion and Zean Ishtar froze in front of the massive door, sharing eloquent views. The bride, barely restraining the excitement, asked her chosen one, "What are the thoughts of people?" Stretching to Zeana, the girl stared at his face. catching every nuance of emotions. The guy, without meeting her look, looked forward and asked quietly to give him a little time for reflection. Closed eyelids and a dreamy smile illuminated the boy's face. Slowly, as if immersed in his own memories, he went to answer the bride's questions, starting his story about people. Zean traveled among familiar faces. Anon, with numerous honors, guilders who studied newspaper pulps were surprised. The images of heroes and demons, those whom the fate brought in a new place. Before the eyes, the parents also drew tears of joy at the wedding. This is how a new chapter began. The former master of the demons came into light in the human image. Amazing journey was waiting for him. The acquisition of power, influential allies, and a dreamy ray of light. During the wedding ceremony, the newlyweds looked gently and frozenly in the eye, saying without words about the care and warmth of their feelings. A little time passed, as in the depths of the demonic castle, the thunder was powerful. Internally, the residence was echoed by a recent conversation. Along the corridor, Zean walked surprised, in passing that he had no idea. Their wedding kiss would cause a whole river of blood that sheds from a girl. Millia, smiling embarrassed, pushed the boy with his elbow and called to finally stop mentioning this story. The girl's surprised look slid towards the guy. Where did they find themselves? The curiosity and light embarrassment of her voice when she turned to the smiled Zone with a question about his next step. Stretching his hand to the door, the guy pressed them carefully on them. At the same time, he addressed the girl with a question, trying to understand what she meant. At that moment, the door opened, and the guy with a mysterious smile said that everything would become clear for Millia, as soon as she saw it with her own eyes. On the throne before the couple stood the demon, like 2 drops of water looked like a zone. Millia, stunned, frozen with extended eyes, without drawing a look from a stranger. Zean, noticing familiar traits in the sitting, approached, barely smiling, and asked why only those whom they know well among them. Mile, in despair, grabbed the boy by the hand and begged to stop. Through the alarming breath, she whispered that they looked like demons. The young man looked into her eyes and quietly agreed. The demon, who was on the throne, looked at the people in front of him. According to Zean, it was another version of the world. The guy noted that such a meeting was a real surprise for him, because the demon traveled by other dimensions in search of someone who could play with. Zean looked with a sly smile in the eye of a demon, stating that death looks a much more attractive prospect for him. Without hiding, he confessed that he had some weakness to everything that could dispel boredom. The gaze of the demon stuck in the young man when he asked the question, "Who are you?" Without delaying, Zean closed his eyes and calmly threw that the demon seemed to know his name yet. With every step that reduced the distance between them, the guy prophesied, "My name is Zean Ishtar." The young man's fist inadvertently shrugged when it came to his past owner of demons. Despite the fact that all this sounded somewhat funny, he confidently noted that the strongest, it was he. The brave Zionist did not look away from the demon in front of him, and with amazing certainty in his voice stated that he could be safely called a hero.